Chapters 16 and 17 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. French Leave. Gilbert Florestan, who had not been remarkably energetic in the pursuit of any ambition or fancy of his own, could but wonder at the intensity which moved his thoughts and his actions in the pursuit of that investigation which Mrs. Arden had confided to him. He could think of nothing else, undertake no other occupation, and when his thoughts were not fixed upon Léon Duverdier and his supposed sister, they were on the other side of the Channel, haunting River Lawn, or a certain house in Grosvenor Square, and following one particular girlish figure with an alarming persistence. He wanted to do the thing which Mrs. Arden had given him to do. He wanted to prove how difficult a task he could accomplish in order to lessen the sorrow of her life. But even if he should succeed in bringing Robert Hatrell's murderer to his doom, and in lightening the anguish of the wife who lamented his dark fate, all the more acutely because it was unavenged, would this great service done for Robert Hatrell's widow bring him any nearer to Robert Hatrell's daughter? Alas, no, he told himself. That young heart was given to another, that young life was pledged. Nothing he could do would bring him any nearer to Daisy. He could never be more to her than he had been that sunny afternoon on the terrace by the river, when the uneasy look in the lovely hazel eyes had told him that she wished him away. She had always been kind and courteous to him, but he was a nullity to Cyril Arden's future wife. It may be that her woman's wit had guessed his secret, and that she was nervous and uneasy at any chance tete-a-tete. He had assuredly perceived something in her manner which a very vain man might have interpreted as the indication of a hidden preference, a growing regard against which she struggled, in duty bound to another. Why are mothers in such a hurry to give away their daughters' future lives? He asked himself, not knowing that Daisy had accepted her old playfellow of her own free will, pledging herself almost unawares, with that girlish lightness which disposes of women's lives in a breath, for good or for evil. He felt that his case was hopeless, and yet it was something to him to be able to devote himself to Mrs. Arden's service, to feel that there were confidence and friendship between him and Daisy's mother, friendship which would at least give him an excuse for seeing Daisy now and then, and making himself a little more unhappy. Hopeless lovers cultivate the weed unhappiness as if it were a flower. Florestan had no more doubt that Madame Quijada's niece was Antoinette Morel than he had of his own identity. Her denial was in its mode and manner quite as good as a confession. He read the report of the inquest for a third time, and subsequent paragraphs describing the cashing of the banknotes at Cannes and at Monte Carlo, and he was strongly inclined to believe that the elderly and aristocratic Frenchwoman who changed the notes was no other than Madame Quijada. True that the elderly lady's white hair was a point in the description, while the Spanish lady's hair was still black, but it would be only natural that a woman entrusted with such a critical mission would do her utmost to hide her identity. True also that the elderly lady was described as having a mole over the left eyebrow, while Madame Quijada showed no such mark, but it was by no means unlikely that the mole was an artificial disfigurement devised to divert suspicion from the lady hereafter. Was it the same woman who stopped Robert Hatrell in Canbourne Street and who appealed to him on behalf of the dying Antoinette? Yes, Florestan thought, the same, although the woman in Cranbourne Street was described by Colonel MacDonald as middle-aged. And if this were so, Madame Quijada had been her nephew's aider and abettor in a diabolical murder. Would Antoinette, otherwise Louise, warn her aunt of his suspicions? He determined to appear in the ladies' salon on her next evening, in order to discover, if it were possible, what confidences had passed between the aunt and niece. His own idea of the situation was that the younger woman existed in her aunt's house only on sufferance, and that there was suspicion on the one side and loathing on the other. He spent only half an hour in the Rue Saint-Guillaume. Louise was absent from the salon, suffering from a neuralgic headache, her aunt told him. Dolores looked pale and preoccupied. There was no change in her mother's manner, and Florestan concluded that Louise had told her nothing. There was no other visitor, and the dullness of the salon was oppressive. Before he left he contrived, in the most casual way, to ask an important question. He commented in a sympathizing tone upon Mademoiselle Marcel's delicate appearance and weak health, and then he asked abruptly, "How long is it since she had that serious illness of which you told me?" "A good many years. I really don't remember how many," replied Madame Quijada carelessly. "Oh, mother, you can't forget the year," cried Dolores, who had been yawning behind her fan. "It was in '72, the year we went to Madrid." The year of Robert Hatrell's murder. This answer settled 2 points. Antoinette's illness and the establishment of Madame Quijada at Madrid had been events of the same year. The horror of Claude Morel's crime had been the cause of his sister's brain fever. The proceeds of the crime had enabled Claude Morel's accomplice to establish herself in the Spanish capital. Doubtless it was to Spain that the murderer had betaken himself, thinking it a safer refuge than the New World. His southern birth had made it easy for him to pass as a Spaniard. Florestan felt that he was getting the threads of the tangled skein into his hands. He called on the following day at the headquarters of the Police de Sûreté, and was again admitted to the important official to whom he had confided his suspicions of Duverdier. "I have read the story of Mr. Hatrell's murder," said this functionary, after receiving him with grave politeness, "and I agree with you that the name of Antoinette, employed as a lure, goes very near to fix the murder, or at any rate complicity with the murder, upon Antoinette's brother. Yet you must bear in mind that there are always remote possibilities in every case, and the obvious solution of a mystery is not always the right solution. It is possible that Mr. Hatrell may have talked of this youthful love affair, and that the name of his sweetheart may have been known to others besides her brother." "No other man would have had the same malignant feeling to prompt the crime," suggested Florestan. "A crime which was to realize a gain of nearly £4,000 would need no prompting from sentiment or revenge. How can you account for Morel's precise knowledge of Mr. Hatrell's movements? Was he in frequent communication with Hatrell at this time?" "I should say decidedly not, but I have no absolute knowledge upon this point." "Then in all probability he was in communication with his sister's former lover. It would be only natural for a man of that kind to try and trade upon his knowledge of the past." "I have to remind you that Mr. Hatrell's relations with the French girl were perfectly innocent." The official, who had grown grey in the experience of the worst society in Paris, shrugged his shoulders, and expressed all the doubt which an elderly and astute visage can express. "Will you vouch for that fact?" he asked. "Yes. I have it upon the evidence of the girl's own letters, and from the lips of a worthy old lady in whom she confided." "Granted, then, that the intrigue was an innocent entanglement, mild as rose water, Mr. Hatrell may yet have desired to keep the story from his wife, and may have allowed Claude Morel to hang upon him, and may thus have given him the opportunity to find out all about the intended visit to the bank, and the sum to be handed over in the lawyer's office. It must have been so. The movements of the murderer were too precise to have been guesswork or the result of accident. The murderer must have had detailed information as to Mr. Hatrell's intended movements on that fatal day. That is the most mysterious point in the story." "Not very mysterious if Claude Morel were in frequent communication with Mr. Hatrell." "Would Hatrell confide in a man who was sponging upon him, a man he must have despised?" "Perhaps not. But Mr. Hatrell's servants might furnish the information." "Servants would hardly have known the precise facts." "My dear sir, servants know everything. You English have a pernicious habit of discussing your most private affairs at the dinner table. The people who wait upon you hear and remember. However, this is beating about the bush. I have something to tell you as the result of the inquiry that has been made since you were last in this room." "You have discovered the identity of Morel and Duverdier?" exclaimed Florestan eagerly. "Not conclusively. But we have discovered that Duverdier is a man of the worst possible reputation, to have escaped deportation to New Caledonia. We have discovered that on the strength of good looks and consummate audacity he has managed to live for the last 7 years in Madrid and Paris. Of course, what we know of him in Spain is at present only at second hand. There has been no time for any direct inquiries in Madrid. We cannot hear anything about him except that he was known to the Spanish police as an adventurer, and under suspicion of having been concerned in a great jewel robbery at Madrid 6 years ago. I have dispatched my agent to that city, and he may be able to get more details on the spot. In the meantime there is one fact that tells strongly against Monsieur Léon Duverdier." "And that is?" "He has made off. He has scented danger, I believe, and has disappeared from Paris before he could be asked any inconvenient questions." "Is that really so?" "Yes. After I had read the account of the Denmark Street murder, I had a desire to look at this Duverdier whom you take for Morel. I was told that he occupied an apartment in the Rue Soufflot, so I put on one of my numerous disguises in which I pay visits of this kind, and in the character of a septuagenarian savant I sallied forth to call upon the experimentalist and inventor. I know enough of chemistry to sustain a conversation with as shallow a scientist as I take Duverdier to be. However, my capacity in this line was not put to the test. The concierge informed me that M. Duverdier had left for Brussels upon the previous evening, and that he had no idea when he would return. He had left the key of his apartment with the concierge, and at my request the man went upstairs with me and allowed me to investigate the deserted rooms. Did you make any discoveries? Nothing of an incriminating nature. 2 of the rooms are furnished with a showy vulgarity which bespeaks the tiger. Velvet and gilding, photographs of actresses and demi-mondaines, a great display of pipes, foils, and boxing gloves. A 3rd and larger room is fitted roughly as a laboratory and bears indications of recent experiments. I asked the concierge if M. Duverdier's departure had been long in contemplation, and he told me that the first he had heard of the intended journey was the order for a cab to take Duverdier and his portmanteau to the station. He gave no date for his return, but said that he should not be long absent, and begged the man to look after his rooms while he was away. The concierge doubted if any of the furniture had been paid for, and anticipated a descent of the sheriff during the tenant's absence. Did you hear anything of Duverdier's habits? Nothing to distinguish him from the common run of profligates and spurious savants. Late hours and importunate creditors. Occasional visits from mysterious women who came closely veiled and shunned observation, rare intervals of seclusion and work in the laboratory. I could see that he was not a favorite with the concierge, and that if there had been anything damaging to tell about him the man would have told it. He has been warned by his sister, said Florestan after a thoughtful silence. I showed my cards too soon. He told Monsieur Jaluc of his interview with Louise Marseille. Yes, that was a mistake, although the interview may have gone far to confirm your suspicion. No doubt she told her brother that you were on the scent, and Morel, alias Duverdier, has disappeared for an indefinite period. He would have no hesitation in leaving a city where he was deeply dipped, and which he might not be allowed to leave if he lingered much longer. There was no more to be said. Whatever ideas M. Jaluc had as to the possibility of any satisfactory solution of the mystery of Robert Hatrell's murder, he did not impart them to Florestan, but simply took that gentleman's cheque for the expenses incurred in the inquiries and investigations that had been made at his request, and said that, for the rest, time would show. If this Duverdier is as black a villain as you believe him to be, or, in other words, if he is the Denmark Street murderer, he will be sure to put his neck under the knife. No such man stops at a single crime. He is a man to be watched, then, said Florestan. Yes, he is a man to be watched, and I believe he will prove a man worth watching. 17. Daisy's diary in London. It was an old fancy, and one which had haunted me from the first night I slept in Grosvenor Square. As I laid myself down to rest in the pretty little bed with its embroidered Japanese coverlet and cloud of creamy lace, all devised by mother, so dainty and gracious, and as I heard the noise of the carriage wheels like the great hoarse roar of the sea, I said to myself, "This is London, cruel London, the city in which my father was lured to his death, the city in which a good man may be murdered in broad daylight on a summer afternoon in the midst of his fellow men." I could not sleep that first night for thinking of my dear dead father. I could not stop myself from picturing the awful scene over and over again, the ghastly change in the dear face, the horrid wound, the pitiless murderer whose face I could not picture to myself. Again and again and again I tried to shape that unknown face. I thought of all the villainous countenances I had seen in picture galleries, of this or that Judas, this or that murderer, the malignant face with dull red hair, the swarthy face with close-cut black hair, the rugged features and beetling brow, the low, scarcely human forehead under ragged dangled locks, all of the villainous and inhuman that painters have ever conceived. Yet I could never picture to myself the form and face of the man who killed my father. Night after night I have lain awake thinking of him. My father has been much more often in my thoughts since we came to London than he was while we were at peaceful River Lawn, where I used to lie awake to hear the nightingales in the warm June nights, and where the sound of the river always soothed me like a lullaby. Here all the gaiety and splendour, the operas and plays, the music and dancing, and talk and laughter, are not enough to make me forget that in this city my father was murdered. If there were no such wilderness as London he might be living and among us today. He might be ours for many a year to come. I think of Professor Palmer in the desert, lured to his fate by murderous Arabs. Was the desert worse than London? I think of all who have ever been treacherously slain in wild and lonely places, but I can think of no place worse than London. I want to see the house in which my father died. I want to see the room in which he was found lying stabbed to death. This is the fancy that has tormented me ever since we took up our abode in London, ever since the roll of the wheels and the tramp, tramp, tramp of horses' feet have been in my ears. I feel as if I should think less of him, and be less haunted by the dreadful vision of that room, if I could see it in all its sordid reality, if I could know exactly what it is like. I have told Cyril my feelings on this point, but he refuses to take me to the house, or even the street in which my father died. He cannot understand me. He cannot understand that this dreadful sensation of being haunted nightly by the vision of the deed and the room might be lessened by familiarity with the actual scene, however painful the sight of that horrible place might be. I have entreated him to take me there, but he steadfastly refuses, so I have made up my mind to go there without him. Mother and her husband are going to a grand dinner this evening to meet royalties. Cyril has gone to Oxford to dine with the Bullenden Club. I shall have the evening all to myself, and I shall go to Denmark Street alone. I suppose it is rather an awful thing for a girl of my age to go out after 8 o'clock, and I have never been in the streets of London by myself at any hour. But I don't care to take even my good Broomfield, for she would most likely make as many objections as Cyril, and I might fail in getting inside the house I want to see. I would rather depend entirely upon my own cleverness. I know the number of the street. I know the position of the room. I know that it is a street of lodging houses, so I can very easily make believe to be in search of lodgings. I shall wait till the carriage has driven off with Mother and Uncle Ambrose, and then I shall send down word to the butler that I have a headache and won't dine. I shall tell Broomfield that I am going to lie down for an hour or two, upon which I know the dear soul, after having fussed about me with eau de cologne and sal volatile, and arranged my pillows and reading lamp, will go down to the servants' hall at the very bottom of the house, and will be absorbed in gossip till my bell rings. I know where Uncle Ambrose leaves the latchkey which he always uses when he comes in from a walk, so I can let myself in as quietly as I let myself out. Our hall and staircase, when the heads of the family are out, might for silence and solitude as well be in the sepulchre of one of the Pharaohs. I shall put on my very plainest cloth gown and a shabby little garden hat so as to look like a work girl, or anything common or insignificant. I have seen that dreadful room, a commonplace, ill-furnished room in a shabby lodging-house, and the sight of it will haunt me to my dying day. Cyril was right, and I was wrong. It was a senseless thing to do, and I ought to have left it undone. Everything happened as I hoped. The pretended headache did me good service. I was mistress of my time and actions before 9 o'clock. I slipped off my tea-gown and dressed myself for the character of a young woman in search of a respectable lodging at 7 shillings a week. I suppose that is about the price work-girls pay. The evening was grey and dull, not dark, but thick and heavy, with an oppressive feeling in the atmosphere of a stored-up heat and dust, such a different atmosphere from the cool dewy air in the garden at Lamford on a midsummer night. I had studied the map of London, and had carefully made out my way to Denmark Street, but seeing a benevolent-looking old cabman with a red nose creeping along close to the curb in Grosvenor Street, I hailed him, and told him to drive me to St. Giles' Church. "So I will, my dear, and I wish I was going to drive you there to be spliced," he said, which shows how thoroughly common I must have looked in my garden hat. Or it might be that the old man had been drinking, for he rattled the cab over the stones, and zigzagged across the road in a really dreadful manner. If I had not been full of other thoughts, I believe I should have feared for my life, especially when he took me round corners. He drew up in front of a church in a shabby-looking street where there were shops still open, though it was after 9 o'clock. I gave him half-a-crown, which he did not seem to think enough. "Do you want me to wait for you, miss?" he asked. "You won't get another cab in this neighborhood." I said no, for I was shaken dreadfully by that one ride, and I felt it would be tempting Providence to let the red-nosed cabman drive me again. My heart was beating so violently that I hardly knew what I was doing, but I began telling myself to be calm and collected, and to remember that I was there in opposition to Cyril's advice, and that I must prove worthy of my own self-confidence. I am not a fainting young person, indeed I never fainted in my life. But last night I was afraid that I was going to faint, and I had to struggle against the swimming in my head, and a painful sense of lightness which made me totter a little as I turned into Denmark Street. It was very quiet there. The street had a sober, old-fashioned air, which would have given me confidence if I had really been a hard-working young woman in search of a lodging. Some of the houses looked the picture of neatness, others were shabby and squalid. Against every door I observed a row of brass bells, which showed that there were several tenants in each house. I saw the number I was in search of from the opposite side of the way. There was the tailor's workshop which I had read about in the newspaper. The windows were wide open, and half a dozen men were at work in a glare of gas. I could not help thinking they looked like lost souls in pandemonium. The bare, dusty room, the glare and heat, on this summer night, when the stars were shining on all the flowery creeks and willowy islands near Lamford, when life and the world were so lovely for some people. Yes, that was the tailor's workshop, and it might have been one of those men who heard my father's murderer go singing down the stairs, fresh from his deed of blood. I think the idea of that, and the horror of it, braced my nerves, for I felt less like fainting as I crossed the road and knocked at the door of the fatal house. I waited for some minutes before anyone came to the door, though I knocked a second time. Then a woman appeared, an elderly woman who looked at me curiously. I told her I wanted a lodging, a respectable room at 7 shillings a week, but she answered rather sharply that she only let lodgings to men. Why prefer men, I wonder? And she was going to shut the door in my face when I grew desperate and stopped her by laying my hand upon her arm. "There was a murder 8 years ago in this house," I said. "Let me see the room where it was done, and I'll give you 7 shillings." I would as soon have offered her a sovereign, but I had got the sum of 7 shillings in my mind in connection with the rent of a lodging, and I offered her that amount unthinkingly. It was enough, however, for she snapped at my offer. "Come in," she said, looking at me very hard and very suspiciously all the time. "That's a curious fancy of yours. You haven't anything to do with the murderer, I hope?" "No, no, no," I cried. "I'm glad of that," said she. "Ah, he was a devil, that man. A smooth-faced, smooth-tongued devil. The sight of him and the sound of his voice makes me sick and faint whenever I call him to mind. He put a blight upon me and on my house. I've never been the same woman since." I asked her what the man was like, finding that she was willing to talk, and she described his appearance in a great many words, but her words did not conjure up any distinct image. He was good-looking and he was young. She did not take him for much over 30. He was dark, with fine black eyes, and he wore a mustache but no beard. He talked English, but he spoke like a foreigner. This was all I could gather from her. She went slowly up the stairs before me, with a paraffin lamp in her hand, and she flung open the door of the back room on the second floor and told me to go in, holding up the lamp on a level with her head so that I might see the room. "I've kept it just as it was that day," she said. "I've never had a good let-in all the 8 years. Not a permanency. There's a blight upon the room, but people come and look at it as it might be you, and give me a trifle." "Oh, how horrid of people!" I said, forgetting myself. "How can they be so morbid?" "Not more so than you, miss. It's human nature," she answered. I looked at the room, a square, common-looking room with very shabby furniture, and a single window looking out upon roofs and chimney-stacks. All looked dark and dreary. The light of the flaring lamp only made the squalid furniture seem more squalid. Oh, what a scene to meet those dying eyes! What horror in that one agonizing moment to feel himself caught like a snared bird, trapped in such a hole as this. "How did he look? Where did you find him lying?" I asked. And then she described that ghastly sight, showing me the spot where our dear one lay, gloating over every detail. I could have shrieked with agony as I listened to her. She had put down her lamp on the table, and she clawed my wrist with her skinny fingers as she pointed with the other hand to the floor, and she acted over all the scene. "As it might be here. As it might be there." And she dwelt upon the look of the dead face when they lifted him from the floor and laid him on that wretched bed, until my heart seemed to turn to stone. I could not speak. I just let her go on. I had so wanted to know all that the commonest lips could tell, all from any source, however cruel. I let her talk on to her heart's content, like a ghoul as she was, and then I went with her downstairs somehow, quite numbed and cold, as if I had been in a nightmare dream, and I went out into the dark street. I made up my mind to walk home. I felt the air and exercise would give me my only chance of getting calm after the agony of that quarter of an hour. I walked on blindly for some distance, first in one street and then in another, going out of my way, I believe, yet vaguely making for the west. I had lost all sense of time, and when I heard a church clock strike and counted the strokes, I was surprised to find that it was only 10. It was almost immediately after this that I came into a long, shabby-looking street which looked so empty and desolate that I felt as much alone in it as if I had been walking in one of our Berkshire lanes. There was only one lighted spot in the street, and that looked like an hotel or a restaurant. It was a restaurant, and as I got nearer on the opposite side of the street I saw the name, Restaurant du Pavillon. I was walking slowly, meaning to ask the first policeman I met to put me in the right way to Grosvenor Square, and not caring ever if I went out of my way, for the cool air and the movement were helping me to recover my calmness, when 3 men came pouring out of a lighted doorway, talking and laughing in a boisterous kind of way that made me think they were tipsy. One of them saw me, and called out something to his friends in French, to which the others replied in the same language, but I could not understand a word they said. I hurried my steps, and tried to get out of their reach, but the man who had spoken first came across the road and began to talk to me, in English this time, asking me where I was going, and whether I would go to a music hall with him and his friends. I cannot record the horrid tone and manner of the man. I hate to remember his vulgar insolence. I hate to think that there are such men in the world, and that poor, hard-working girls, such as I was supposed to be, are exposed to the insolence of such creatures, and have such hateful words forced upon their ears as they go quietly home from their work. The wretch caught hold of my arm, and urged me to go with him to some place which he called the Oxford, while his friends, who spoke only in French, laughed boisterously and talked of my affected prudery. I was furious. I shook myself free from the wretch's touch, and I looked up and down the street in despair for someone who would help me. "How dare you speak to me or touch me, you odious creature?" I cried, and then he took off his hat in mocking acknowledgment of an imaginary compliment. I saw in the light of the lamp close above us that he had an olive complexion like an Italian's, and black eyes, and I remembered with a shudder the woman's description half an hour before. There must be thousands of such men among the exiles who come to London for refuge, yet I shall never see such a face without recalling the unknown image of my father's murderer. He pretended to think that my anger was only assumed, and went on with his hateful compliments and offers of supper and champagne at the Oxford, and I saw in my despair that there was not a mortal in sight to whom I could appeal for protection. The door of the restaurant stood open, and I could see lights and servants moving about inside. I had half a mind to rush across the street and go in at the open door, where no doubt someone would have taken my part against these horrid men. But my courage failed me in the next instant. It would have been such a wild thing to do, and how could I have faced half a dozen astonished waiters in the glare of that gas-lit vestibule? I looked down the street again, and this time there was a promise of rescue in the shape of a hansom cab coming along rapidly with 2 great flaming lamps, like a dragon with fiery eyes, the good dragon that comes to rescue forlorn damsels, not to eat them. I ran into the road and hailed the driver, without stopping to see if the cab were empty. While I waved my hand in frantic appeal, How ashamed of myself I feel today when I have to write about it in this cold-blooded journal. Somebody inside the cab dashed his stick up through the little trap door in the roof just as frantically. The driver pulled up sharp, and a big middle-aged man got out of the cab and came to me. How thankful I was that he was so big and so middle-aged. I felt the utmost confidence in him, almost as if he had been my uncle. "Is there anything the matter?" he asked, looking at my persecutors. "Yes," I answered. "One of these men has been horridly rude to me. They have all been rude, but that one," I pointed to my worst tormentor, "has been the most offensive." "He will not be offensive any more unless he wants to be thoroughly well kicked," said my friend, and he looked as if he would like to do it. "Please don't take any trouble about him," I said. "He is tipsy, I believe, and he is really not worth kicking. He wouldn't know anything about it afterwards, so it would be wasted trouble. If you would oblige me so far as to give me your cab, you would be able to get another one very soon, I suppose. I should be deeply grateful." I had seen that he was not in evening dress, or I should have hardly ventured to make such a selfish request. "My cab is quite at your service. Where shall I tell the man to drive you?" "To Grosvenor Square. My name is Hatrell. Miss Hatrell." I repeated the name very distinctly, for I wanted my unknown friend to understand that I was not ashamed of myself, although he found me in such a disagreeable position. Two of my assailants had sneaked off already with a laugh and an air of being quite at their ease. But my chief tormentor stood as if he were glued to the pavement, staring at me in a dull and stupid way, while I got into the cab and shook hands gratefully with my nameless friend. He had been noisy enough a few minutes before, when he was doubtless in the loquacious stage of intoxication; but now he seemed to have passed into a silent and stony stage, which was like absolute stupefaction. One of his friends turned to look after him when they had gone some little way ahead. "Hola, Duverdier! Veux-tu te planter là toute la nuit?" he called out. "So my tormentor's name is Duverdier?" I stopped the cabman at the corner of the square, paid him to his perfect satisfaction, for I just emptied the silver in my porte-monnaie into his hand, and walked quietly to our own door, where I let myself in like a thief in the night. End of chapters 16 and 17. Chapter 18 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. Daisy's Diary. How full of strange coincidences this life is! It is a small thing, of course, but still it has vexed and worried me more than I can say. This morning, the second after my wretched adventure in Church Street, I heard a most hatefully familiar voice in the hall as I came downstairs from the second floor just before lunch. I stopped on the first floor landing and listened to the voice below. I had not a shadow of a doubt as to the owner of that hateful voice, even before I looked over the balustrade and saw the odious wretch standing in the bright light from the south window, talking to the butler. It was the man who tormented me with his insolent invitation to supper at the Oxford, the man whom his companions called Duverdier. He was there in the morning sunshine, a creature who should only have been visible at night and in the shabbiest places. He was there in our pretty hall, against a background of pale soft colour, with the beautiful marble face of Mnemosyne looking over his shoulder, her finger-tip on her low broad brow, and her head bent as if in thought. There are several statues in the hall and the corridor, but Mnemosyne is my favourite among them all. "Has Mr. Arden had my letters?" he asked in his foreign English. "Yes, sir, they have been given to him." "3 letters?" "Yes, sir." "2 yesterday and 1 this morning?" "Yes, sir. They were all given to him." "And there is no answer? Was that Mr. Arden's message?" "Yes, sir. My master told me to tell you there was no answer." "And he declines to see me?" "Yes, sir." "Very good." He said very good with a face like a thundercloud. He lingered a little, brushing his hat with his coat cuff in an agitated manner, and looking about him angrily, first at one door and then at another, as if he hoped to see Uncle Ambrose appear at one of them. At last he turned on his heel abruptly and went out without another word. I suppose he is one of that great army of begging letter writers who assail both mother and Uncle Ambrose. I sometimes pity them, poor creatures, when I see the long, long letters, many of them so well written, consigned to the waste-paper basket, and perhaps some of those piteous letters may have a good deal of truth in them. It must seem to the shabby genteel poor that people who live in such a house as this, and drive out in a fine carriage with splendid horses, and have an army of servants, and all that modern civilization can give of pleasure and prettiness, it must seem as if they ought never to say no to the appeal of real want. And yet if the rich people always said yes, the fine house and the horses must go. I wonder if it is wicked to keep so much for ourselves, and give so little in proportion to what we keep. The half of my goods have I given to the poor, said the Pharisee. Well, it is wrong to be boastful, no doubt, but upon my word, that Pharisee had some justification for thinking well of himself. I don't think Mother and Uncle Ambrose give half their substance in charity, kind and generous as they both are. Did that foreign person tell you his name? I asked the butler as I went into the dining room. No, ma'am. And had he been here before today? Yes, ma'am. He called yesterday evening to inquire if there was any answer to his letters. He sent 2 letters by a commissionaire, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. What an importunate wretch the man must be! My blood runs cold at the thought that he may mean to tell my stepfather about having seen me walking alone in Church Street late at night. He might make up any story, and I should have no witness against him, for I do not know the name of my good middle-aged friend in the cab. If he dare to slander me, I must tell Uncle Ambrose the whole truth and brave it out. He will be shocked, no doubt, at the idea of my prowling about London secretly after dark, but he cannot refuse to forgive me when I tell him of the insurmountable impulse which took me to that fatal house. Cyril and I went to Hurlingham this afternoon with Mother, and saw a polo match, and then strolled about the lawn and looked at the river together, while Mother sat on the terrace in front of the house talking to her friends. It seems to me sometimes as if all the women in London must be her friends, she is so beset wherever we go. The public life, the constant movement, and perpetually changing faces do not suit me half so well as River Lawn and its placid insipidity. My books, my piano, an occasional single at tennis with Beatrice Reardon, my boat, my garden. Yes, I love Berkshire, and I believe I hate London. The day was lovely. Hurlingham was lovely. Cyril was full of the kindest attentions. And yet I was not happy. Apart from my uncomfortable apprehensions about the man called Duverdier, I felt as if something had gone wrong in my life. An afternoon that would have been perfect bliss a few weeks ago, before we went to Paris for instance, seemed flat, stale, and unprofitable. I looked at the river listlessly. I was not interested even in the gowns, some of which were extravagant enough to awaken the dead. "Does this remind you of the Adriatic?" Cyril asked me as we stood side by side upon the lawn that slopes to the river. "Not the least bit in the world. How can you compare this dirty London river with that delicious blue sea? You must be dreaming." "I am dreaming," he answered. "I am dreaming of the hour when you and I stood side by side, with our feet in the long grass that grows close to the sea on Torcello." I felt in just the wrong mood for sentiment. Every word he said jarred upon my nerves. "That's a very pretty speech, but I know you wish yourself among those horrid pigeon-shooters," I said flippantly. And fond as I am of pigeons, I felt that I would willingly sacrifice a few just to get rid of my companion. He looked offended, and then my conscience reproached me, and I said something civil, and then we walked up and down the lawn, and he talked as I suppose lovers do talk all over the world. It is not worth putting down in this midnight confidant of mine, though sometimes I scribble whole conversations just for the love of scribbling. Do all engaged girls get tired of their fiancés, I wonder? Is there always this feeling of weariness, this sense of the emptiness of life? Are all engagements as monotonous as mine? Cyril and I have been engaged less than 4 months, and yet I feel as if it were half a lifetime. I feel as if it were absurd in him to be sentimental or to say pretty things after such ages of courtship. Oh, I wish I loved him better, if it were only out of gratitude to Uncle Ambrose, who is so pleased at the idea of our union, and who has told me again and again how happy it makes him to know that Cyril's happiness is secured. Could I disappoint him? Could I be inconstant or capricious? Could I write myself down that worthless creature, a jilt, after all the father's goodness to me and all the son's affection? No, my fate is sealed. If the vows had been vowed at the altar, I could hardly be more bound than I am. Bound in honor. What bondage can be stronger? Uncle Ambrose is so good to me, but I have reproached him lately with neglecting my education, which seems a hard thing now when I am getting older, and, as I venture to think, worthier to be his pupil. I remember the pains he used to take with me, and the time he used to waste upon my exercises and compositions and resumes before I was in my teens. And now when I want his help he is generally too much occupied to give it. Or if he consents to spend an hour in my morning room hearing me read Dante or Virgil, I can see that his mind is no longer in the work. He used to give me such delightful explanations and illustrations over every page, so that to read a page of the Aeneid or the Divine Comedy with him was as good as a lecture upon classic or medieval history. He used to throw himself into the work with all his heart, talking of that old Florentine world as if he had lived in it and been intimate with all the people, flinging himself into vexed questions of politics or social life as if the argument were a thing of today, as if Dante had just left the city, as if Savonarola were still teaching and preaching. And then he used to take such interest in any little composition of mine, and would laugh so pleasantly at my ungrammatical construction, my bread-and-butter missishness. Now, when his life ought to be utterly happy, having won the wife of his heart, there is a cloud upon his spirits. He seems to have lost all zest for the books he once loved. Can it be that in his heart of hearts he knows my mother does not really love him, that she gave herself to him in the hope of making his life happy, of giving him some reward for years of quiet devotion on his part? Can it be that he knows, as well as I know, that her heart is buried in her first husband's grave? This is the only solution I can imagine for that shadow of trouble which hangs over his life, which makes all common pleasures a weariness to him, which makes him tire of everything, and turn restlessly from one frivolous amusement to another, as if in search of forgetfulness rather than of happiness. I asked him the other day why he had been so eager to set up an establishment in London and to plunge into the gay world. "I had two motives, Daisy," he said with his grave explanatory air, just like the Uncle Ambrose of my childhood. "The first was you. I thought it only right that in your dawn of womanhood you should taste all the pleasures which are supposed to be delightful to your age and sex. I did not want you to look back in the time to come and say to yourself, 'My stepfather cheated me out of the privileges of my position in life. He kept me mewed up in a country house when I ought to have been enjoying all the pleasures that society can offer to a rich man's daughter and heiress.' Had he been my own father he would have been more considerate. I did not want you to say that, Daisy, perhaps when I was dust." "Do you think I could ever have been so unjust or so ungrateful?" "It would have been only human to have regretted pleasures you have never known," he answered. "My secondary motive was purely selfish. I never lived till I made your mother my wife. I wanted to drink deep of the cup of life. I wanted all the pleasures and gladness that life could give me, even its most frivolous pleasures. I wanted to see what the great world was like, to hear my wife admired as a queen among women. I wanted to share the amusements which might interest her, to feel that our wedded life was one joyous holiday." He broke off with a sigh. The word joy sounded pure mockery from those pale lips. "Uncle Ambrose, I like you ever so much better as a scholar and a recluse than as a man of fashion," I cried in my impetuous way. Of course, it was just one of those things I ought not to have said, and I began to apologize. "I know how everybody admires you, and how anxious people are to see you," I said. "I hear them talking about you at parties, asking if you are really the Ambrose Arden who wrote Flesh or Spirit, and I hear them praising your noble head, and your placid expression, and quiet contemplative manner. You are distinguished from the herd in whatever society you may appear, but still, I like my Uncle Ambrose of the Berkshire Lanes better than the gentleman with whom mother and I tread the mill round of London parties." "You are right, Daisy. Fashionable society is not my métier. But I wanted to see what the gay world was like, and whether there was anything in the atmosphere of London drawing rooms that could make a man forget the bundle of doubts, regrets, and disappointments which we call self. I find no Lethe in Mayfair or Belgravia, Daisy. Self goes about with me from square to street, and from street to square." He rose with a troubled sigh, and began to pace the room. "You to talk of disappointments!" I cried reproachfully. "What a bad compliment to mother." "Daisy, you know as well as I do that to me your mother is simply the most adorable of women, and yet I am disappointed, and yet I am disheartened, for I thought this butterfly life of ours would please her, and I don't believe it does." "You should have left her in the home she loves," I answered. "She was as happy there as she ever could be anywhere, after the sorrow that clouded her life forever. You cannot expect such a cloud as that to pass away altogether. You cannot expect her ever to be just the same as other women in whose lives there has been no tragedy. You ought never to have brought her to live in London. Don't you know that to her and to me this great gay London, with all its wealth and brightness, and headlong hunt after pleasure, means only the city in which my father was murdered? We can never forget that one fact. To us, London must always be the most hateful place in the world." I was carried away by my feelings, and said a good deal more than I meant to say. "Does she feel that?" he asked, stopping in his pacing up and down, and looking at me fixedly. "I think she must," I answered. "I know I do." "We will go away in a week or two," he said hurriedly. "I will take you all to the lakes. It is just the season to enjoy those shadowy hills and cool waters." "We don't want the lakes. We want home and our own gardens and our own river," I said, angry at his caring for new places. "That is the only change mother and I care about." He sighed and was silent, and after a little more pacing to and fro he resumed his seat at my side, and took up Dante at the line where we had strayed away into conversation. This talk occurred the day before my pilgrimage to Denmark Street. "That odious man has forced himself into my stepfather's presence after ever so many repulses, and I am utterly mystified by his audacity and by my stepfather's reticence. Cyril and I were at the opera last night with mother. Mother had promised to show herself, if it were for only half an hour, at a reception at the Foreign Office, where she is likely to meet all the people she knows and does not care a straw about. So we dropped her in Whitehall, looking superb in pale grey brocade, lighted up with sapphires and diamonds, and with her beautiful throat rising out of a ruff of ostrich feathers, and then the carriage took us home, with instructions to go back for mother in half an hour. Uncle Ambrose had been complaining of headache all day, and was not well enough to go to either opera or party. The door was opened, and I was just going in when a man seemed to spring out of the darkness, pushed himself in front of Cyril, who was following me, and almost leapt into the house at my side. There were 2 men in the hall, but footmen are stupid, solemn creatures, trained to move slowly and to hold their chins in the air, and neither of those 2 powdered dolts had the sense to stop him. He walked straight to Uncle Ambrose's study at the back of the hall, opened the door, and went in. I waited breathlessly, expecting to see him flung out into the hall again in the next moment, but he shut the door behind him, and the door remained shut. Uncle Ambrose was evidently giving him an interview. Cyril was furious. "Do you know that fellow?" he asked the footman. "He have been here before, sir, asking for answers to his letters, 3 or 4, or I should say as much as 5 or 6 times within the week," one of the men stated solemnly, as if he had been in a witness box. "Do you know his name, or who and what he is?" "I do not, sir, leastways only that he's a foreigner." Cyril walked over to the door of the study, opened it, and went in. I waited with my heart beating violently, expecting to be called in and questioned about my adventure in Church Street. Cyril came back to the hall in a minute or 2. "My father seems to know the fellow, and wishes to hear his grievance, whatever it is," he told me with a vexed air. "I don't like the look of the man, and I told my father how he had pushed past me and rushed into the house. However, my father chooses to hear his story, and I can say nothing. Come up to the divan, Daisy. I don't want to be out of the way while that fellow is on the premises." The divan is a little room on the half flight, fitted up in Moresque style, and only divided from the landing by a partition, partly stained glass and partly carved sandalwood from Persia. It is a capital nook for gossip or flirtation, and when we have a party the divan is always in great request. It is lighted by an oriental lamp, which is in perfect harmony with the decoration, but which gives a very indifferent light. Cyril ordered strawberries and lemonade to be sent up to this retreat, and we sat there for half an hour, pretending to talk about the opera, but both of us obviously preoccupied and uncomfortable, and both of us listening for the opening of the study door below. I know we talked in hushed voices, and never withdrew our attention from what was going on downstairs. We could see the hall door through the open door of the divan at the end of the vista beyond the shallow flight of stairs. "I hate mysteries," Cyril said at last, in the midst of a languid debate about the merits and demerits of the new tenor. I got up, and Cyril and I went to the landing and stood there looking over the balustrade into the hall until the door opened and his father's voice called to the footman, "See that man out," whereupon the man opened the great hall door and the midnight visitor went out just a minute or so before the carriage stopped and my mother alighted. She came into the hall in her long white cloak with its downy ostrich trimming, such a lovely gracious figure, the gems in her rich brown hair flashing in the lamplight. Uncle Ambrose came out of his den to receive her. "Were you amused, dearest?" he asked. "Was it a pleasant party?" "It was a brilliant one at any rate," she answered. "I met all the people we know, and a few stars and foreign orders that I don't know. How white you look, Ambrose. You ought not to be up so late. What was the use of staying away from the opera and the reception, only to tire yourself at home?" "I have not been tiring myself except with a dull book by a clever man. What pains some clever men take to be dull, by the way. I have been resting as much as I can rest, dear. I am past that golden age when sleep comes at will." "But you had a late visitor. Who was the man who went out of the house just before I arrived?" "An old acquaintance. That is to say, a bookbinder who worked for me years ago, who has the common complaint of old acquaintances — impecuniousness." "And you helped him, of course?" "I heard his story, and have promised to consider it." "But if he is in immediate want?" "My dearest, I have no opinion of the man's character, and I am doubtful whether I ought to believe his story. He forced an entrance into this house in an unwarrantable manner, and it would have served him right had I sent for a policeman and given him in charge. However, he pleads sore distress as an excuse for his audacity, and I let him tell me his story. I shall do nothing for him unless I get some confirmation of his statement from a respectable quarter." Cyril and I were leaning over the balustrade, straining our ears to listen. A bookbinder? That impertinent wretch is a bookbinder? And what a tissue of falsehoods his story of distress must be, when I saw him reeling out of a restaurant with his boon companions less than a week ago. I suppose the wretch has said nothing about his meeting with me. He may not have associated the name of Hatrell with his old employer, Mr. Arden; and yet a man of that kind, hanging about the house as he has done, would be likely to find out all about us. He passed close to me as he pushed his way into the hall; but it is just possible he did not recognize me in my very different style of dress. There was nothing in my stepfather's manner to indicate agitation or irritation of any kind. I never heard his melodious voice calmer, or his accents more measured, than when he explained the midnight visit to my mother in the hall. "The mountain has brought forth a mouse," said Cyril gaily. Mother came upstairs in the next minute, so I wished Cyril good night, and went up to her dressing room with her to hear all about the party, while her maid took off her jewels and finery. July 15th. We are at home once more, in the dear old rooms and in the lovely old garden, and I feel almost as if my 16th birthday were still a grand event in the future, feel almost as young as I felt in the old childish days before mother's marriage, and our Italian travels, and our London gaieties, and all the experiences that have made me a woman of the world. I feel almost as I felt at 16, almost, but not quite, as happy as I felt then. There is no use in keeping a diary unless one is sternly truthful, and stern truth compels me to acknowledge to this book that I am not so happy as I was before mother's marriage and my own engagement to Cyril. In those old days I was as free as air, free to think and to dream, and to shape the many-colored visions of my future life out of those idle dreams. Now my future is all mapped out for me, and my life has a master who will dictate all things. He is good, he is devoted, he is all that a fiancé should be, but still he is my master. There can be no doubt of that. My duty as his plighted wife involves confidence and obedience. I am bound to confide in him. I am bound to obey him. Oh, I wish I loved him better. I wish I could feel as mother did when she was 19 years of age and engaged to my father. She has talked to me often of her thoughts and feelings at that time, how it seemed to her as if all this life of ours, and all this world we live in, began and ended in Robert Hatrell. I have never felt like that. Never, never, never. What a perverse wretch I must be! How persistently all my thoughts and fancies drift into the wrong channel! Only this morning, walking alone on the terrace, where I made tea for Mr. Florestan, the fancy flashed into my mind that on that particular afternoon I was happier than I had ever been in my life. What an idle notion, as idle and capricious as any of the fancies of my childhood, when I used to give myself up to daydreams, and lie upon the freshly cut grass in haymaking time, and think of all the people I loved most in history, and dream that I was walking in the woods beyond Lamford with Charles I and Henrietta Maria, and that I was destined somehow to come between the king and his enemies, yes, to save him from the scaffold, to help him in his escape, like Flora Macdonald with the Young Pretender. Charles Edward was not romantic enough for me. Alas, I knew that he grew fat and took to drinking in his old age. History is so brutal. Charles I was my hero. I forgot all his shiftiness and double-dealing, his selfish sense of his own importance, his cowardly abandonment of Strafford. I forgot everything except that his head was very beautiful, as Van Dyck painted it, and that Bradshaw and his crew cut it off. Foolish, foolish Alice in Wonderland fancies! Every girl of 11 or 12 has her Wonderland, and if she has been crammed with history, it is not of birds and beasts that she dreams, but of Joan of Arc and her martyrdom at Rouen, or of Henry I, Bourbon King, murdered in the quaint old streets of medieval Paris, or of Mary of Scotland, or Marie Antoinette and the young Dauphin, who suffered the most cruel reverse of fortune that ever prince endured, and who died mysteriously, done to death in the wicked old prison. My earliest dreams were of heroes and martyrs, my chosen favourites in the world of the dim romantic past. Then came more egotistical daydreams, visions of the life that I was to lead, and the wonderful things I was to do when I grew up. When I grew up, oh phrase of marvellous meaning! Wealth, wisdom, power unlimited were to come to me as a matter of course, when I had grown up. I was to be very beautiful, lovelier than anyone else. There would be no good in a commonplace everyday beauty. I must be beautiful exceedingly, an advantage which would not be without its drawbacks, as I should have on an average to reject a suitor a day. Beauty has its duties as well as its rights, the duty of crushing presumptuous pretenders to its favour. Vainest, idlest visions! I am blushing, dear diary, at the mere recollection of my absurdity. But I am happy to say this kind of daydream only lasted as long as the novelty of being in my teens, and the first keen delight of wearing a gold watch which mother gave me on my 13th birthday. Later visions were of philanthropic revolutions. I was to be the guardian angel of a great district in the poorest part of London. I saw myself walking in streets and alleys where the police hardly dared to enter. I saw myself visiting the hospitals, carrying good tidings to the dying. My heart swelled at the thought of the good I would do when I grew up, if mother would only let me do just as I liked and spend my money how I liked. Some foolish, chattering maidservant had told me that I should be rich, that I should have my own independent fortune when I grew up. There were other castles in the air that indicate a substratum of inordinate vanity under all my girlish shyness. I could not take up an art without dreaming that I was going to excel in it. If I got on fairly well with my practice of Mozart's sonatas, I fancied that I was going to work on until I became a second Schumann or Essipoff. If I just managed to paint a little water-coloured sketch of the river or the village, the gable end of a cottage and a bit of garden, a backwater under the willows, I saw before my eager footsteps a long bright road leading to a dazzling temple, where Fame sat ready with garlands and trumpets and gold medals, ready to pronounce me second only to Millet for figure and landscape. Idle, idle dreams! They have all fled long ago, fled into the limbo of childish things, gone to the great rubbish heap where some of my dearest dolls are rotting. I hope and believe that I am cured of silly vanities, and that I am a fairly sensible young woman, quite aware of the difference of my dream nose, a perfect Grecian, and my real nose, a very tolerable retroussé, quite aware that a complexion powdered with freckles every summer can hardly be called alabaster. My dream self had a distinctly alabaster complexion. In a word, I am aware of all my shortcomings, mental and physical, and am reconciled to them. All I ask in life is to live always with, or very near, mother, to be happy, and the cause of happiness in others. Is that too much to ask, I wonder, in a world so full of suffering? I fear it is. If one had newly alighted upon this earth in some tropical valley, or by some Italian lake, one would suppose it a world made only for bliss. Who would suspect earthquakes, or disastrous tempests, floods, disease, and famine, poisonous serpents and savage tigers upon so fair a planet? Who would ever guess, new to the scene, that the majority of mankind are full of trouble as the sparks fly upward? No, there was never a more idle thought than that of mine which dwelt so obstinately upon the 1/2 hour I spent with Mr. Florestan, tete-a-tete upon the terrace. I don't believe it was more than 20 minutes. I know I made myself excessively disagreeable in order that he should not stay too long. I was seized with an attack of prudishness, I'm afraid, for after all it could not have been very bad manners to give a visitor a cup of tea in my mother's absence. Fountainhead is empty now. I hear the plashing of the fountain when I walk in the shrubbery that joins his shrubbery. The trees were planted the autumn after my father's death, when mother was just well enough to be wheeled about in her bath chair to watch the planting. I can see her face now as it looked then, pale as marble and without a smile. The trees have grown ever so big, chestnuts red and white, acacias, mountain ash and copper beech, conifers of every kind, tremulous birches, silvery white in sunshine or moonlight. It is a delightful shrubbery, arranged in careless seeming curves, and with labyrinthine paths, and here and there a rustic bench, and in one deep wooded nook a rustic summer house. At a season like this, when the glare on the terrace is almost too much to be endured, even by a sun-worshipper like me, I bring my books and my work to this summer house. I am writing in it now, and the dogs find me, and we make ourselves at home here, aloof from all the world. There is no sound but the plash of Mr. Florestan's fountain, and the song of the thrushes which revel in this shrubbery. The nightingales are gone already. How soon the glory of summer dwindles away! It must be horribly warm in Paris at this season, and I read in the papers that the city is given over to summer tourists. Yet I suppose Mr. Florestan prefers Paris to Berkshire. In all probability he has gone off with the rest of the great world and is taking the waters of Vichy or Roya, or away in that wonderful mountain region in the Pyrenees, where healing and beauty go hand in hand. Wherever he may be, I am glad we are here. Uncle Ambrose pleaded hard for the English lakes. He had all but taken a house at Grasmere. But mother and I both wanted to come home, and we are at home, and we ought to be happy. I wish Uncle Ambrose were happier. It grieves me to see that the desire of his heart has not brought him happiness. Mother is so attentive to him, so full of tenderness and forethought, but I know it is not love that she gives him, and his heart hungers for love. I pity them both. Yes, it is just that. The one thing wanting. It is the little rift within the lute. Oh, diary of mine, it is an evil thing to marry without love. The more I think of mother and her second husband, and the more I think of Cyril and myself, the more I feel that it is an evil thing. It is an unmitigated evil to marry a man to whom one cannot give one's whole heart. I pray God every morning and every night that I may grow fonder of Cyril, that I may learn to adore him between now and our wedding day. An engaged girl once told me that she did not care a straw for her fiancé when she accepted him. She only thought that it would be nice to be married and have a house of her own, and she had visions of her trousseau, and her mother had promised to give her half her diamonds when she married, all sorts of selfish considerations. But by the time she had been engaged 3 months, she felt that she could beg her bread barefoot through the world with the man who was to be her husband. That was her way of putting it. Cyril is clever, generous-minded, good-looking. He is a fine tennis player. He sculls splendidly. A girl ought to find it easy to adore him. What can I want in a lover if I am not satisfied with him? Do I expect to marry a demigod? End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Daisy's Diary. When I was a child, and even last summer, I used to think a July day could not be too long, provided, of course, that July behaved as July, and one could bask in the sunshine on the lawn or on the river, and cool oneself in the shade of willows in mysterious backwaters, where the sedges are full of bloom and the lilies lie in a tangle of loveliness, lifting their milk-white cups to the warm blue sky. This year I find I am growing old, and that we can have too much even of July, a monotony of loveliness that preys upon one's spirits, a perpetual sunshine that irritates one's nerves. I have only lately discovered what it is to have nerves, and since I made that discovery I seem to have nothing but nerves. Mother asked me yesterday what had become of my sweet temper. She hardly recognized her daughter of a year ago in the fretful young person of today. Was I ever sweet-tempered? I asked myself wonderingly. I know I am very unamiable now. I was snappish to my dear old Broomfield this very morning. I snatched my white frock out of her hand while she stood shilly-shallying and prosing about it in her dear old rambling way, debating whether it was or was not fresh enough for me to wear. "What does it matter?" I cried impatiently. "There is nobody to see my frock." "Nobody, Miss Daisy, when Mr. Cyril is marching up and down by the boat-house at this very moment waiting for you. Cyril is nobody. A fiancé doesn't count," said I. "Don't he, miss? It was different in my time. A young woman always took pains with herself when she had someone to walk out with." "And you used to walk out with all sorts of people, I believe, you dear old flirt," said I, for one of my earliest memories is of Broomfield's long stories about soldiers and shop boys who paraded the London parks with her in her previous services. "I always had admirers, Miss Daisy, but I knew how to keep them at arm's length," she answered with dignity. "A young person in service in London must have a well-behaved young man to walk out with, or she would never get a breath of fresh air." "Oh, you cruel Broomfield, to think of the shoe leather your victims must have worn out, you meaning nothing all the time." "Lor, miss, they're used to it, and it only serves them right," said Broomfield. "They're all as artful as they're high, and they've always an eye to a young woman's post-office savings bank book." I encouraged the dear old thing to prattle in this fashion while she fastened my white cambric frock, and I forgot poor Cyril, who had been loafing about for the last hour waiting for me. I am afraid I am getting tired of the Thames. I am afraid I am developing an inconsistent, capricious character. How odd it is that one may go on adoring a place for years, and then weary of it suddenly in 1 week of blazing July sunshine. I hope it is only a temporary weariness caused by the hot weather. Fountainhead shows its usual dismal aspect of closed shutters and blinds drawn down. Mr. Florestan came in a meteor-like manner at the beginning of last week, took tea with Mother on Tuesday afternoon, while I was miles and miles up the river with Cyril, yawning myself to death over a silly novel while he threw his fly for trout, and seemed to do nothing but entangle his line in the willows. When I went down to dinner that evening, Mother informed me that Mr. Florestan had done me the honour to inquire about my health, as if I were ever ill, and furthermore that he was to leave Fountainhead early next morning on his way to Scotland, where he was to spend the whole of August and September. I felt inclined to hate Scotland. "How will Paris get on without him? I'm afraid there'll be a revolution, or at least an émeute," I remarked flippantly. I have noticed in myself lately that when I feel as if my heart were made of lead I am always inclined to be flippant. Why should my heart be heavy? Why, oh why? Cyril is so frank, so clever in his own bright, boyish way, so altogether what a young man ought to be, and yet I am not satisfied. There is a terrible sense of failure and a life gone wrong always gnawing at my heart. Mother began to talk to me yesterday about my trousseau, but I begged her not to mention the odious thing for ages. My drawers and armoires and hanging closets are stuffed with clothes of all kinds, and how can I want more? True that I never seem to have the right kind of gown to wear upon any given occasion, but I believe that is a peculiarity of all wardrobes, and I dare say if I had the most magnificent trousseau, I should find before my honeymoon was over that I must refuse really tempting invitations for want of appropriate raiment. All this is idle beating about the bush of my discontent. I am engaged to be married, and I shrink with actual aversion from the mere thought of the future life I have pledged myself to lead. I like my lover with a very cordial liking, and I am happy and at ease in his company so long as he does not remind me that he is my lover and that he expects very soon to be my husband. When he does remind me of that odious fact I almost hate him, just as I hate the July weather and the river and the gardens and myself most of all. Oh, it is such a dreadful thing to know oneself beloved by a good and true heart like Cyril's, and not be able to give one's whole heart in return. If it were not for this stupid old diary, I believe I should go out of my mind. It eases my heart a little to scribble about my thoughts and feelings. I could not talk even to my dear mother as I can talk to this book. I wonder Mr. Florestan did not stay one day longer at Fountainhead, just to see us all again, and to tell us the latest news of Paris. Poor mother has anxieties of her own, and it would be cruel to plague her with mine, even if I could bring myself to confess all my troubled thoughts to her, which I am sure I could not. She is anxious about Uncle Ambrose, and I don't wonder. He is in very bad health, and I fear that his mental health is in question, and that seems more hopeless and more full of alarm for the future than any bodily ailment. He came back to Riverlawn reluctantly, and I have seen him change for the worse day by day since we came here. He spends all his studious hours in the old cottage, sitting in the library where he has all his choicest books, and where he did so much good work in past years. But even in his studious hours he is restless, and comes back to this house every now and then in a capricious, purposeless way, just to say a few words to mother, or to wander about the garden for a few minutes, and to stand looking dreamily at the river, as if he had had some motive for leaving his books and coming across the road, and had forgotten it on the way. He will not admit that he is ill, nor will he consent to consult a physician, though mother has urged him to see any one of the great men in whom everybody believes. He declares that he has never in his life consulted a doctor on his own account, and that he is too old to begin. I remember a sleek, white-haired gentleman with gold-rimmed spectacles, who felt my pulse and looked at my tongue every day for a fortnight, when I had the measles, he said, and who dosed me with nauseous medicine 3 times a day, and with nightly powders. He gave me a poor opinion of the faculty which I have never been able to outlive. It is all very well for him to make light of his ailments, and to refuse all advice, but I know he is ill, and very ill. He has a nervous irritability at times, which makes him altogether unlike the Uncle Ambrose of old, and something happened the other day which makes me fear that his nerves are in a worse condition than even mother suspects, anxious though she is about him. I was dawdling in the hall after playing tennis all the morning with Cyril, who really is quite the finest player I know. I was examining my racket before I put it in the stand, and was almost hidden by one of the oak pillars which stood between me and the library door. The garden door opened while I was standing there, and Uncle Ambrose came into the hall, looking white and weary, as he so often looks now. He opened the door of my father's old study, expecting to find my mother there. "Clara," he said as he opened the door. She was not there, and the room was empty. He stood upon the threshold, motionless for some moments. The time seemed longer to me as I watched him standing there, rigid as a stone figure, staring into the empty room. Then he gave a groan of agony, staggered back into the hall, and sank into a chair, and sat there languid almost to fainting, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. I could see his hand tremble as he drew his handkerchief out of his coat pocket. I came from behind the pillar and ran to him. He gave a cry at sight of me, just as if I had been a ghost. I offered to get him some brandy, but he said there was no occasion. There was nothing the matter with him except a passing faintness, which had come over him as he opened the library door. "Don't tell your mother," he said. "It would only alarm her causelessly." "But she ought to know," I told him. "Indeed, Uncle Ambrose, you must consult some clever physician. You must not go on any longer like this." "Well, child, I will consult a physician, if my submission upon that point will make you and your mother any happier, although I can tell you beforehand that no doctor in London, not the whole College of Physicians, can do any good for me. The evil I suffer from is purely nervous, and no doctor has yet fathomed the mystery of the nerves, any more than any theologian has fathomed the mystery of the worlds that lie behind this life or in front of it." I took his hand in mine, and found it as cold as ice, and the perspiration kept starting out afresh upon his forehead. His whole being seemed convulsed and shattered. I had heard of catalepsy, and I could but think that he was in a cataleptic state during those minutes in which he stood on the threshold of the library. "If you will promise to go up to London to-morrow with mother to see a doctor, I will not tell her anything about this attack to-day," I said. "But if you refuse, I must tell her." "Haven't I said that I will do anything to please you and your mother, Daisy?" He kept his word, and mother and he went off to Cavendish Square, and my cousins from Harley Street came down for a long day at tennis. I can only say that it was a long day. The interval between lunch and tea was a Pacific Ocean of time. I thought the blessed break of afternoon tea would never come, but the tea kettle appeared at last, and mother and her husband came home soon after. She knew I was almost as anxious as herself, and she told me all the doctor had said. It did not seem to amount to much, but no doubt it was comforting. All the wisdom of Cavendish Square might be summed up under 3 heads: a judicious diet, as per half-page of notepaper filled with a great man's writing; less intellectual work; and bromide of potassium. The diet was the most important point, according to the physician, and I suppose he was right, and that an injudicious helping of Aylesbury duck may have been the cause of that strange seizure at the door of my father's old den. Cyril took his father's illness rather lightly. I told him of the attack, though I said not one word about it to mother. "My father is paying the penalty of having no fixed purpose or pursuit in life. He is suffering from too much money and too much metaphysics. He has a brain capable of better work than he has ever done, and he is beginning to suffer from wasted energies." "But he has written books that have made their mark in the most intellectual circles," said I. "Yes, and therefore books that the British public don't care 2 pence about; books that interrogate everything and solve nothing; books that leave us not one hair's breadth farther advanced towards the comprehension of the 3 great mysteries of matter, life, and mind than Aristotle and Plato left us 350 years before the birth of Christ." "Some of the reviews said that your father's book marked a new era in philosophy," said I. "My dear Daisy, philosophy is like the sea. The waves rise and fall and change their forms every hour, but the shore is always at exactly the same distance from mid-ocean." I felt that it seemed hard upon Uncle Ambrose that the son should make so light of the labours of the father's lifetime. "Oh, I am wicked, desperately wicked, steeped to the lips in falsehood and dishonour. He is too honourable a man to have insisted upon speaking had I been firm. But the crisis of my life came upon me suddenly, and I behaved as impulsively and unwisely and abominably as the most uneducated schoolgirl could have behaved. I encouraged the avowal which I ought to have prevented. I longed so to hear all he had to say. I wanted so much to know the secret of his heart, though that heart could never be mine." Gilbert Florestan had not gone to Scotland after all. When I awoke yesterday morning I thought of him far away in Argyllshire. I pictured the barren heathery hills, purple and palest green under the baking July sky, as Flora and Dora, who go everywhere, have often described them to me, and I thought how much nicer those wild hills above the Kyles of Butte must be than our pretty little toy shop river with its willowy eyots, which look as if one could hold them in the hollow of one's hand. I felt such a longing for Scotland yesterday morning, almost as if I were homesick for a country I had never seen. I began to think I must have a Scottish ancestor hidden in some corner of the family tree. All our fancies and vagaries are put down to heredity nowadays, and certainly yesterday morning I felt Scotch blood seething and bubbling in my veins. But he was not in Scotland. Mother had misunderstood him about the date of his journey, or else he had changed his mind. At any rate, he had only gone to London to see about guns and fishing tackle for the autumn; and there he was yesterday morning at 11 o'clock, coming suddenly between me and the light as I sat reading alone in the summer house in the shrubbery. Cyril had left us by an early train for a 2 days' visit to a manor house near Guildford, in religious observance of one of those college friendships which young men esteem so highly. His friend had telegraphed to him urgently, "Come," and he went, having carefully ascertained first that I did not mind. How I wish I had minded more! I felt a sense of relief when I saw him drive away from the gate, and yet I was dull without him. I missed his cheerful society, which generally makes thought impossible, and I sat thinking deeply in the stillness of the shrubbery, where there were no birds singing any more, it seemed. I had books, work, a little sketch block, and colour box, ample means for employment or amusement; and yet I sat idly thinking, idly dreaming, and picturing a life that was not the life I had pledged myself to lead. In the midst of these vain and foolish dreams he whose image had mixed itself with all of them stood suddenly before me. I looked up and saw him standing there, mute and serious. My guilty conscience sent the blood up to my face in a great wave of crimson. I could not speak, nor I think could he just at first. "I thought you were in Scotland," I said at last, and I really felt as if I had achieved a brilliant remark. He explained, and the sound of our voices having made us both just a little more at our ease, he sat down in the only empty chair, and took up my books one by one and looked at their titles. "How learned you are!" he said. "Cousin Spinoza, read. I did not think that little girls troubled their curly heads about philosophy." "I am not a little girl," I answered, huffed at this impertinence, "and philosophy is my Uncle Ambrose's favourite subject. He taught me all I know, and I like to read the subjects that interest him." "Have you read much this morning?" he asked, looking me straight in the face with a cruelly deliberate scrutiny. Again the hot blood rushed up to cheeks and brow, and I felt that he must know by my wretched blushes that I had not read a word, that I had just given over my heart and my mind to foolish thoughts of him, profitless thoughts of what might have been if I had not engaged myself to Cyril that day at Torcello, and if he, Gilbert Florestan, had happened to care just a little for me. Could any daydreams be wilder or more unbecoming a girl with the slightest notion of self-respect? I felt that I had degraded myself by my own folly, and that I was hardly worthy to live. "Have you read much this morning?" he asked again, provokingly persistent. "Not very much." "If you were like me, you would not have read half a dozen consecutive lines. I have not been able to read properly for many weeks. An image comes dancing along the printed lines and dazzles me, like that spectrum of the sun we see upon the page of a book after we have looked at the sun himself. I have been no good for intellectual work for ever so long, Miss Hatrell." It was a relief when he called me Miss Hatrell, for I had been trembling lest he should call me Daisy. It was a relief to find him properly ceremonious, but I did not know how brief the respite was to be, and how soon he was going to shatter the citadel of my self-respect. He looked at all the books again, rearranged them methodically on the table, took up my sketch block, and looked critically at the half-finished sketch of a group of sycamores by the bend in the opposite shore. I don't suppose he recognized them, though he must have known the originals from his boyhood. I took my little bit of embroidery out of my basket. It was one of my numerous beginnings in a new style of work which don't often go beyond the preliminary stage. I threaded my needle carefully, with silk of the wrong colour, and began a bit of a scroll. Every stitch had to come out when I took up my work again this morning. I seem to have been colour blind yesterday. "Miss Hatrell," he said at last, "when is this marriage to be?" I concluded that he must mean my marriage, though he put his question rather vaguely. "I don't know. There is no date fixed yet. Not for ages, perhaps." "Ages in a young lady's vocabulary generally mean weeks. There is no date fixed. But the marriage is fixed, I suppose. There is no doubt as to that?" "No," I answered resolutely. "There is no doubt. There never has been any doubt. There is no room for doubt." "You have never felt the slightest inclination to withdraw your promise? Such things have been done, you know, and in all honour. Better to discover now than later that your heart is not wholly given to your fiancé. Better for you, happier for him. It is not an honourable act to marry a man you do not love, only because you have promised rashly." "I have promised, and I mean to keep my word," I answered, still resolute. And now the crimson flush, the fiery heat of that fierce shame had cooled, and I could feel from the faint sickness of my sinking heart that I must have turned deadly pale. "I have many reasons for being true to my promise which you cannot know, motives of gratitude, motives of affection. I am not romantically in love with my fiancé. I don't think there are many romantic marriages in our day. Girls have grown more sensible. They no longer take their ideas of life from Byron and Moore." I knew that I was rattling on in a most ridiculous way, but I felt constrained to talk. It was my only means of hiding my confusion, a kind of cuttlefish vivacity by which I hoped to obscure my thoughts in a cloud of words. Mr. Florestan leant his arms upon the table where my books and work were scattered, and watched my face earnestly while I spoke, as if he was reading the thoughts behind all my foolish babble. "You are not romantically in love with your futur," he repeated slowly, "but you have promised to be his wife, and you mean to keep your promise. You are perfectly contented with your lot? I think that is the gist of what you have just said to me, Miss Hatrell. That is what you mean." "Yes," I answered stiffly, "that is what I mean." "Then I can only ask you to pardon my impertinent questioning, and wish you good bye," he said, rising slowly and taking his hat, which he had put upon the bench beside him. "I shall go to Scotland to-night." He held out his hand, and I gave him mine without a word. I wonder which was the colder. I thought of Mrs. Browning's simile of "a little stone in a running stream." Ah, if my hand could have lain in the hollow of his comfortably, as his possession, with what wild happiness this heart would have beaten! We parted so, with a most admirable gravity. Sir Charles Grandison and Miss Byron could not have behaved any better in a similar situation. And then, all at once, as I heard his footstep grinding the gravel, Satan got hold of me, and I ran after him. I did more than run, I flew. He was walking very fast, and I only caught him within a few paces of the gate which opens out of the shrubbery into the lane close to his own grounds. "Mr. Florestan!" I gasped, too breathless to say more. He turned and faced me, still with that Grandisonian gravity. "I hope you are not angry with me?" I said inanely. "Angry? What right have I to be angry?" returned he. "I ventured perhaps over boldly to ask a question. You have answered it frankly, and there's an end. Whatever hope led me to you this morning is a hope that has vanished. Nothing less than the knowledge that you are unhappy in your engagement to Mr. Arden would justify me in telling you what I might tell if honour would allow. Oh, Daisy, Daisy!" he cried, clasping my hands, and changing in one instant from Sir Charles Grandison to the most animated and impassioned of men, "why do you tempt me to say what were better unsaid, if you have really made up your mind? Don't trifle with me. Don't fool me. Oh, I think I understand you. I know what women are, even the best of them. You are going to marry Cyril Arden, but you would like, just for sport, to know how hard hit I am. Very hard hit, Daisy. The arrow has gone home to its mark, and it is a poisoned dart that will leave its venom in the wound for many and many a year. Is it not a pleasure, my sweet one, to know that in making one man happy you will make another man miserable?" "No, it is not a pleasure, and I am utterly wretched," I said, and as the tears were rolling down my cheeks he could not help believing me. He took me in his arms, and held me to his heart, and kissed my forehead and my hair, kissed me, Cyril's promised wife, and I led him out of sheer misery. I was too completely broken down with woe to make a good fight for honour. "Dear love, break this foolish engagement. Scatter your precipitate vows to the winds. It will be better for everybody. For Arden, whom you don't care about, for me who adore you, and even for your sweet, sweet self, whose heart beats throb for throb with mine, like the rival engines which will be racing to Scotland through the summer night, one of them carrying me away from you." I had recovered my senses by this time, and wrenched myself from his arms. "How cruel of you to take such advantage of my helplessness," I said, trying to smooth down the fluffy curls upon my poor ill-used forehead. "Sir Charles wouldn't have done such a thing." "Sir Charles?" he echoed, doubtless thinking me mad. "I am very sorry that I was so foolish as to follow you," I said. "There was really no reason for my doing such an absurd thing. Only I wished to part friends." "That means you are obdurate to both your victims. You will marry Arden, not caring a straw for him, and you will break my heart, caring perhaps just a little more than a straw for me." "You are very impertinent for making such a suggestion," I said, with all the hauteur I could summon to my voice and countenance, "and it is very difficult for a girl of my disposition to summon any." The fairy who ought to have supplied me with feminine dignity and proper self-respect must certainly have taken offence at my christening, for I feel myself lamentably deficient in those qualities, and I really think the want of them is worse than a spindle through one's hand. Worse than a spindle. Worse than an after-dinner nap of a century. What if I were to sleep for 100 years, and Gilbert Florestan were to wake me, in that new world which is the old? Ah, why have we no fairies now? Why has life no sweet surprises? Why has everything in my life gone wrong?" He did not notice my reproach. "Is there no hope, Daisy?" he asked, pronouncing my name as if he had never been accustomed to address me by any other. "I have told you that I mean to be true to my promise," I said. "I am ashamed of myself for having given you the idea that I could possibly waver. Goodbye once more, and a pleasant journey to Argyllshire." I did not offer to shake hands with him again. It would have seemed absurd after his terrible conduct 3 minutes before. I turned and ran back to the arbour as fast as ever I could go, and I opened the driest and most pessimistic of the books upon my table, and read and read and read for an hour and a half, till mother came to look for me and to tell me that the luncheon gong had sounded ever so long ago. I shut my book with a bang, and went meekly back to the house with the dear mother, and I had not the least bit of notion what I had been reading, except like Hamlet's book that it was words, words, words. I hated myself as I had never hated myself before, though I have been ever keenly alive to my own hatefulness, to my hideous propensity for doing or saying the wrong thing on every possible occasion. Today self-scorn was sharp as an acute bodily pain, as a raging toothache, for instance, or a gnawing rheumatism. Why had I so betrayed myself? Why had I gone out of my way to let him see that I love him, and that my fidelity to Cyril is only maintained by a struggle? That while I was dismissing him and his love as a hopeless case, I was ready to throw myself into his arms and say, "Let us go to Scotland together. Let us be married by the blacksmith at Gretna Green, if there is any such person as the blacksmith, or any such place as Gretna Green left for true lovers in this unromantic age." I felt that he could never more have a good or proper opinion of me. I felt that if he had had a sister turn out like me he would have considered her a disgrace to the family. I was more completely miserable than I had ever been since those weary days at Westgate-on-Sea, when the misery of my father's death was a new thing, and when I was parted from my mother. A kind of helplessness and a dull aching sense of degradation had taken hold of me, and the worst of all was that for the first time in my life I dared not confide in my mother. We sat opposite each other at the luncheon table, neither of us caring to eat, she low-spirited about my stepfather who was buried in his book-room over at the cottage, I dumb and despairing. When the silence was at last broken, it was that dear mother of mine who broke it in just the way which of all others jarred upon my irritated nerves. "Daisy," she said, "it is absolutely necessary to arrive at some definite idea about your marriage. Cyril has been pleading with me very earnestly, poor fellow. He is tired of his solitary existence in chambers, tired of bachelor amusements. He is devotedly attached to you, and he wants to begin his domestic life." And then she went on in her sweet tender way, which brought the tears into my eyes, to remind me that though very young, I am no younger than she was when she cast in her lot with my father, and to tell me again, as she has so often told me, how completely happy her wedded life was. The more she said about that perfect union, the more miserable I felt, until at last the tears rolled down my cheeks, and my handkerchief became a mere wet rag, and I felt that if I was like any bride at all it was the mourning bride in somebody's play, of whom all I know is that her existence gave occasion for a much-quoted line about music, and an overpraised descriptive passage about a temple. "Do you think you could make up your mind to be married in the autumn, Daisy?" Mother asked at last. I believe she took my tears to be only the expression of a general soft-heartedness. There are some girls whose eyes brim over at a tender word, and not as indicative of sorrow, for she asked the question quite cheerfully. "Which autumn?" inquired I. "This coming autumn, naturally." "Why, mother, that would be directly." "No, dearest, we are still in July. Suppose we were to fix upon October for the wedding. That would give us 3 months for your trousseau. All other things are ready. your charming rooms in Grosvenor Square, and at least half this house. Your stepfather and I will be overhoused even then, especially as Ambrose does not love this place, and would like to travel during some part of every year." "Yes, there is room enough for us all," I said, "and as for the trousseau, I don't care a straw about it. You have dressed me so well all my life that I never hunger for new clothes. It is only the badly dressed girls who are eager for wedding finery." "Leave the trousseau to me then, Daisy," said mother, "and I will take care that it is worthy of the dearest girl in the world. I may tell Cyril that he shall begin his new life before the end of October, may I not?" "Tell him just what you like, mother," I answered with a heart as heavy as lead. "You must be the best judge of what is right." I left her a few minutes afterwards to go back to the garden. I felt a restlessness which made it impossible for me to stay in the house, a perpetual fever and worry which seemed a part of the heavy burden that weighed on my spirits. And, oh, I had been so happy in that very garden only a year ago. I want to do what is right. If I made a mistake about my own feelings at Torcello, it is not right that another should suffer from my thoughtlessness and folly. I gave my promise far too lightly. It never occurred to me how solemn a thing it is to pledge one's love for a lifetime. I was rather pleased to be engaged, to have Cyril for my own property, and whenever doubtings or questionings arose in my mind, I told myself that as time went on and we grew older, I should grow more and more attached to him, being really very fond of him in a sisterly kind of way to begin with. Only when we were leaving Paris did I discover how dreadfully I had misread my own heart, for then only did I know what love, such love as mother felt for her sweetheart, really means. It was just in one moment, in that parting at the station, that the dreadful truth flashed upon me. Oh, the heartache of parting, the look in his eyes which seemed to plead for pity, to urge me to be brave, and cast off the pretense of love and own boldly to the reality. He was not openly dishonourable. He waited for me to break my bonds. He could not know how strongly I was bound in gratitude and family love as well as in honour to Cyril. Nobody except mother and I can ever know how much I owe to Uncle Ambrose. No, there is no possibility of revoking my promise, and Cyril is all that is good and true, and I dare say my life will be very happy with him. I have but to forget those 2 short weeks in Paris, and that one tete-a-tete cup of tea, and this morning in the arbour, and his face when he left me. Not much surely to forget, seeing how much women do forget nowadays, seeing how quickly mothers forget their lost children, and sons and daughters their parents, and the most sorrowful widows the husbands they once adored. Forgetfulness must be easier than it seems to one while the pangs of memory are still acute. I went back to the house, too restless to stay long anywhere, and on my way to the hall door I was startled by a most hateful apparition in the person of that odious Frenchman who attacked me in Church Street, and who seems to have interwoven himself into our lives by his persistent appeals to my stepfather's charity. I know how kind Uncle Ambrose is, and yet I should have given him credit for more firmness of man to allow himself to be hunted down by a needy impostor of this kind. The man was coming from the gate towards the hall door when we met face to face, and he looked considerably abashed at encountering me. "Ah, you may well feel ashamed of yourself," I said indignantly. "Yes, I am the lady you had the audacity to waylay in the street when you were tipsy." "You are Miss Hatrell," he faltered, looking an absolute craven. "Yes, I am Miss Hatrell. What do you want at my mother's house?" "I want to see my employer. Your stepfather." He said those 2 words, my employer, in a most detestable manner, implying contempt for the man for whom he had worked and by whom he had no doubt been liberally paid. "Mr. Arden is over the way at his cottage," I said. "You can go to him there if you like. You will not be admitted into my mother's house." He looked at me from head to foot with a very insolent expression, but as his eyes met mine his countenance changed suddenly, and there was more of fear than of insolence in his look. His olive complexion changed to a greyish pallor, and he turned on his heel abruptly, muttering something which I did not hear. He walked quickly back to the gate and went out, and the shrug of his shoulders as he swung the gate open might mean anything in the world. My study window overlooks the lane, and I saw him nearly an hour afterwards leave the cottage. He looked both angry and crestfallen, and I fancy Uncle Ambrose had not proved so amenable as the applicant had expected. I wonder whether he had mentioned our meeting in Church Street this time. I think not. The part he played in that encounter would scarcely recommend him to my stepfather's generosity. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. Scattered to the winds. I have seen that man again. He was lounging on the grassy bank above the loch this evening in the sunset as Cyril and I came through in our wherry. There the creature sprawled, looking hideously metropolitan in his black cutaway coat and black felt hat, against the background of flowering grasses and the ragged old hedgerow tangled with woodbine and starred with blackberry blossom. I pointed him out to Cyril. "That is the bookbinder man who haunts your father," I said. And then I told him how this detestable person had been at River Lawn inquiring for Uncle Ambrose. "Did my father see him?" asked Cyril. "Evidently, for he was nearly an hour at the cottage. I saw him leave." "My father may have kept him waiting for the best part of that time," answered Cyril. "You know how absent-minded he is when he is among his books." "Yes, indeed," said I. "And I hope that odious man was sitting on the little oak bench in the lobby nursing his hat all the time." The last entry is 2 days old, and now I have to record the strangest event in my life since I have come to womanhood. An event so startling that I am almost too agitated to write about it, although it happened yesterday. But the record must be written, for this book is to be all my life a faithful history of the romance and reality of my existence, of hard facts and idle dreams, of every act of folly and every gleam of sense. In a word, this book is to be a photograph of me, a photograph in pen and ink by an unskilled photographer. I awoke yesterday morning with that curious feeling with which I have so often awakened of late, a feeling of vague wonder. As I float gradually from sleep to waking, I ask myself, what is it? I know there is something amiss in my life, but what? And then I remember that I am engaged to be married, and that October is very near. And then I think how good it would be for everybody if I were to fall ill and die, and leave Cyril free to marry somebody who would really love him, and be honestly glad to be his wife. There are such girls, no doubt. I believe I could name 7 between Henley and Reading. That was the feeling with which I awoke yesterday. A lovely day, and the church clock striking 6 with a clear and silvery sound that means a west wind, and my room filled with the sweetness of the white clematis which grows over all this end of the house. I was out in the garden by 7, and breakfasted with Mother, Uncle Ambrose, and Cyril at 8. There is a tennis tournament on at the rectory, and Cyril and Beatrice Reardon were to play the final yesterday between 11 and 1. I was expected to look on, but my early walk in the garden had given me a headache, or something else had, so I told Cyril I could not stand the noise and glare of the tennis court at the rectory, where all the Reardon family and hangers-on would be bawling and laughing, and making themselves generally detestable to anyone with a headache. So I said I would go for a gentle walk while he was finishing the match, and be home in time to congratulate him at luncheon. "For you are sure to win," said I. "I don't know about that. Beatrice is a very fine player." "She ought to be," said I, "for she thinks of nothing else. To hear her talk, one would suppose the honour of England was to be maintained by tennis." "Well, it is a fine manly game, and suits the girls of this generation," he replied, and we walked together as far as the rectory gate. "Don't tire yourself, darling," he said, looking at me ever so kindly with his honest eyes as we parted, and then I went for a long and lonely ramble in the Berkshire lanes. Those Berkshire lanes have been my one sovereign cure for the headache ever since my head was old enough to ache. A quiet walk between those flowering hedgerows, those primrose and violet banks, those avenues of lords and ladies and dog roses and woodbines has always soothed my aching head. If the sweet air and the scent of the flowers could only cure my aching heart as well, I thought yesterday. But heartache is not cured so easily. I went for a long, long ramble without thought of Cyril's warning, rather wishing to tire myself into a state of drowsy forgetfulness before I crept home. The church clock struck 1 as I came across the meadows in sight of the village. The aftermath was deep and full of flowers, and the narrow footpath between the tall grass and the hedgerow was the quietest haven in which to think of one's troubles. I felt sorry I was so near home when I came to the little gate that opened out of the meadow into a deep lane leading directly to our own road. River Lawn was in front, between me and the Thames, and Uncle Ambrose's cottage was on my left hand as I turned my face to the river. I was lingering at the gate in a dreamy mood when I heard footsteps in the lane. I thought they might belong to one of those everlasting Reardons, and as I wasn't equal to meeting a Reardon, I drew back behind a bushy blackthorn that grew beside the gate and watched the passer-by. There was more than one. 2 men went slowly by, in earnest, and as I thought, in angry conversation, though the tones of the one who was talking when they passed the gate was suppressed almost to a whisper. These 2 were Uncle Ambrose and the French bookbinder. Scarcely had they passed the gate when another man followed stealthily, evidently listening to their conversation. The 3rd man was Cyril. Cyril, my betrothed husband. Cyril, the pattern of honesty and honor, creeping at his father's heels and acting the degrading part of listener. I could hardly believe my eyes. I was shocked, horrified, disgusted, and yet, after thinking the whole thing over during a most painful reverie, I was obliged to confess to myself that if the opportunity had occurred to me I might have done the same thing. The persistent intrusions of the Frenchman are not to be endured without protest of some kind, and I think Cyril was justified in listening to any conversation in which that man bore a part, in order to protect his good, easy, and most unworldly wise father from being imposed upon. Yes, after serious reflection, I found excuses for my poor Cyril, although the sight of that creeping figure with head bent forward to listen gave me a dreadful shock. A greater shock was to come a few hours after, a shock which agitates my heart and nerves at this moment, not knowing how I ought to take it, whether I ought to be glad or sorry. Glad I cannot be, recalling my poor Cyril's white, agonized face as he talked to me by the river at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Sorry I cannot be, when I remember how cruelly the tie with which I had bound myself weighed upon my spirits. It was late when I went into the house, but no one had gone to lunch. Mother was sitting alone in the morning room. Her work-basket was on one side of her chair, her book-table on the other, but she was neither reading nor working, and I thought she looked worried and anxious. "Uncle Ambrose among his books as usual, I suppose," said I, feeling myself a dreadful hypocrite, though after all there had been time enough for him to get back to the library since he passed me in the lane. "No doubt," answered Mother. "He went across to the cottage soon after breakfast." "Mother," said I, "if I were you I would take him away from Berkshire. Let us all go to Salzburg, or the Dolomites, or Auvergne, or somewhere at least until October. This place doesn't suit Uncle Ambrose. He is not happy, and you are not happy. Our lives are beginning to be a failure. There is something wrong somewhere." "Yes," answered my mother gravely, "there is something wrong. Your stepfather is out of health. There is some depressing influence at work. I have done all I can, but I cannot make him happy." Poor mother! There was such a settled sadness in her tone that the tears rushed to my eyes, and it was all I could do not to sob aloud. I understood her secret thoughts so well. She had done all she could. She had sacrificed her freedom, her fidelity to her first love, the idolized husband of her youth, out of gratitude to this faithful friend. She had put every selfish thought and feeling aside in order to reward his devotion, and the sacrifice had been useless. He was not happy. In one vivid glance I saw my own future fashioned after the semblance of my mother's life to-day. I saw myself the wife of a man whom I could not love, and I saw him unhappy in the discovery which no loyal effort of mine could keep from him. Poor mother! Poor daughter! It was nearly 3 o'clock when Mother and I went into the dining room, and by that time I had contrived to cheer her with talk about the books we had been reading lately, and about a possible run to the Continent in the early part of September. We talked of Auvergne and of Cottage, both of which districts were still untrodden ground for us, and untrodden ground has always the attraction of an earthly paradise. There was no sign of Cyril. "He must have lunched at the rectory," said my mother. "Rather bad manners on his part. He ought to have come to lay his laurels at your feet." "His laurels?" "Ah, yes, the result of the final. The prize is a copy of the Idylls of the King bound in vellum. and if Cyril wins I am to have the book. Beatrice will be savage at losing it, though I don't believe she ever read 20 consecutive lines of poetry, unless it was John Gilpin. After our feeble attempt at luncheon, Mother went off on one of her charitable expeditions. I knew that would last for a good 2 hours, so I resigned myself to take tea alone, unless Cyril should reappear. I was really anxious to see him, as I wanted to hear what he had overheard in the lane; and I fancied he would not keep his discovery from me, although he would expect to be reproved for his unworthy behaviour in playing the spy upon his father. Of course there could be nothing to the discredit of Uncle Ambrose in his discovery, only the revelation of that dear good man's weakness where anything in the way of a book is concerned. Such a devoted lover of books would allow himself to be imposed upon even by the man whose trade was to bind them. Indeed, it is extraordinary the importance which these book lovers attach to the outer covering of a book. I have seen volumes in Uncle Ambrose's library with landscapes painted on the edges of the paper, under the gilding, a decoration which has cost £2 or £3 per volume. Yet the book is put in a shelf where nobody sees the painted edges from year's end to year's end. I ordered my tea upon the terrace, exactly where I had my tea-table that afternoon when Mr. Florestan and I took tea tete-a-tete. Somehow, haphazard I think, I had taken Napier's Wanderings on the Spy from a shelf in the library, and the book seemed to carry me nearer to Scotland, and to him. No doubt he is enjoying himself immensely in that sportsman's paradise, thought I, and I turned over the leaves to see if Napier said anything about grouse. It was a delicious afternoon, with a hot sun and a blue sky, a sky flecked with faint feathery cloudlets. It was the kind of afternoon which used to mean unqualified bliss, and even in spite of my troubles I could not help feeling a kind of sensuous content as I lolled back in my pet wicker chair and watched the ripple of the river and the gentle movement of the willows where the opposite bank curved inwards towards the broad reach over which the church tower cast its solemn shadow. The second quarter after 4 chimed from the dear old tower, the tea-table stood ready, the little copper kettle hissed gaily, but there was still no sign of Virgil. I began to feel just a little uneasy about him, for it was unlike his usual way to be anywhere within reach and not come to hunt me out every hour or so, either for a ramble or a ride, a single, or a row on our beloved river. It was nearly 5 when I saw a young man coming across the lawn to the terrace where I was sitting. A young man in tennis flannels, such as those I had seen Cyril wear when he started for the tournament that morning, a man of Cyril's height and bulk, but not the least like Cyril in figure or walk, as I saw him in the distance, for this man stooped as Cyril never did, and this man's step had none of the elastic force of Cyril's rapid movements. Yet this man, with the bent shoulders and heavy walk, was Cyril, and no one else, Cyril transformed by some heavy trouble. He came slowly to the empty chair at my side and seated himself in silence, and looked at me with eyes whose expression I can never forget. All frivolous words died on my lips. I could only watch him in mute expectancy. "Daisy," he began in a voice that was even stranger than his altered looks, "I think you know that I have loved you honestly, truly and dearly." "I am sure you have, dear," I answered with a sinking heart, knowing that I myself dared not have said as much of my own truth and honesty. "I have not gone into hysterics about my passion, or written verses, or done any other of the wild things that I might have done had we met as strangers at Venice the other day and fallen in love with each other at first sight. I have taken everything for granted, too much for granted, perhaps. I grew up loving you, from the time I was a lad at school, and you a kind of household fairy in a white frock, with bright hair and dove-like eyes. I went on loving you, and claimed you as my own almost as if I had a right to you. As if the trouble of wooing and winning were not for me, since my own true love had been born and reared and educated expressly to make me happy. That is how I felt about you, Margaret, and perhaps I have seemed a tame Moor in consequence." "No, no, no," I exclaimed eagerly. "You have been all that is good and true. It is I who am weak and changeable and frivolous. It is I who am to blame." My too ready tears stopped me. I thought that he had discovered my guilty secret, that he had found out somehow that I had left off caring for him and had begun to care for Gilbert Florestan. I was going to throw myself on my knees at his feet, when he stopped my uncertain movement with a hand laid heavily upon my arm. I doubt if he had heard one word of my self-accusation. "That is all over and done with, Daisy," he said. our wooing at Venice and elsewhere, and all the happy days and hours we have had together, and all our plans for the future, and the rooms that have been made beautiful for us to live in, and the life we were to lead. All those things must be as a dream that we have dreamed, and you must teach yourself to forget me, and to forget that you were ever my promised wife." Yes, he had found out all the truth, I told myself. My head drooped forward upon my clasped hands, and I had what the Reardon girls call a good cry. They have a good cry about the most contemptible things, if their dressmaker disappoints them, or if bad weather prevents an intended tennis match, but this good cry of mine seemed wrung out of a breaking heart. I felt so sorry for Cyril, so ashamed of myself. I did not for one moment doubt that he had discovered my inconstancy, and that he was setting me free to marry Mr. Florestan, if Mr. Florestan cared to have the reversion of such a worthless weathercock. "My darling, don't cry so bitterly," he pleaded more tenderly than I ever remembered him to have done in all our foolish little love scenes. "You are breaking my heart, and I have need to be strong and stern to face a cruel future." "You think that I am fickle," I said at last, "and not worthy of your trust?" "You fickle? You unworthy?" he cried. "Why, my dearest, I know that you are the truest and purest of creatures. It is no doubt of you that influences me. There is an insuperable bar to our marriage, an obstacle which you and I have nothing to do." "Is it my mother who is trying to part us?" I asked wonderingly, for I thought mother might have read my secret. I had never been able to pretend much in my talks with her. "No, Daisy, your mother has nothing to do with this matter. She knows nothing of my determination yet, and I am going to ask you a favour." "What is that?" "I want you to let your mother suppose that it is you who have broken the engagement. You can say that you did not know your own mind when you accepted me, that you were too precipitate, the sort of thing girls say pretty often, I believe. I don't think, as society is constituted nowadays, there will be very much astonishment at the alteration of our plans. I hope before a year is over that my darling will have found a worthier lover. And as I shall be far away, no doubt people will soon forget me." "You will be far away?" I echoed. "Where?" "In Australia. I shall try to begin a new life on the other side of the world. Breed sheep on the Darling Downs, or turn wine grower, heaven knows what. But anyhow, my future shall be as far remote from my past as distance can make it." A new light flashed upon me, and I began to think that the question of money was at the bottom of poor Cyril's trouble, and that in honour I was bound to refuse this offered release. However I might wish to cancel the past, I could not be so mean as to break my engagement because my lover had grown suddenly poor. "I begin to suspect your motive," I said seriously. "Uncle Ambrose has lost his fortune. Its coming was like a fairy tale, and it has vanished like gold in fairyland. Oh, Cyril, surely you know that I never cared about your father's wealth, or thought whether you were rich or poor. Mother and I have plenty of money for all of us." "My dearest, I know your generous heart. No, it is not a money trouble that has darkened my days, but there is a trouble, and it is one which I must keep locked up in my own breast till I die." "It is something about yourself," I speculated, pitying him too much to leave the mystery unquestioned. "Some mortal disease, perhaps. You have consulted a physician who has told you that you may die suddenly, and you fear to make me unhappy." "No, Daisy. Medical men and I have had few dealings since I was vaccinated. Don't ask any more questions, dear. I dare not tell you more than I told you at first. All is over between us, and my life must be spent thousands of miles away. I could not trust myself within reach of an express train that would bring me back to you." He bent over me as I sat motionless with wonder, looking at the bright water and the lights and shadows on the opposite shore. He pressed his lips upon my forehead in a farewell kiss. "Goodbye, my Margaret, my pearl, mine no more," he said, and then turned away and walked slowly across the lawn by the way he had come. I heard the gate in the fence open and shut, and I knew that he had gone across the road to his father's cottage. I sat looking at the water in a mute, dull wonder, while quarter after quarter chimed from the old grey tower, and the shadows deepened, and the golden lights grew dim upon beech and oak, and the willows in the foreground changed from green to grey. The footmen carried away the tea-table in their horrid mechanical way, which makes one think that they would clear a table and arrange a room in just the same leisurely fashion if one were lying dead upon the carpet. The evening darkened, and still I sat there wondering and musing. I was free to love whom I pleased, free to marry anyone who cared to ask for my hand. I had the liberty for which my soul had longed ever since I left Paris. And yet I could not feel glad. I could not be glad while he was so sorry. Poor Cyril! My first playfellow, my boyish sweetheart, the first admirer who ever told me my face was worth looking at. How well I remembered those first compliments, and how flushed and flattered I felt when the young Oxonian told me he liked the gown I wore, or that my eyes looked dark under the shadow of my sailor hat. How foolish and vain I must have been when I was 15 and wore my first long gown. No, I could not be glad. I felt such an impostor. Surely I ought to have confessed the truth in that last moment. I ought to have told him plainly and candidly that my heart had gone from him months ago, and that the fancied treasure which he was renouncing was the poorest thing in the world, a jilt's unstable affection. There might have been some consolation for him in knowing the worthlessness of the thing he surrendered. And yet, it might have been cruel to undeceive him. It was better for him perhaps to believe that he had received measure for measure, that I had loved him to the last. If ever I marry it will be years hence, I dare say, I told myself, and he will be in Australia, happily married himself before that time. This was a comforting thought, but even this could not prevent me feeling very unhappy about Cyril and his mysterious trouble. What was it? Had he gambled? Had he kept racehorses? Had he forged? One hears and reads of things quite as extraordinary as forging on the part of a seemingly honorable young man. And the trouble was obviously a very serious one. It might be some casual forgery, executed on the spur of the moment, after a wine at Christchurch, when the poor dear fellow hardly knew what he was doing. I could fancy the whole scene. Some wicked collegian, several years older than Cyril, putting a pen into his hand and making him sign a bond, or an IOU, or a bill or something, with somebody else's name, the Dean's perhaps, to redeem his losses at cards. He has often told me how wild they are at Christchurch, and how they throw one another into the fountain, and smash furniture, and play poker, and do all manner of dreadful things. The more I thought of Cyril's unhappiness, the more I felt inclined to believe that it must date from his college days. It was a sword that had been hanging over his head for a long time, and the hair had broken today. There was another idea which struck me afterwards as I walked back to the house. What if Cyril, in a weak, good-natured way, had got himself engaged to another girl, a girl he detested, and felt that honor obliged him to marry her because she was of inferior rank and because he detested her? This would account for his resolution to go to the other side of the world and begin a new life. He would marry this person and take her straight off to the Antipodes, where no one belonging to his own world would ever see him in his disgrace. Poor Cyril! My heart bled for him, as I thought what his life would be like, married to a vulgar woman who would misplace the aspirate, and talk of him as Mr. Harden. It would be too dreadful, and I felt as if I would have rather sacrificed my own happiness than that he should be so utterly lost. Mother came out of the drawing-room window to meet me as I drew near the house. She had just returned from her visiting, having tasted 6 cups of tea in 6 tiny sitting-rooms, and had heard no end of sad stories. Yet she looked happier than usual, for she had been giving happiness to others. I had been keeping my heart locked against that dear mother for months, but now I was determined to tell her as much of the truth as I was free to tell. I put my arms around her neck, and laid my bewildered head upon her shoulder. "Mother dear, you have no need to trouble about that horrid trousseau," I said, half laughing and half crying. "A change has come over the spirit of our dream, mine and Cyril's. We have agreed that we don't quite suit each other, or at least that we answer better as brother and sister than we ever could as husband and wife, and so, in the friendliest way, we have agreed to part. He is going to Australia to look about him, and I am going to stay with you." I believe I was slightly hysterical after this, and I felt very much ashamed of myself as I heard myself making a ridiculous noise without the power to stop. Poor mother kissed and comforted me and scolded me a little, till I quieted down, and then she sat by my side on our favourite sofa to discuss the situation. "This is very sudden, Daisy," she said, and I saw that she looked grave and troubled. "It seems sudden," I answered, "but it has been in the air for some time — ever since we left Paris." "Ever since you left Paris," repeated mother, as if she saw a light. "You must have seen that I was reluctant to name any time for my marriage, and that I didn't take the faintest interest in my trousseau." "Yes, I saw that, and I thought it only meant that my Daisy was less frivolous than most girls. It meant that I was a hypocrite and an impostor, that I allowed myself to be engaged to Cyril out of sheer frivolity, mere idle vanity which made me pleased to have an admirer. For months past I have been chafing against my bonds, and I cannot be too grateful to Cyril for having set me free." "Did you ask him to release you?" inquired mother, looking at me searchingly with her soft, serious eyes. I could not tell her a deliberate falsehood, but I could prevaricate, which I dare say is just as bad. "There was no necessity for me to ask him," I said. "He understood my feelings. We understood each other perfectly. Don't ask any more questions, mother darling," I pleaded. "At least not about poor Cyril. He will be leaving us very soon, I fear. Indeed, there is no need for you to grieve," I urged, kissing her sweet anxious face. "It is better as it is." "Is it, Daisy?" she exclaimed sadly. "I cannot quite think that. The change seems light to you, but it is a sad breaking up of home and family ties. The nest has been made ready for the birds, and now they are to part and scatter far and wide. This will be a blow for your stepfather. He was so proud of your engagement to Cyril, so happy in the thought of your future union. The disappointment will be bitter for him. And he is out of health and hardly in a condition to bear a great sorrow." "I am very sorry on his account," I faltered, "but though I am not to be his daughter-in-law, I shall always be his loving and obedient friend and pupil. I can never forget all that he has been to me from my childhood until now." "I am glad of that, Daisy," answered the dear mother, her eyes filling with tears. "I should be very sorry if either you or I could be unthoughtful of the best friend widow and daughter ever had in the world, the most unselfish, the most forbearing. You know that my marriage with Ambrose Arden was not a love match. No woman can love a second husband as I loved your father. It was a marriage of friendship, of grateful affection, of unqualified and admiring regard. I wanted to make the remaining years of my friend's life as happy as a woman's tenderness could make them. My only disappointment in this second marriage, my only regret since my wedding day, has been the fear that in spite of all my care your stepfather has not been happy. There is a little rift within the lute, Daisy, and God knows how it came there. It is none of my making. Dearest mother, no wife on earth could do more to make a husband's life full of sunshine than you have done," I told her. "If there is some touch of shadow mingled with the light, you must not take it to heart. Uncle Ambrose is a scholar and a recluse, a man of peculiar character and temperament, and you must not be surprised if he has intervals of melancholy brooding. A man who reads the modern metaphysicians can only be happy when he has no time for thought. Uncle Ambrose thinks too much, mother. That is the only evil." She kissed me fondly at this, and I felt somehow that our mutual confidences had drawn us nearer to each other than we had been since her marriage. "Yes, Daisy, no doubt that is the evil. Ambrose has lived the scholar's life too long to be able to enjoy commonplace pleasures like other men. He is too old to begin a new life. He is like Eugene Aram." "Eugene Aram?" "What am I thinking of, Daisy, to compare my husband to a murderer?" "Ah, but you meant it as a compliment," I told her, laughing. "Eugene Aram was such a delightful murderer. The crime that darkens his past only deepens the interest in his character, and by the time the mystery stands revealed the reader is devoted to the criminal." "That is only the glamour of the novelist, Daisy. Depend upon it, the real Aram was a smooth-faced, canting hypocrite, with murder lurking in his downcast eyes. I cannot believe that any man capable of such a crime could ever win a noble-minded woman like Madeline. She would have shrunk from him instinctively." We read Bulwer's Romance together not long ago, and every detail of the story is still vivid in both our minds. My mother looked at the clock on the chimney-piece. "8:15, Daisy, and we must dress for dinner, and after dinner I must tell your stepfather what has happened. He has no idea of it, I suppose?" "I think not." "Poor Ambrose, I am sorry for him. No, love, I don't blame you or Cyril," she added hastily, as she saw my look of self-reproach. "It is not your fault, either of you, if you do not love each other well enough to take lifelong vows. It is better to have found out the truth in time, but the disappointment will not be less bitter to Cyril's father. It pleased him to believe that his affection for me would be in a manner continued in the coming years by his son's union with my daughter." "I shall always be fond of Cyril," I said, "as a brother. That has been my only mistake. I fancied sisterly affection meant more than it really did." "Before you left Paris," said my mother, looking at me searchingly, until I felt myself turning scorchingly red under that earnest examination. "Run away and dress, Daisy. I hear Ambrose going upstairs to his dressing room. We shall all be late for dinner." I ran to my room 3 steps at a time. I felt happier than I had been at any time since we left Venice, in spite of all that had been done to make me happy. I was sorry for Cyril, honestly and sincerely sorry, but a burden was lifted off my heart, and I could not wonder that it beat less heavily. End of chapter 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. Enough that I can live. As Clara Arden anticipated, dinner was late that evening at River Lawn. It was nearly 8:30 when Mr. and Mrs. Arden and Daisy met in the drawing-room. The cook was angry, and the butler had been waiting for nearly half an hour to announce dinner. "You are looking so pale and so tired, Ambrose," Mrs. Arden said, as they seated themselves in the light of the large central lamp, supplemented with clusters of wax candles, a light in which she could see the colour and expression of his face better than in the chastened lamplight of the drawing-room. "I don't think that I am any more tired than usual," he answered. "You know what your fashionable physician said of me. You must not expect me to look particularly robust." "He said that you were not to do much brain work, Ambrose, and you have been doing nothing else since he saw you." "Old habits are not so easily put off as doctors pretend to think. They tell the drunkard he must leave off brandy, and they tell the scholar he must live without books, with just the same admirable complacency, as if they were asking very little." "I'm afraid we ought to leave Berkshire," pursued his wife, looking at him anxiously. "I am sure that you will be better away from your books." "I shall be ready to leave my books when my own book is finished. I am nearing the end. When that is done, I will go where you like." "It is not where I like, but where you like," she said sadly. "I am happier here than anywhere else." "Then let us stay here, till the end of our lives. You know what Horace says, Daisy. A man may change his surroundings, but not his mind." "No, no, I am not selfish enough to keep you here," said Mrs. Arden, "when I see you dispirited and out of health. We will go back to London. We will go to Italy. Anywhere." There was a silence after this, Daisy being more thoughtful than usual, and not offering any diversion by the girlish prattle with which she usually brightened the meal, whether her heart was light or heavy. No word had yet been spoken about Cyril's absence. The butler had quietly removed the cover laid for him, and the chair in which he was to have sat; but nobody mentioned his name till nearly the end of the meal, when Clara said rather nervously, "Cyril is dining out, I suppose?" "He has gone to London," Ambrose Arden answered quietly. "He is not coming back tonight." Clara looked at him wonderingly as he answered. Had Cyril told his father that his engagement was at an end? She could hardly believe that her husband would have taken the blow so calmly. It was left for her, she thought, to tell him of his disappointment. Daisy slipped away to her own den as soon as she was free to leave the dining room, and Mrs. Arden entered the drawing room alone and sat there waiting anxiously for her husband to rejoin her. It was very seldom that he lingered in the dining room after his wife left him, but this evening he was sitting in an abstracted mood at his end of the table, and did not stir when mother and daughter rose and went away. It was perhaps the first time that he had ever allowed his wife to open that door for herself when he was in the room. Absent-minded and dreamy by temperament, he had yet rarely failed in courtesy to the woman who was to him this world's one woman. He sat with his head bent over the empty dessert plate, and the untouched glass of claret which the butler had filled. He sat brooding in the lamplight for nearly half an hour, And then with a deep-drawn sigh he rose slowly and went to the drawing-room, where his wife was sitting by an open window looking out at the moonlit water, very sad at heart. He went over to her and seated himself by her side. "Cyril is gone from us for good, Clara," he said. "I suppose you know that?" "I know that all is over between him and Daisy, but I thought you did not know. I feared you would not be able to take the blow so quietly, knowing how pleased you were at their engagement." "I was pleased because it was a link that drew me nearer to you. It was of our union, I thought, not theirs. Nothing can touch me, Clara, while I have you." "Did he tell you why he and Daisy had made up their minds to part?" "Yes, he told me his reasons." "And hers? You will blame my daughter for fickleness, I fear, Ambrose." "Blame her? Blame Daisy? Your daughter and my pupil? Why, she was the bond between us years ago, when I was but the stranger within your gates. My love for your daughter is second only to my love for you." His wife took up his hand and kissed it, in a rapture of grateful affection. "How good you are to us, Ambrose," she said softly. "Harsh words never fall from your lips. If I could only see you happy, my heart would be full of content. I am happy, Clara, happy in having won my heart's desire. What can a man have in this world more than that, the one desire of his life, the boon for which he has waited and longed through years of patient, silent hope? If there is happiness on earth, I have attained it." "I believe your metaphysicians teach you that there is no such thing as happiness." "Oh, they only preach the gospel of doubt. The whole science of metaphysics consists in the questioning spirit, which analyzes everything, without arriving at any definite conclusion about anything." "Poor Cyril!" sighed Clara, after a pause of contemplative silence, which seemed in harmony with the stillness of the summer night and the beauty of the moonlit landscape, garden and river, meadow and woodland and dark church tower. "Poor Cyril!" she repeated. "It seems so sad for him to leave us, to go out into the world as a wanderer, and yet it would be impossible for our old life to go on, now that he has broken with Daisy." "No, the old life would not be possible. It belongs to the past already. Did he tell Daisy where he was going?" "To Australia, he said. He consulted with you as to his destination, no doubt." "No, he told me he should go away, but he did not enter upon his plans." "Poor fellow! He was very unhappy, I fear." "He did not confide his sorrows to me. He had made up his mind, and it was not for me to try to change his resolution." His whole manner altered as he spoke of his son. There was a hardness in his tone that surprised and grieved his wife, who a minute before had done him homage as the most admirable of men. His manner in speaking of her daughter had expressed the utmost tenderness. The tone in which he spoke of his own son was stern almost to vindictiveness. Clara feared there had been a quarrel between father and son, and that Ambrose Arden had resented the cancelment of Daisy's engagement with an unjust wrath. "You must not be angry with Cyril," she said softly. "I fear that it is Daisy's fickleness that is the beginning and end of our disappointment. She owned as much to me, poor child. She gave her promise too lightly, and repented almost as soon as it was given, although she had not the courage to confess her mistake. Well, we will say it is Daisy's fault, or that both are fickle. There are no hearts broken, I believe. Cyril goes out into the world, a stranger to us henceforward." "Not a stranger, Ambrose. Your son will always be dear to us both." "He will be in Australia, where our love or our indifference cannot touch him." There was a bitterness in his tone which warned Clara to pursue the subject no further. She could not doubt after this that there had been a breach between father and son, that these two who had been so fond of each other and so proud of each other hitherto had parted ill friends. And it was all Daisy's doing, poor little feather-headed Daisy, who should have been a bond of union, but had become the occasion of severance. Clara Arden felt weighed down by inexpressible sadness as she sat looking out into the moonlit garden, that garden which she and her first lover had found a wilderness, and which he had made into a paradise for her sake. It was her girlish admiration of that old garden by the river which had made Robert Hatrell eager to possess the place. He had laid it at her feet, as if it were a bunch of roses, never counting the cost of anything which pleased her. Had it been 10 times as costly a place, he would have bought it for her. His image was with her tonight more vividly than it had been for a long time. It was as if he himself were at hand, in all the warmth and vigour of life, and that she had but to stretch out her arms to beckon him to her. And oh, with what a heart-sickness of longing and regret she turned towards that idolized image. Face to face with the inexplicable gloom of Ambrose Arden's temper, she recalled her first husband's happy nature, his joyous outlook and keen delight in life. With him her days had seemed one perpetual holiday. If she ever complained, it had been because that energetic temperament took life and its enjoyments at a faster pace than suited her own reposeful temper. But how bright, how gay those days had been, how frank and open her companion's face, how expansive his speech and manner. He had never hidden a care from her. Were his thoughts light or heavy, she shared them, and knew every desire of her heart. But in this man, this cherished friend of many years, she had discovered mysteries. He had griefs which he would not share with her. He was angry with his only son. They had parted within a few hours, perhaps for all this life, and he would tell her nothing of the cause of their parting. He invited no sympathy. He sat by her side in melancholy silence, and she felt the burden of unhappiness which she was not allowed to share. If he would only talk of his trouble, if he would only let me comfort him, I should be twice as good a wife, she thought despondently. It is not my fault if our lives are growing farther apart. After this night an emotionless monotony marked Clara Arden's days in the house where her early married life had been so full of happiness, and where her one great sorrow, the sorrow of a lifetime, had come upon her. The idea of going on the continent for the autumn was not carried out. The scholar's book absorbed him wholly in the waning of the year, and he preferred the quiet of River Lawn to the glory of the Italian lakes, or the art treasures of Florence. He spent a good many hours of every day in his old cottage study, while his wife and her daughter lived very much as they had lived in Mrs. Hatrell's widowhood. "Your second marriage and my engagement to Cyril seem almost a dream, mother, when you and I are sitting here alone together, and Uncle Ambrose is poring over his books on the other side of the road," said Daisy, as she sat at her mother's feet in the morning room, pretending to read Lecky's England in the 18th Century, but looking up every now and then to talk. "I call him quite a perfect husband in his way, never interfering with our plans, never grumbling at his dinner, always courteous and kind and ready to do what we like." "Yes, he is all goodness to us," answered her mother, "and one would have nothing left to wish for if he were only happy." "I dare say he is happy, in his way, mother. His calm, philosophical way, which used to soothe and tame me in my rebellious fits when I was a child. He was always the same, don't you know? Tranquil and rather mysterious, like deep still water, like Lake Leman, whose depth one would never suspect if one did not see the mountains upside down in the water, suggesting by their delusive shadows the real depth below. Rely upon it, Uncle Ambrose has all he cares for in this world, having you and his books, and you give yourself groundless trouble when you are anxious about him." Her mother sighed, but did not answer. She had watched her husband's face with a new anxiety ever since Cyril's departure, and she had seen the lines deepen and the melancholy droop of the firm lips grow more marked. No one at River Lawn knew anything about Cyril's whereabouts unless it was his father. He had left Lamford within a few hours of his interview with Daisy, taking with him only a single portmanteau, as Beatrice Reardon informed her friend, this young lady having a knack of meeting every fly that ever entered or departed from the village. "It's no use telling me you haven't quarrelled," protested Beatrice when Daisy denied any ill feeling between Cyril and herself. "I saw the poor fellow's white face as he drove by, acknowledging my bow in the most distracted manner, and I never saw such a change in any man. A few hours before he had been the gayest of us all on the tennis lawn, and now he looked positively like his own ghost. You must have had a dreadful row, Daisy." "We had no row, as you call it. We only agreed that it was better for us to part." "Poor Cyril! I had no idea he was so desperately in love with you. He used to take things so very easily," remarked Beatrice, with all the freedom of friendship. "Of course I always suspected you of not caring a straw for him. You were not the least like an engaged girl. You didn't spoon him a little bit." Daisy shuddered. She was one of the few girls who are revolted by such forms of speech as prevail in some girlish circles. Miss Reardon affected a fast and slangy manner as a kind of perpetual protest against the dullness and monotony of her life in a Berkshire village. She wanted everybody to understand that there was nothing rustic or pastoral about her mind or her manners. This was all that Daisy or her mother heard about Cyril's departure. He had gone to his chambers most likely, where he could prepare at his leisure for that long voyage of which he had talked. The greater part of his possessions, his books, and guns and sporting tackle of all kinds, were in the Albany. He had his own man to pack for him, and accompany him to a new world, if he was so minded. 22. Daisy's Diary. How peacefully the days have slipped by since poor Cyril went away. I find myself thinking of him and writing of him as "poor Cyril," which is really an impertinence, and I dare say by this time he is perfectly happy, and has fallen in love with some magnificent Australian girl, a higher order of being, like the Guy in the coming race, a powerfully built creature who can ride buck-jumpers and camp out in the bush, without fear of consequences. I fear I have very narrow and insular ideas about Australia, which I can only picture to myself as one vast jungle, tempered with convict settlements. Cyril is happy no doubt by this time, sad as he looked on that day of sudden parting, so I may allow myself to feel happy with an easy conscience. I should be perfectly happy if it were not for the change in Uncle Ambrose, who has evidently some secret grief, some corroding care which he will not lighten by sharing it with his wife. I can but fear that Mother was right in her foreboding, and that he has taken the cancelment of Cyril's engagement sorely to heart. It is his love for Mother which is wounded. He wanted a perfect union, that we should be one household, bound by every tie that can make a family circle indivisible. It must be very hard for him, too, to know that his son, his only child, has been self-banished from his home and his native country. If my fickleness alone had been to blame, if Cyril had found out my foolish secret, and that the man who was nothing to me was a great deal nearer my heart than my plighted husband, if he had broken with me on this account, my conscience would hardly have been as easy as it is. But I have at least the comfort of knowing that Cyril had some weighty reason upon his own side for parting from me, and that I am not actually to blame for the existing state of things. It was he who took the initiative. It was he who said, "All is over between us." I have left off puzzling myself with idle speculations about his motive. Whatever his reason may have been, I feel assured that it was very serious and entirely convincing to his own mind, that he obeyed what to him was a stern necessity. I can but be grateful to Providence that has released me from a bond that could not have brought real happiness to either Cyril or me, and looking back now at the past, I feel how cowardly I was in not telling him the truth about my own feelings. He was no coward. When the hour came in which he felt he ought to break with me, there was no hesitation or wavering on his side, and yet I believe he loved me better in that parting hour than he had ever loved me in his life before. Poor Cyril! Old friend and playfellow! I hope his Australian wife will be kind and true, and that his life in that far world may be full of all good things, gold in monster nuggets, sheep in mighty flocks, horses that are not buck-jumpers, woods of eucalyptus, groves of mimosa, birds of vivid plumage, and the most perfect thing in bungalows. I am really very sad about Uncle Ambrose. I think he fights against the gloom that gathers round him, as a strong man stricken in the prime of life by some insidious malady might fight against disease, and yet the gloom deepens. With him low spirits seem actually a disease, and I tremble and turn cold sometimes at the thought that his depression may forebode some mental malady which may darken all our days. My mother seldom, if ever, sees him as I see him when she is not present. When she is with him, I know that he makes a stupendous effort to appear cheerful, to seem interested in the things she loves, but when she leaves him, the mask drops, and I see him as he really is, a man weighed down by deep-rooted melancholy. I have talked to him of the books I used to read with him, the low-spirited school of metaphysicians, and of Heine, who saw all things with the saddened eyes of a man whose life was like Pope's, a long disease. We have talked of theology, and I have discovered the hopelessness of his creed, that for him there is nothing beyond this life of ours, this poor brief life in which there are so many chances of being miserable against a single chance of being happy. No, for him there is no beyond. For him the dead are verily dead. I told him yesterday that I believe not only in a world where we shall meet our loved and lost, and know them again, and live with them in a better and loftier state of being, but that I also believe in the influence of our beloved dead upon our thoughts and actions even while we are on this side of the veil that parts flesh and spirit. "That influence is only memory," he said. "It has no other source than your own mind, moved by your own loving heart." I told him that it was something more than memory, something independent of my own mind or my own heart, an influence that flashed upon me when I least expected it, sudden, mysterious, full of suggestions of another world. I told him that there were moments in which I could feel that my father was with me, that he was loving and pitying me in my weakness as a woman, just as he used to pity me when I was a foolish child. "A delusion, Daisy," he said. "A delusion like the rest of our dreams. Science has made an end of all such deceptions. The belief in a spirit world was only possible while mankind remained densely ignorant of the world of sense." "I know now why you grow sadder as life goes on," I said. "It must be so hard to feel that you are treading a path that only leads to a dead wall, that there is no door in the great cruel wall, no beyond. Thank God, to me it is harder to believe in extinction than in a world to come, a chain of worlds, if you will, a gradual ascent from this life with all its sin and misery to the highest form of life conceivable. The most elaborate of those systems which you call superstitions seems simpler and easier for my understanding than the barren creed of the materialist." "That is because you are young, Daisy, and full of enthusiasm, and because you know very little of the world in which you are one happy atom, a joyous mote dancing in the sunshine. You think life is the gift of a beneficent Creator, who holds in reserve future lives fairer than his for those who believe in him and obey him. That pretty creed comes naturally enough to you who know life only at River Lawn and in Grosvenor Square. But go and look at life in Whitechapel, put yourself into the skin of the women you will see there, and then ask yourself about the beneficent Creator, the eternal wisdom, who has made man in his own image. Your rose-water theories would hardly be strong enough to stand that atmosphere. Bradlaugh's vitriol better suits the district." I told him that it was an old argument that because there was so much misery in the world he that made it could not be a just God, or rather that there could be no directing mind above the universe, only unreasoning matter working out its own destiny according to material and immutable laws, that the God who could be moved to pity was the God of children and visionaries only. "You talk to me as if there had been no misery in my life," I said. "Do you forget what it was to me in my happy childhood to see the father I loved go out of this house one morning and never to see him again? Do you forget what it was to me a year ago to discover the horror of his death? If I could rebel against the power to which I have prayed ever since I knew what prayer meant, I should have rebelled then." I could not go on for the sobs that choked me at the thought of my father's cruel death. Uncle Ambrose melted in a moment, and took me in his arms just as he would have done years ago in one of my childish troubles, and pressed his lips upon my forehead with a kiss that seemed like a blessing. "Believe, my dearest," he said. "Keep always that unquestionable faith which is the gift of the pure in spirit. It is a second sight, Daisy. It is a sixth sense. It is given to the chosen few, God's very elect. To them it is given to conceive and understand the unseen. They are the children of light. Be always of that happy race, Daisy. My reason has nothing to offer in exchange for your clairvoyance. Remember always that if I could not help you to believe, if I could not enter with you in the Holy of Holies, I never taught you to doubt." "No, no. I have only known lately that you yourself were without the hope that has sustained mother and me in our dark hours." He told me that I must not talk of dark hours, that for me life was to be all sunshine, and then for the first time he spoke of his disappointment about Cyril and me, touching on the subject very lightly and indeed not mentioning his son's name. "A little hint of your mother's has helped me to guess your secret, Daisy," he said, "and I love you too well to blame your inconstancy. Your mother and I both think that Mr. Florestan had something to do with the change in your sentiments." "Something to do with my finding out the truth about my own heart," I said, "and the nature of my mistake. I did not love Cyril less after I had seen Mr. Florestan and found out somehow that he cared for me. But I knew all at once that my love for Cyril had never been the kind of love that would make me his happy wife. I found out that he could never be more to me than a dear and valued friend, never so much to me as you have been. He could never be the first, and one's husband ought to be the first in one's heart and mind, ought he not, Uncle Ambrose, as mother's husband was?" I felt so sorry for my thoughtless words when I saw him wince at the mention of my father's name. It was such a heartless thing to say, as if he were something less than a husband, as if he hardly counted in my mother's life. I hung my head, deeply ashamed of myself, but feeling that any attempt to unsay what I had said would only make matters worse. And then again words cannot alter the truth. He knows that my mother has never loved him as she loved her cherished dead, that the mere mention of my father's name can move a deeper feeling in her than all her second husband's adoring tenderness. There was an awkward silence, and then Uncle Ambrose went on gravely and quietly, with infinite kindness. I want my pupil and adopted daughter to be happy, even if she cannot be bound any nearer to me by a new tie. Don't be afraid to trust me, Daisy. Remember I was your first friend, after your father and mother, and that you used to tell me all your thoughts and fancies. Try to be as frank today as you were in those happy hours when your doll used to sit in your lap and share your history lesson. You have some reason to believe that Mr. Florestan cares for you." "He told me so one day," I faltered. "I was alone in the summer house in the shrubbery, alone with my books, intending to spend a studious morning. Mr. Florestan found me there, and sat down and began to talk to me, and before I knew what was coming he told me that he was very fond of me, and that he was sure I did not care quite so much as I ought to care for Cyril, and he asked me to cancel my engagement and marry him. I was very angry, and I told him that he had no right to form any such opinion about my sentiments, and that nothing would induce me to break my promise to Cyril." "Yet you did break your promise very soon afterwards. How did you come to change your mind so speedily?" This was a searching question, and I felt that I was on dangerous ground. Cyril told me to let people suppose that I had broken our engagement, and to tell the truth would be to touch upon his secret, which he may have wished to keep from his father's knowledge. "Oh, the cancelment of our engagement arose on the spur of the moment," I replied carelessly. "Cyril and I were of one opinion." "That is enough, child," Uncle Ambrose answered kindly. "If Florestan is the chosen man, I think he ought to be informed of what has happened, and that the lady he loves is free." "Oh, no, no, no!" I cried in a great fright. "He mustn't be told anything. Why, that would be putting me up to auction. If he really cares for me, his love will keep. If he rushes off to propose to somebody else, as I have heard of young men doing, that will only prove that his love wasn't worth having. Let him wait, and find out for himself that I am not going to marry Cyril." "What an arrogant young person you are! But I suppose you must have your own way," said Uncle Ambrose. "Only remember, Daisy, that I want to see you happily married to the man of your choice before I die. I want to be sure that I have done all for your happiness that your own father could have done had he lived to bless you on your wedding day." The deep, grave tones of his voice, the solemn expression of his eyes as he turned them upon me, made my heart thrill with love and reverence. Yes, he is a good man, a man in whose character I have never discovered fault or flaw. "You are not going to leave us for many a year to come," I said. Indeed, there is no reason that my marriage should be hurried on." "Yes, Daisy, there is need. I want to see you happy. I want, when I lie down on my bed for the last time and turn my face to the wall, to be able to say to myself, 'At least my little friend Daisy is happy. I have been her friend from the hour she learnt to read at my knees until the hour I gave her to the husband of her choice.' No father upon this earth could have been more careful of his daughter's happiness than I have been of hers. Perhaps in the last hours when mind and senses grow dim I may forget that my little pupil ever grew up to womanhood. I may think of you as a child still, flitting about the garden with streaming hair. I may see you thus in the dim past, and not recognize the real Daisy when she stands beside my bed and looks at me with pitying eyes." These sad forebodings made me cry, and I kissed Uncle Ambrose and tried to comfort him, and felt as fond of him as I used to be when I was a child. I was glad that the old feeling came back, for of late, though I know always that he is my best friend, after my mother, we seem to have been growing further apart, and I have had a curious sense of apprehension when I have been in his company, as if there were some evil influence for me lurking under the gloomy cloud which has darkened his life. Today I felt only a great pity and a great love, the old confidence and affection which used to fill my heart when I ran across the lawn of a morning to meet him as he came in at the gate. I pitied him because I began to fear that the shadow that rests upon him is the shadow of a closing life, and that it is some deep-rooted malady which makes him so joyless amidst our happy surroundings. I fear that his own forebodings may be too surely realized, and that he will never see the quiet, long spun-out days of a good old age. This thought made me very melancholy after the serious interview, yet it was a great relief to find that he did not disapprove of Mr. Florestan as a lover for me. Who knows? Mr. Florestan may be as fickle as the inconstant moon, and all that impulsive nonsense of his in the arbour may be utterly forgotten on his part, though I remember every syllable. I wonder what he is doing in Scotland. I think he ought to have shot everything shootable in Argyllshire by this time. End of chapters 21 and 22. Chapter 23 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. Where the Gold Came From. Don Pedro Perez, more commonly spoken of in the Parisian world as Le Vieux Perez or Perez Peru, was one of the best-known men in Paris, and yet he but rarely appeared in those places where the world of Paris most loves to congregate. In the haunts of pleasure he was almost a stranger. He hung about the side scenes of no boulevard theatre. He frequented not the race-courses of Longchamp or Auteuil. He sat late at his club playing whist, but the club was quiet and altogether out of the movement, and he was an unknown figure at those more fashionable clubs where fortunes are lost at baccarat. But there was one place where Signor Perez reigned supreme, where his name was a word of fear, his countenance an augury of gain or loss to thousands. That place was the Bourse. There Pedro Perez was as a king among his fellow-men. He was a Spaniard by birth, though he had lived nearly half a century in Paris, or rather had oscillated between Paris and Madrid during that period. He dealt only in Spanish-American securities. That line was his specialty. There was not the most insignificant railway between the southernmost point of Patagonia and the mouth of the Amazon, between Buenos Aires and Quito. There was not a silver, diamond, or copper mine within all that vast and varied expanse of territory. There was not a water company or an irrigation company or a company for making patent guano out of surplus paving stones, the history and vicissitudes, the exact value or non-value of which Pedro Perez did not know by heart. That withered old finger of his had been in almost every financial pie which had been cooked upon that southern continent. He had been in at the death of more schemes than he could have counted in a business morning. In the earlier stage of his career, before he was rich enough to eschew barefaced fraud, he had been in his own person chairman, board of directors, and advising engineer of more than one railway, which never reached a more tangible form of existence than paper and print. Many a scheme had lived, faded, and expired within the limits of a prospectus, while Perez swept the money of the shareholders into his capacious pocket. Don Pedro had been only a coulissier in those days. But with the progress of time and the suppression of the privileges of those financial sharpshooters, the guerrilla band of the noble army of speculators, the Spaniard had put on that electroplate surface of honesty which very often passes as genuine metal in the world of speculation. Investors followed him and confided in him because of his reputation for acumen and good luck, rather than because they believed that the Pedro Perez of today was altogether a different character from that Perez of 30 years ago, about whom such queer stories were current. He had been given the sobriquet of Perez Peru because he was considered as deep and as rich as the deepest mine in that vast republic, and perhaps partly because his complexion had a tinge of that copper ore in which he had dealt so largely. As Perez Peru he was talked about respectfully even by the Tritons of the Bourse, and watched closely by the eager-eyed minnows of that great mill, in which money and honor are ground into dust and ashes, and dust and ashes are ground back again into gold and good name. The first 10 years of Perez Peru's financial career had been years of struggle and petty fraud. Petty fraud had failed to make him rich, and timid speculation had only served to keep him like Mahomet's coffin in a middle distance between the heaven of wealth and the hell of poverty. Then came his heroic period, which was short and sharp, bolder speculation, and more uncompromising chicanery. 5 years of this hazardous adventure, in which he escaped the galleys only by the skin of his teeth, made him a capitalist, and 15 years as a codicier had educated him in the deepest secrets of finance. There was not a trick of the stock exchange which Pérez Peroux had not at his fingers' ends. He could stand idle, with his back against a stone pillar, and with his crafty southern eyes looking farther into futurity than any other eyes in that crowded building. All that he touched after this period seemed to turn to gold. It turned to dross afterwards, perhaps, but not till Signor Pérez had passed it on to somebody else. He was never known to buy too soon or to hold too long. In a word, he was financial wisdom personified. In all the monotonous years in which the Stock Exchange was his only temple, the share list his only Bible, Pedro Pérez had lived with almost Spartan simplicity, not because he begrudged himself the cost of luxurious living, for personal expenditure, however profuse, would have hardly made a perceptible impression upon his income. He spent little because he cared for making money and did not care for spending it. He had lived in the same house in the Rue Vivienne for the 40 years of his Parisian life. The house was within 100 yards of the Place de la Bourse, and it suited him. The only difference that he had made in those 40 years was to descend gradually from the scanty seclusion of the single garret to the space and comfort of the entire first floor. He had breakfasted at the Restaurant Champeau during the greater part of the last 30 years. In his decade of probation he had fed only in his attic, or in some cheap restaurant on the Rive Gauche, where he wandered in the cool of the evening, thoughtful and solitary even before his 30th year. The man was the financial instinct incarnate. The passion for abstract mathematics which possesses some brains, in his took the more vulgar form of money-getting, but the mathematical genius was there to a high degree, and some of his combinations were worthy of Newton or Laplace. For 35 years of his Parisian career, Pedro Pérez had never been found guilty of a caprice. He was closely observed, as the representative of great wealth always is observed, in an age which has Mammon for its master devil, but he had never been surprised in any of those follies which sometimes diversify the lives of the wisest men. He had come to be looked upon as a money-making machine, inexorable as steel and adamant, working always in the same grooves, relentless, unvarying, when all at once the report was circulated that Pérez Peroux had come back from Madrid with a harem, and for more than 9 days Pérez Peroux's harem was the standing joke in the cafés where the Bourse is paramount. Pérez Peroux's harem was the subject of a caricature in the most audacious of the little journals of Paris. Pérez Peroux's harem was the theme of a comic song, almost as popular as the later Gendre de Monsieur Grévy. The harem, upon closer inquiry, was found to consist of 3 women whom Pérez had established in a second floor in the Rue Saint-Guillaume. A mother and daughter, both handsome, the daughter eminently so; a cousin, plain and dowdy, or if not absolutely plain, faded and elderly. The 3 women were seen one night in a box at the opera, the young beauty resplendent in amber satin and diamonds. Every lorgnette was turned to that box, and for the next 3 days all Paris talked of the dark beauty with the diamonds. "She was wearing the wealth of Peru upon her neck and arms," said the Boursicotier and their following. After this Dolores was rarely visible to the eye of all Paris. If she went to a theatre or an opera, and she was but seldom allowed that privilege, she was made to sit deep in shadow, as closely curtained from the public gaze as if she had been the Pearl of Istanbul, chief light of some jealous pasha's harem. Her story had but few elements of mystery, albeit her secluded life gave a flavor of the mysterious to her personality. She had been bargained for by Pedro Pérez as sordidly as any Eastern slave that was ever sold in a public marketplace. The girl and her mother had been living in poverty in one of the obscurest quarters of Madrid, a region where the cholera fiend and the fever fiend find their choicest pasturage, where the reaper Death gathers his richest harvest. They had arrived in Madrid some years before with an appearance of ample means, and for a year or 2 Madame Quijada had occupied an apartment in a fashionable quarter, and had shown herself daily on the Prado, well dressed, observed, and admired. She was taken to be an adventuress and a freelance, but no one troubled himself about her antecedents. The police had an eye upon her for the first few months, but could find nothing suspicious in her manner of life. Dolores was at a convent during the 5 or 6 years in which she grew from childhood to girlhood. It was the best educational establishment in the neighborhood of Madrid, and as the mother's funds got low she pinched herself in order to provide for her daughter's board and education with the good nuns, who, albeit simplicity itself, had a talent for making out a bill of extra charges over and above the somewhat heavy pension. Madame Quijada was not alone during these years of her daughter's education. Shortly after her arrival in the Spanish capital she was joined by a niece, who from that time shared her fortunes, good or bad. The niece was introduced to Madame Quijada's acquaintances as Louise Marcet, and she was said to have but recently recovered from a brain fever, which had seriously affected her mind and memory. Her aunt told her friends in confidence that this orphan niece of hers had been disappointed in love, and that her illness had been the outcome of her disappointment. However true this may have been, it was beyond question that a more miserable-looking woman than Louise Marcet at this period could hardly be found on this planet, where if people sometimes take their pleasures sadly, they very often take their griefs gaily. The time came when the widow's cruse would hold out no longer, and when it became necessary to withdraw Dolores from the fashionable convent. The good nuns affected a holy simplicity in their accounts, and they gave no credit. Dolores was now 18, beautiful, carefully educated, fairly accomplished. She went from the pure atmosphere and perfect comfort of a well-organized educational establishment to a shabby lodging in a sordid quarter. She went from all the refinements of life to all that is ugliest in the domain of poverty. The change was a shock which youthful selfishness felt keenly. Perhaps Madame Quijada was not sorry that her daughter suffered from the misery of her surroundings. It might prepare her mind for the crisis to which her mother looked forward. Pedro Perez was almost as well known in Madrid as he was in Paris, and he was perhaps even more profoundly reverenced in the less wealthy capital. Madame Quijada had contrived to force herself upon his notice, but she had approached him with a modesty which flattered his self-esteem. She had besought his counsel and assistance in certain little investments, so small an amount that the great financier was provoked to smile, he who so rarely smiled, at her simplicity. Such small investments had been his stepping-stones to fortune. Such simple creatures as this shabby genteel widow had put their little savings in those rotten enterprises of which Pedro Perez had been both the dazzling alpha and the dark omega. It was said in Paris that if you could squeeze Perez Peru's gold hard enough, blood would come out of it, by a lesser miracle than the squeezing of the blood of Christian martyrs out of the earth floor of Nero's amphitheatre. The blood of broken-hearted widows and starving orphans, the blood of the swindler's dupes. The widow's tongue was soft and insinuating, and for almost the first time in his life Perez was moved to a benevolent action. He lent this simple lady 50 louis to invest in an Argentine railway, lent 50 louis without security and without interest, but on second thoughts he insisted upon holding the scrip. "Women are so short-sighted," he said after making this condition. "You would be selling at the first rise. These shares are worth holding." Madame Quijada was in sore need of 50 louis, but it aided a certain plan of hers that Senor Perez should hold the stock. It gave her a right of approach to him. His image had dwelt in her mind ever since she came to Spain as the image of wealth incarnate. She had dreamed her dream about this rich, lonely old man, and the hour for the realization of that dream was at hand. She wrote him a piteous letter about a fortnight after Dolores left the convent, telling him she was too ill to leave her wretched home, and she was in want of money. She believed that the dividend upon her Argentines was nearly due. It would only amount, she supposed, to a couple of louis, but 40 francs would save her and hers from starvation. She had now 3 mouths to fill. Her daughter had been withdrawn from the convent where she had grown up, and was sharing the discomforts of her wretched lodging. Pedro Perez was not given to acts of charity, and was not in the habit of caring whether his fellow creatures dined or starved. But Madame Quijada had contrived to impress him with the idea that she was a remarkably clever woman, and that the world would be the poorer for her loss. She had flattered him with such subtle comprehension of his character that he, who had been the mark of abject flattery for a quarter of a century, found himself listening with a pleased air to this gifted woman's enthusiastic laudation of his talents as a financier, and of that latent genius which would have made him greater as a politician or a diplomatist than he had ever been on the Stock Exchange. Had the flatterer been old and ugly, even feminine subtlety might have failed to win his ear. But Madame Quijada was still handsome and still young enough to seem attractive in the eyes of a man who had passed his 60th birthday. He was not in love with her, but he thought her a remarkably attractive woman, and instead of sending her 50 francs by his servant, he went himself to see in what kind of a den so much ability had found shelter. He went, saw Dolores in all the splendor of her fresh young beauty, and was conquered. He had never known what it was to feel his heart beat quicker at the sight of a woman's face till he saw Madame Quijada's daughter. He was subjugated at once and forever. His instinct urged him to make as hard a bargain as he could with the girl's mother, but the settlement to which he finally consented was more than princely. Princes are seldom so generous. Had Madame Quijada insisted upon his sacrificing his last penny, he would have done it sooner than lose the woman he loved. Had she insisted upon his marrying her daughter, he would have done it. Indeed, the chief consideration that prevented his offering to make Dolores his wife was his keen dread of ridicule, and the consideration that he could keep a mistress under closer surveillance than he could a wife. He knew that he was ugly and elderly, and that the girl he idolized could but be to him as a slave. He could not hug himself with the hope that he might some day win her heart. He was a cynic by long years of contempt for his fellow men, by the habit of a life unsoftened by friendship or affection, by the love of kindred or compassion for the poor. He tried to rest content in his cynicism now, and he told himself that he was as well off as the mighty Shah Jahan or any other Mohammedan potentate. He selected the Rue St. Guillaume as a neighborhood remote from the gay and popular Paris of the boulevards and the Rue de Rivoli, in which the casual English or American visitor delights, far also from the Champs-Élysées and the Parc Monceau, with their residential population of fashionable artists and bohemians of all kinds. The Rue St. Guillaume was old-fashioned, sober, and eminently respectable. He chose a suite of apartments in a grave old house with an inner quadrangle, a house so grave and silent that the stone quadrangle might have been a cloister. He furnished the rooms with a sombre luxuriousness, and he offered the cage to his snared bird with an air of devoted submission which might have beguiled her into forgetfulness of the bars which shut her in from all the outer world. Upon Madame Quijada he imposed the duty of keeping guard over his sultana. The girl's lightest whim was to be studied and indulged, so long as that whim did not lead to the gay outer world and its frivolous associations. Dolores was to be a queen, but her kingdom was to be within stone walls. She was only to take care and exercise under conditions of supreme prudence. She was never to flaunt her beauty in the Bois de Boulogne at the fashionable hour of the day, but Madame Quijada had a carriage at her disposal, in which mother and daughter might drive in the less frequented suburbs of Paris or in the Bois, at an hour when all Paris was elsewhere. These restrictions were hard upon a girl of 18, newly emancipated from the monotonous rules and regulations of a convent school and panting for liberty. "El Santo Corazon was a prison," she complained, "but at least I had fellow prisoners of my own age. This is solitary confinement." She chafed bitterly against the dreariness of her life, and she detested the man who had made himself her master. But her mother's stronger character had acquired complete dominion over her, and she had neither strength of will nor courage to rebel against her chains. She submitted to her fate. She wore the jewels which were her badge of slavery. She gratified her girlish fancy in surrounding herself with the loveliest flowers that the South sent to Paris, and she might, perhaps, have grown reconciled to her position, and with but the slightest persuasion might have induced Pedro Perez to give her the name and status of wife, if she had not been so unhappy as to fall in love with her cousin, Léon Duverdier. During the first year of her residence in Paris, Duverdier was a frequent visitor in his aunt's salon. He was about 40 years of age, handsome, audacious, plausible, more seductive in his riper years than a younger lover would have been, because more experienced in the artifices that fascinate a romantic girl. He had newly returned from Spanish America, where he had been living a roving and adventurous life, now in one state, now in another, making money no one knew exactly how, but a familiar figure at the gaming tables of every city in which he had his abode. He came to Paris, set up his laboratory, and described himself as an experimentalist and inventor on the high road to great and useful discoveries. Perez knew of the relationship between Duverdier and the Quijadas, and had met Duverdier on the Bourse, but he did not know that this handsome cousin was a frequent visitor in the Rue St. Guillaume, since the younger man's visits were always so timed as to avoid the master of the prison house. Had it been otherwise, the old man's jealousy would have been quick to take alarm. In her utter ignorance of life, Dolores turned to her cousin as the representative of all that is most fascinating and most interesting in the outer world. His flashy and superficial cleverness passed as the versatility of a born genius. She believed all that he told her of his scientific daydreams, and accepted his inchoate experiments as the first stages in the career of greatness. He was just young enough and just handsome enough to win the heart of a girl who had no opportunity of comparing him with more distinguished men. It was the policy of his life to make love to every pretty woman who would listen to him, and he had even condescended to fascinate ugly women who were likely to be of use to him. He had gone through life, from his 18th year upwards, basking in the smiles of beauty, and relying upon the favour of the gentler sex to carry him safely over the obstacles in the adventurer's road through life. Was it likely, then, that he would neglect his opportunities with Dolores, a lovely and inexperienced girl, who had the command of one of the deepest purses in Paris? He had too holy a fear of his aunt to approach his cousin in the guise of the seducer; but he contrived to win her affections as if unawares, and she was perhaps all the more blindly in love with him because he had never asked her for her heart. He always affected to respect her relations with Perez, and he told her bluntly that her mission in life was to make the financier her husband. "It is your own fault that the marriage has not come off ages ago," he said; and then, when the girl answered him only with a deep sigh, it was his task to console her, his task to talk of the happiness which might have been had his lot in life been different. "I am little better than a pauper," he told her, "and my life is full of bitter memories. No woman who values her own happiness should link her lot with mine." Dolores pondered over that phrase, bitter memories, and she interpreted after her own fancy, which told her that Leon's youth had been blighted by some dark love story, a tale of fatal passion and broken hearts, such as she was reading about daily in the novels which were her chief recreation. There were times when he talked, in dark hints and unfinished sentences, of his past experiences; the women who had loved him and broken their hearts for him; the one woman, beautiful, high-placed, a star of loftiest magnitude, whom he had loved, and in vain. The girl listened and believed, weak as water, loving him all the more because her love was unreturned. He was full of tenderness for her by fits and starts; but he gave her to understand that he could never again love as he had loved that great lady who had flung away name, country, home, and reputation for his sake, and who had died in a tragical death in the morning of their love. Duverdier's visits to the Rue St. Guillaume had not been altogether disinterested. He had gone there in times of financial difficulty, and he had extorted more than one so-called loan from Madame Quijada, and had obtained several smaller sums of money, freely and gladly given, from Dolores, who had never been entrusted with the command of large means, and who dared not part with a single jewel from among Perez Peru's splendid gifts, as he had a troublesome way of passing her diamonds in review every now and then. He would write to her in the course of the day to tell her that he was going to dine with her in the evening, and that he would like to see her black velvet and diamonds; and Dolores shrewdly suspected that this was only his manner of assuring himself that she had made away with none of his gifts. These magnificent gems had often passed under Duverdier's hands. He had sat in eager contemplation of their pure white brightness as they lay in their open cases on the table before him. "They are worth a fortune, Dolores," he said, "but they are of very little use to you, of less use than toys to a child. The child can amuse itself with the toys, but you can do nothing with the diamonds. It is not worth the trouble of wearing them when there is nobody to admire you." "Oh, but they are very pretty," the girl answered childishly, "and I like to have them. Perez told me that there are only about half a dozen women in Paris who have such diamonds, and they are all great ladies." "Perez told you a lie," her cousin answered harshly. "What of the rich Americans, the men whose money has been made in pork or petroleum, and who give their wives diamonds of 6 times the value of yours? Perez is an impostor." He shut the case with a sharp snap. Those diamonds always made him angry. The thought of all that money locked up in velvet and morocco, or shining upon the neck and arms of a girl, aggravated him to madness. He was always in want of money. He had had a run of luck on occasions, and had rioted for a brief space in the possession of wealth, but it was the wealth of to-day, not of to-morrow, and the next turn of luck had left him penniless. He looked at those diamonds on his cousin's neck with hungering eyes, and the thought of them haunted him in his dreams. The image of that waxen neck haunted him too, and he saw it sometimes with one cruel hand upon it, holding it as in an iron vice, while another hand tore off that dazzling necklace. Once in a distempered dream he saw the same fair neck streaming with blood. He hurried to the Rue St. Guillaume early next morning, almost expecting to hear of a calamity, but nothing evil had happened. Dolores met him with a smile, surprised at his early visit. "I had a horrid dream about you," he said, and she saw that he was ghastly pale. "Where do you keep your jewels?" he asked later, when they had been talking of indifferent subjects. "Oh, that is mother's business. She has all sorts of contrivances for taking care of them." "I'm afraid, in spite of all her contrivances, you'll be robbed some day," Léon answered moodily. Yes, she would be robbed, he told himself. Some vulgar thief would get to know of the wealth that was stowed away in those dull old rooms, wealth in its most concentrated and portable form, and he, her cousin, who had such a need of share in the old financier's spoil, would be told that those jewels had vanished as swiftly and silently as if some wicked fairy had changed them into withered leaves. Madame Quijada did all she could to discourage her nephew's visits, but some reason, known only to herself, restrained her from actually shutting her door against him, and Dolores always welcomed him gladly, appear how and when he might. If he was moody, she sympathized with him, pitying griefs he did not take the trouble to explain. If he was rude, she bore with his rudeness. For her, he was just that one man upon earth who could do no wrong. Fate and fortune were to blame for using him badly. It was now nearly 4 months since she had seen him. A brief note had told her that he was leaving Paris, that he was likely to be a wanderer upon the earth, and that it might be years before they met again. She was in despair at this cruel farewell, and sent her mother to his lodgings to find out what had become of him. On her first visit, Madame Quijada heard only the same statement that had been made to the officer of police, but on going a month later she found the nest despoiled. The law had made a clearance of all Duvernier's effects at the suit of his chief creditor. The apartment was to be let, and nobody knew or cared what had become of its late tenant. The change in Dolores after her cousin's disappearance was too obvious to escape the keen eye of Pérez. He had always known that she did not care for him, that she submitted to her slavery as a fate which she was too weak to resist, that she loved ease and luxury, jewels and flowers too well to run away from her gilded nest into that bleak world of the hewers of wood and drawers of water, that hard world which to her ignorance must have seemed as terrible as the wilderness to the dwellers in cities. He knew that he held her by the most sordid of ties, the love of wealth and the fear of penury. He had seen her listless, weary, indifferent, but he had never until lately seen her so absolutely unhappy, and jealous doubts were soon aroused by that inexplicable change. He suspected an intrigue of some kind, and set a private detective to watch the house in the Rue St. Guillaume, but the man discovered nothing. No suspicious person was seen to approach the house, nor did Mademoiselle Quijada ever go out alone. He questioned her closely. He told her that he was sure she had some secret grief, and he urged her to confide in him. She protested that there was nothing the matter. She was tired of Paris, that was all. Her life was monotonous enough to make anyone unhappy. He had no need to look further for the cause of her low spirits. "I am going to Madrid next week. Will you go with me?" asked Pérez. "Yes, yes, I shall be delighted." Her face lighted up with pleasure. She gave her master one of those rare smiles which repaid him for the richest gift he could offer her. She was thinking that Léon had most likely gone to Madrid, and that she would find him there. She thought she could not be in the same city with him and yet not contrive to bring him to her side. She would make her mother hunt him out for her, even if she herself were allowed only to change one prison for another. Her whole manner altered. She became gay and talkative, and discussed the journey. How soon would they start? She was dying to go. "You want to see your old schoolmates, I suppose," said Pérez, "to make them envious of your jewels and your beauty." "Yes, yes, I want to see them all again," she answered carelessly. "But I cannot have you gadding about Madrid any more than about Paris," said Pérez. "The Spanish capital is almost as wicked as the French." "Mother can go and find my old companions. They may come to see me, I suppose." "Surely, Dolores, you would not receive any of your convent comrades in your position," said her mother severely. "Do you forget that to those girls, honored and happy wives perhaps now, you would seem an outcast? They would have nothing to say to you." Thérèse looked embarrassed. It was the first direct attack that Madame Quijada had ever made upon him in the guise of an injured parent. The bargain he had made with her had been arranged upon purely commercial principles, honor so much, maternal affection so much, beauty so much. Even the injured feelings of the defunct Quijada, who might in some distant planet be aware of what was happening here, had been considered. The sum total had been large, and Thérèse was therefore unprepared for an outburst of wounded humour. Dolores shrugged her shoulders and gave an impatient sigh. She was not endowed with fine feelings, and cared very little whether the link that bound her to her master she hated was or was not sanctioned by Holy Church. The good opinion of the world would not compensate for an alliance with age and ugliness. "Your diamonds must go to my office while we are away," said Thérèse after an embarrassed pause. "I have burglar-proof safes there which will accommodate all your jewel cases. I will take them away with me to-morrow and lock them up with my own hand." "And what am I to wear while I am in Spain?" "Ah, I forgot. You want to astonish your old friends. Well, keep the sapphires I gave you a little while ago, and a few of your smaller trinkets. The diamonds must be made secure before we start. It would be dangerous to travel with jewels of such value." "Duchesses carry their diamonds everywhere," said Dolores. "And duchesses are often robbed, sometimes by their husbands, sometimes by their servants, and occasionally by professional thieves. You had better take my advice in this matter." Dolores submitted with an air of indifference, and Thérèse departed, promising to fetch the jewel cases on the following day. He came, and was told that Dolores was too ill to see him. She had changed her mind. She did not care about going to Madrid. The possibility of meeting people who had known her in her innocent girlhood was hateful to her. This was the gist of what Madame Quijada told him, with much circumlocution and with some tears wrung from a mother's wounded heart. Seeing that he listened to her reproaches with patience, and that there was an expression of real distress in his withered old face, Madame Quijada pursued this subject still further. He was breaking her daughter's heart, she told him. He had but to open his eyes, and he would see that she was drooping and dying by inches in that dismal prison house. The sense of a false position, to a girl brought up in the convent of El Santo Corazon, was unendurable. Diamonds were as dross, material comforts were of no account. The blighted breath of dishonour had passed over the fair young life, and it was now slowly withering away. Thérèse heard and pondered. He idolized Dolores, and there was positively no obstacle to his marrying her, except his keen dread of ridicule, the idea of being laughed at by all Paris as the wealthy dotard with a girl wife, the fear that if she were once his wife she would insist upon flaunting her beauty in the full glare of the wickedest city in the world, or that city which seemed so to him. "If I were to marry her she would lead me a wretched life," he said after some meditative pacings about the spacious salon. "She would take advantage of her secure position. She would plunge into the vortex of frivolous pleasures. She would drag my name in the mud, perhaps." "You have known her long enough to know how simple her ideas are, how easily she is contented." "That is all very well now that she is under restraint. How can I tell what she would be if she had the authority of a wife?" "Keep her as a slave, then, and let her fade and die. Do not reproach me when the end comes." There was much more to the same purpose, and the result was total surrender upon the part of Pedro Perez. He would marry Dolores at the mairie as soon as the law allowed. All he stipulated was that she should continue to lead a life remote from the crowds and amusements of fashionable Paris. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 24. A gloomy retrospect. Pedro Perez and his beautiful wife started for Madrid upon the evening after their marriage. They travelled with all the comfort that wealth can give. Dolores had her mother and her maid as duenna and attendant. They went to the best hotel in Madrid, where, at the instigation of his wife and mother-in-law, Perez engaged the handsomest suite of rooms upon the first floor. His dread of ridicule, his jealous doubts and suspicions, prompted him to hide the treasure that he had won for himself; but some natural pride intervened, and he could not refrain from showing himself in the fashionable drives and promenades with his lovely young wife by his side. Gradually it became known to all the financial world of Madrid that the beautiful girl who went about with Pedro Perez was actually his wife, and visits of ceremony and congratulation became frequent in the amber satin salon au premier. Madame Perez accepted the situation with perfect equanimity, and showed to better advantage as a wife than as a beautiful bird in a gilded cage. If she was not entirely happy, she was at least better contented with herself and her life than she had been in the Rue St. Guillaume. So far from repenting his marriage, Perez grew daily more devoted to his wife and more anxious to gratify her. He submitted to all Madame Quijada's exactions, and allowed himself to be led by the nose by his mother-in-law as well as by his wife, and in this placable disposition he returned to Paris, where he at once occupied himself with the task of selecting a home that should be worthy of a millionaire's young and lovely wife. Everybody whom he knew in Paris had heard of his marriage, and he had to submit to the congratulations of his acquaintances, which, as he was particularly shy, were agony to him. He also had to endure a good many sly thrusts in the papers, and more than one caricature of La Belle et la Bête. But he bore it all, and after a week or two consented to mount an elegant victoria with a pair of matchless blacks, and to show himself in the Bois at the fashionable hour. A coupé was being built for Dolores, and a second pair of blacks was being looked for, Madame Quijada and her daughter being of opinion that a stud to be distingué must be of one color. After looking at a good many houses, Perez finally decided upon one in the somewhat solitary avenue Reichschossen, which had been built for a famous actress during the palmy days of the Empire, the avenue being then known as the Avenue Hortense, and which was at least a mile from the Arc de Triomphe. The house stood at some distance from the road, and was concealed by a screen of acacias and other ornamental trees and shrubs. The garden had been carefully laid out, and the stables had been the particular care of the first proprietor, who was a connoisseur in equine arrangements. This Italian villa, with its grounds and dependencies, had cost a fortune, but it was offered to Pedro Perez for about a fourth part of the original cost. He liked the property, in the first place because it was a bargain, and in the second place because its solitary position gratified his idea of retirement with the wife of his choice. He did not want to live in the heart of Paris, where Dolores might be encouraged to set up a salon, and where the men he knew might find it too convenient to visit his handsome wife. That solitary Italian villa, with its screen of foliage inconveniently remote from the busy haunts of men, was the very home he desired. Dolores and her mother both admired the house, and both complained of its surroundings. The neighborhood was a desert. It was on the wrong side of the Bois for fashion and beauty. Like all bargains, the property was hardly worth having. For once in a way Perez was firm in his opposition to his wife's wish. He would buy that house, and no other. "If you would rather go on living in the Rue St. Guillaume," he said, "I won't interfere." "I detest the Rue St. Guillaume," replied Dolores petulantly. So the Italian villa in the Avenue de Reichschossen was bought, and Dolores was allowed to furnish the new house after her own fancy, and without any consideration of cost. Only in one matter did her husband exercise his authority, and that was in the choice of the household. All the servants were engaged by him at an office in Paris, but he allowed Louise Marcet to assist him in his choice, and to be present during the negotiations. She was to be housekeeper in the new villa, having shown a talent for management and economy in the Rue St. Guillaume. Madame Quijada was allowed to choose her own suite of apartments on the ground floor, in a wing beyond the principal rooms, which were vestibule, salon, dining, and billiard room. Dolores had her boudoir, bedroom, dressing, and bathroom on the first floor, while her husband had a corresponding set of rooms in the opposite wing. There were 2 small rooms at the back of the house, on the same floor, divided only by a narrow passage from the suite occupied by Dolores, and these were appropriated to Mademoiselle Marcet, a sitting room and bedroom. A servant's staircase at the end of the passage brought her in easy communication with the offices below, and enabled her to exercise a useful surveillance upon the household. The servants' bedrooms were on an upper story, almost hidden by the classic ornamentation of the roof. An open loggia formed the central feature of the façade, and divided the apartments of the master and mistress of the house, offering a means of communication in summer time, and a neutral ground where husband and wife might meet in their idle hours. Dolores was full of plans for decorating this loggia in an Oriental style, so soon as spring should revisit the land. A Parisian winter did not promise much enjoyment from an open loggia, however architectural and Italian. The installation in the Villa Perez took place very quietly, though both mother and daughter had suggested a ball, or at least an evening party, in honor of la pendaison de la crémaillère. Perez reminded them that they knew scarcely half a dozen people in Paris, and asked where their guests were to come from if they were to give a party. "Madame Perez has only to hold up her finger in order to fill her salon," replied Madame Quijada with dignity. "Or, in other words, you have but to say to one of the best known Parisians at your club, 'My wife is going to give a party, and I want you to send out 200 or 300 cards of invitation on her part,' and the thing is done. We shall give music, supper, and wines that people will talk of for a week, and after that everybody in Paris will want to come to the Villa Perez. A very excellent way of squandering money and courting discomfort," answered Perez tartly. "I bought this house for my wife and myself, not for all Paris." "I foresee that we shall be as dismal here as we were in the Rue St. Guillaume," sighed Madame Quijada, who did not forego a mother-in-law's privilege of saying disagreeable things. Finding that society was still forbidden fruit, Madame Quijada sank into a slough of sensuous pleasures, and rejoiced in her luxurious surroundings, her daughter's cordon bleu and her son-in-law's wine cellar. She began to regard the midday déjeuner and the 7 o'clock dinner as the two chief events of the day. She did ample justice to the produce of Burgundy and Bordeaux, nor did she ever forego the dainty goblet of Chartreuse or Curaçao which marked the close of the meal. A miniature goblet from which Titania herself might have drunk, only Titania would hardly have refilled the glass so often. In the afternoon Madame Quijada enjoyed her siesta in true Spanish fashion. In the evening she was more alert, and played écarté with her daughter for small stakes, which she generally won. If Dolores would not play, there was always the souffre-douleur Louise, who had the whole charge of the household on her shoulders, and who had to please the 3 people who constituted the family. Madame Quijada had given over the entire duty of housekeeping to her niece, and rarely rose from her easy chair except to be driven in her daughter's victoria, or to go to a theatre in the luxurious coupé when Perez was disinclined to escort his wife. Nothing had been heard of Léon since his disappearance, and his aunt's most earnest desire was that she should never see his face or hear his name again. There were episodes in her life which she wanted to forget, now that she had attained to that respectability with which wealth can cover the most doubtful antecedents as with a royal mantle. It was in search of oblivion that she filled and refilled the little Venetian goblet after déjeuner or dinner, and there were times when she felt that all the Chartreuse the good monks ever distilled would hardly be strong enough to drown certain haunting memories. Perez Peru noted his worthy mother-in-law's indulgence in the pleasures of the table, and remarked upon this weakness to his wife. "If you don't look after your mother she'll take to drinking," he said one evening as they drove to a boulevard theatre, leaving Madame Quijada sitting opposite Louise at the little card table, with flushed cheek and glittering eye. "Bah! If she has just une pointe now and then it can't matter," replied Dolores carelessly. "Her dinner is the only thing that amuses her. You won't let us give parties or know any amusing people. You have banished even the poor old Duturks. They were dull, but they were alive, and they were better company than chairs and tables." "You are very ungrateful, Dolores," Perez answered with a piteous look. "I have refused you nothing except to change my manner of life. I have always loved solitude and hated strange faces. I should not be a millionaire if I had not possessed the power of self-concentration, of living on my own thoughts. But now you are a millionaire, and 3 times a millionaire, you ought to enjoy life." "To enjoy life is to live quietly with you, to have you all to myself, not to see you surrounded with young people who would despise your old husband and teach you to despise him. You talk about giving balls, Dolores. Can you not conceive what torture it would be to me to see you dancing with young men, handsome, fascinating, unprincipled, relentless in their pursuit of the woman they admire? Men who would talk of you at their clubs, compare you with the vilest of your sex, discuss your every charm, lay wagers about you, as to who should be your favored lover, and how soon you could be persuaded to dishonor your husband. I could not endure to see you admired, knowing what admiration means among the young libertines I meet on the Bourse, men who seek to make money only that they may squander it upon women a little viler than themselves. You cannot understand what an old man's love is, Dolores, how jealous, how exacting. You forget how poor a recompense age ever gets for its devotion to youth." "I don't mean to be ungrateful," Dolores answered with a deep sigh, and then she turned her head away from her husband, and studied the passing carriages, the flâneurs upon the broad asphalt pavement, the glitter and splendour of the shop windows, shops that seemed designed only for the accommodation of millionaires. She was going to the theatre in all her glory of jewels, diamond stars in her hair, a necklace of single stones, each gem worth a rosiere's dower, diamond serpents in single, double, and treble coils winding up her slim round arm. She wore a simple evening toilette of some black gauzy material, but the Chantilly lace upon her gown was only second in value to the gems on her neck. When a beautiful young woman marries age and ugliness, she can at least assert the claims of beauty by spending her husband's money royally. The theatre was the Ambigu, where a new comedy of Sardou's had just made a hit, and where all Paris was crowding nightly. Dolores was indignant when she found that the box her husband had secured for her was only a small one on the pit tier, where neither her beauty nor her diamonds could be adequately seen. He had his old fancy for these shadowy little boxes, where it pleased him to hide his enchantress from the vulgar eye; but in spite of these jealous precautions, Madame Perez was already known and talked about as La Belle aux Diamants. Her husband's reputation as a triple millionaire gave a special interest to her jewels. People gloated upon gems which might have cost $500,000 if Perez pleased. He could have spent $500,000, reduced his fortune by a sixth, without feeling any poorer. "He could make as much in a week if he chose to start a new mine," said the flâneur on the Bourse. "He has but to write a prospectus, and the money pours in like water. He has a Golconda in his ink pot." While Perez and his wife were laughing at Sardou's biting wit, Madame Quijada was winning Louise Merced's half-francs by her astute and studied play. Louise took no interest in the game, indeed hated all games of cards, and only played as a part of her duty in that house where she was the shadow of everybody else's sunshine. They had played nearly an hour and a half when the elder woman threw down the cards with an impatient sigh, instead of dealing them. "We have played long enough for to-night, Louise. I am tired of winning such miserable stakes. How ghastly the silence of this house is. Nothing but the tick, tick, tick of that clock on the mantelpiece, and the crackling of the logs now and then. You may get me a finger of fin champagne. I feel very low to-night. This house is killing me." "You ought to be much easier in your mind now that your daughter has been placed in an honourable position, now that your conscience is at peace upon her account," said Louise gravely. "My conscience? Don't preach to me about conscience. I have done with all superstitious bugbears. I finished with them before I left Marseilles. I have never entered a church since my marriage. I was overdosed with religion in my girlhood. I married a clever man who soon taught me to laugh at the old fables." "And were you happier, do you think, for abandoning the old pathways?" asked Louise, gravely arranging the cards, with her eyelids cast down, as if she hardly liked to meet her aunt's eyes when she spoke of sacred things. "Happier? Happy, happier, happiest. Those are idle words, child. I don't believe anybody is happy. I don't believe in the existence of happiness." "Oh, you are wrong, aunt. There are moments, hours, days in this life perfectly and beautifully happy, days to which one looks back afterwards as to a dream of heaven, days to which one looks forward after death, hoping that God will give us back that lost happiness in heaven. Those brief days are balanced by long years of misery, but they have been. They have been. There is nobody on this earth who has not once been happy. The word is not an idle invention. Well, I suppose I was happy in my time. Happy that Easter night when Jules Delmont followed me home from the church door and talked to me, while my mother walked on ahead with my elder sister, your mother, little suspecting that I had an admirer making love to me under cover of the darkness. He was only clerk to an avoué, but those who knew anything about him said that he was one of the cleverest young men in Marseilles, and as my parents were only small shopkeepers, they did not make many objections to my marrying him. We had only a couple of rooms to live in, and 30 francs a week to live upon, but it was all bright enough for the first year. And then I found out things about my clever young husband. There was more money, but it wasn't come by very honestly, and we had to leave Marseilles one night in secret, never to go back there. We came to Paris, of course. Everybody comes to Paris, and Dolores was born in a little street near Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, where we struggled on somehow, till the end came for my husband, the bitter, cruel end. Are you ever going to get me that mouthful of cognac? Yes, aunt, but indeed you would be better without it. How dare you dictate to me? I am sick and fainting with thinking of my wretched past. Get me some cognac this instant." Louise left the room and returned with a tiny carafe and Titania's Venetian goblet. She did all she could to discourage her aunt's growing propensity for alcohol, but she was only a dependent. She might remonstrate, but she was compelled to obey. He was arrested at a low dancing place among men and women of the vilest character, men who were like bad women who were like vicious men, pursued Madame Quijada, helping herself to the cognac with a tremulous hand. Why dwell upon those bygone troubles? I know all the sad story. It does me good to talk. Anything is better than the silence of this ghastly room, white and gold, so white, so cold and cheerless, like a room meant for ghosts. It is a relief to talk of what I suffered in those days. He was arrested for swindling, forgery, a long series of frauds, and he was taken to prison. I never saw him alive again. He hanged himself at daybreak, within 2 hours of his arrest, hanged himself with a silk handkerchief upon the iron bar of the prison grating, before he had been examined by the juge d'instruction, and before his jailers thought it necessary to take any special precautions against suicide. "You were much to be pitied, aunt," said Louise, quietly putting away the neat little boxes of cards. She had heard the story of her aunt's marriage very often of late, for Madame Quijada had grown more loquacious in proportion as she indulged in alcohol. She did not talk of these things to Dolores, who had been brought up in ignorance of her father's character, had, indeed, been brought up to believe that the departed parent was the scion of a noble Andalusian family, whereas the lawyer's clerk of Marseilles was the son of a pettifogging lawyer, and the name Quijada had been only adopted by Dolores's mother when she went to Madrid. She found the name in a volume of Cervantes, which she opened at random. "Oh, I have had a dreadful life, Louise. I have been surrounded by criminals," cried Madame Quijada, after 2 or 3 little glasses. "Don't talk of it, aunt," repeated her niece, with a sudden vehemence. "You ought to be wiser than to talk to me of the past, knowing how much I have suffered, knowing that I shall never cease to suffer from that bitter memory, that the very presence of that man in the room stifles me. I cannot breathe when he is near me. I feel as if I must fall upon him and kill him as he killed—" "Hush, hush!" cried her aunt, looking apprehensively towards the door. "You are right. We ought never to talk of the past. It is dangerous, dangerous in every way. Heaven be praised we have not heard of your brother for 6 months. We may never hear of him again. Ah, I always dread him most, after an interval of absence. He will reappear as he has reappeared before, or if not, we shall read of some crime that has been committed in some foreign city, and we shall know that it is his work. He has neither heart nor conscience. Can I ever forget, do you think, how he killed the man I idolized, the best and most generous of men? Can I ever forget how he used my name for ever more hateful to me, as a lure to draw that good, brave man to his death? And yet he dares to come into a room where I am. He dares to offer me his hand, red with the stain of murder." "You have no right to fix that crime upon your brother," Madame Quijada exclaimed angrily. "There is nothing to identify him with the murder, absolutely nothing. Your name might be used by anyone. The unfortunate man may have talked about you, boasted of his conquests in the presence of his servants, of some French or Italian butler perhaps, who, being in the house, would know all his master's intended movements, and all about the money which was to change hands that day. Servants are often agents, conscious or unconscious, in crimes that mystify everybody. You have no right to associate your brother with that crime." "I have the right of my own conviction. I know as well that it was his hand that struck the blow as if I had been standing by when the murder was done. I have no doubt about the murderer. What I want to find out is the identity of the murderer's accomplice, before God and man as guilty as the murderer himself. Who was the middle-aged woman who met Robert Hatrell in the street and asked him to go to Antoinette Morel's deathbed? Who was the woman who used that lure? Who was the elderly Frenchwoman who changed the English banknotes on the Riviera? Can you answer me those questions, aunt, you whose bread I have eaten, the bitter bread of dependence, and whose slave I have been ever since my illness left me unable to grapple with the outside world? I have been afraid to live anywhere else, afraid to be among other people, lest in some moment of dark thought I should betray my brother. He is of my own blood, and I have sworn to myself never to give him up to justice." "Give him up?" cried her aunt contemptuously. "Why, you have not one shred of proof against him. There is nothing but your own brain-sick fancies to connect your brother with that Englishman's death. You are toqué, child, about Robert Hatrell. Your poor brain has never got over the fever that your sick fancies brought upon you, and one ought to be patient with you and let you talk any nonsense you like. Luckily for your brother, the police are not influenced by hysterical women. They want facts. Hard facts. And there is not one fact to connect your brother Claude Léon Morel with the crime in Denmark Street." "Or you with the mysterious accomplice," said Louise. "Perhaps not. Yet if you were unconcerned in that foul crime, why did you both change your names within a month of the murder? Why was I made to change my name from Morel to Merced, and to assume my second baptismal name in place of my first? Your brother had made himself notorious during the Commune. He was not included in the amnesty, and he could not return to France in his own name. He was supposed to have been shot with the others at Sattery. His resurrection would have been dangerous. Say that the false name meant nothing, but how do you account for the sudden change from poverty to wealth? You and I were living in an attic in a wretched dirty street in one of the shabbiest, dreariest quarters of that great wilderness of brick where we had taken refuge after the troubles here. One day you disappeared without telling me where you were going, leaving me just a line to say you were going away upon business and might be absent for some time. You left me penniless, except for the pittance I was able to earn by working for a Jewish tailoring house. Cruel work, which wore my fingers to the bone. You had been gone a week when I heard some women in the court where I lived talking of a murder. I could just understand enough English then to know what they were talking about, but I listened heedlessly enough until I heard the name of Hatrell, not pronounced as I pronounced it, yet a great horror came over me at the thought that it might be the same name. It was not he who was murdered, I told myself. I was an idiot to be so disturbed by fear. And yet I could not command myself or keep calm while I questioned the women. They couldn't tell me who the murdered man was, only that his name was Hatrell. They said if I wanted to know more I had better buy a newspaper. I rushed out into the street like a madwoman, and it seemed to me as if I should never find a shop where they sold newspapers, though there were hundreds of shops in the long busy street. At last I found a tobacconist's where there were a lot of papers stuck in a rack against the doorway. I took 3 of them haphazard, and gave the shopkeeper the last 3 pence I had in the world, the pence that were to have bought food for the day. I hurried back to my garret as fast as my feet would carry me. I thought more than once that I should fall down in the street, for my knees seemed to give way under me. I would not trust myself to look at the papers till I was safe in my own hole like a wounded animal, and then I bolted my door and sat down upon the bare boards and unfolded one of the newspapers. Why go over all this old ground, Louise? A little while ago you reproached me for dwelling on the past, and now you are harping upon old sores. You have told me the story often enough." Louise had begun to pace the room in an agitated manner as she talked, while Madame Quijada sank deeper into her luxurious armchair, and sat there looking up at her niece with an awe-stricken countenance, as if she had been Nemesis. Time was when she would have put down all such speech as this with a high hand, but the growing habit of brandy and chloral had weakened her energies. She who once held so firm a mastery over her daughter and niece was now powerless to control either. I will talk of these things. You have kept me long enough in miserable silence and submission. I have been your drudge, not because I feared you or valued the home you have given me, but because I care nothing for my life and would as soon be a slave as an empress. But there are times when the memory of the past is too strong for me. I want you to know what I suffered while I was alone in that garret. The room comes back to me in my dreams sometimes with a hideous reality, and I fancy I'm sitting there in the hot summer afternoon stitching in hopeless monotony, as if I were a human machine. I must talk of that hideous past. It is in my mind always. It is a part of me." She walked to and fro in silence for a few minutes, and then went on recalling her misery step by step. "The first newspaper that I opened was full of the Denmark Street murder, and the Denmark Street murder was the murder of Robert Hatrell. I could read English much better than I could speak it, and there was not one word of the witnesses that escaped me. I saw my own name, and understood that it was the name of his poor Antoinette which had lured him to the shambles in which he was to be killed. And then I knew that the murderer was my brother, whose face I had not seen since the first few weeks after we came to London. I knew that the pretended watchmaker in Denmark Street was my brother, and that the woman who asked Robert Hatrell to go to the deathbed of a girl called Antoinette must be you, and only you. And I knew that because Robert Hatrell had once been kind to me, and loved me a little perhaps, in spite of the difference in our stations, because of those few happy days of my girlhood, he had been trapped and murdered. It was not till afterwards that I read about the changing of the notes on the Riviera, but when I did I knew that the grey-haired Frenchwoman was you. I knew your shifty tricks well enough in the past to know that you would have no difficulty in disguising yourself and aping the manners of a woman of quality. That was months afterwards, when I was able to leave the French hospital, where I was carried raving mad with brain fever, after starving in my garret for nearly a week, trying to work from daybreak till dark, and spending sleepless nights of agony. But for the refuge that this blessed institution afforded me, I must have died of hunger in my garret, or been turned out of doors to die in the street. My landlord was a cab driver, and he had the humanity to put me into his cab, burnt up with fever and delirious as I was, and drive me to the hospital, where he told them my story. I sent you money as soon as I had settled at Madrid, where I went in the hope of getting help from an old friend. Yes, your letter telling me to go to Madrid and enclosing the money for the journey arrived after I had gone to the hospital. The letter was given me when I recovered my senses, and when I was able to travel I set out for Spain. In Madrid I found you established in very different quarters to our garret in the Minorias. Your old friend had been very generous to you. You, who had been nearly starving in London, were able to make a very good figure in Madrid, able to send your daughter to a convent school, you who were living on bread and water before Robert Hatrell was murdered. Do you suppose I ever doubted where your money came from? I knew from the beginning that it was the price of blood. You called me mad when I refused to eat or drink with you while your prosperity lasted. You laughed at me because I preferred a crust of bread in my garret to your dainty fare. When your money was gone and you were again reduced to poverty, my mind was easier. I could better bear to live with you, and then I grew fond of Dolores. She at least was innocent of all evil, and so I learned to bear the burden of my life." "You are a fool," muttered Madame Quijada hastily. "I have heard all this rhodomontade of yours so often that I never think it worth my while to argue with you. Just give me your arm to help me to my room before Dolores and her husband come home from the theatre. These rheumatic knees of mine will hardly carry me upstairs without assistance. You are a fool, Louise. You might be a milliner's drudge, toiling among a lot of other drudges at this day, if it were not for your cousin Dolores and me." "I might have been lying at the bottom of the Seine long ago, if it were not for Dolores," answered Louise gloomily. "Her love has been the only bond that held me to life." End of chapter 24. Chapters 25 and 26 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. Daisy's Diary in Joy. I am engaged to Gilbert Florestan. At last I understand what it is to be an engaged girl, And henceforward I shall be able to sympathize with every engaged girl in this world, of whatever nation, of whatever color, whether she wears ostrich feathers and diamonds in her head at the court of St. James, or dances in a feather girdle on some unknown islet of the South Seas, whether she spends her allowance on frocks or on beads. Yes, till I am 90, till I am cold in death, I shall be able to sympathize with every lover and every loved one upon earth, for now I know what love means. I know that it means everything. It means the color of the sky and the brightness of the sun. It means the perfume of flowers and the freshness of morning. It means the balmy noontide. And it means the restful coolness of green waving boughs. It means lamplight at eventide in cozy gracious drawing rooms. It means blind man's holiday beside the morning room fire. It means all these. For all these have double beauty and charm and comfort and sweetness since Gilbert and I were engaged. What will Cyril think, down at the bottom of this round globe, when he hears that Gilbert and I are to be married on the first day of the new year? What can he think, except that I am the lightest and most trumpery young woman he ever had the misfortune to count among his acquaintance? Beatrice Reardon has been very nice to me. She says that I have nothing to be ashamed about in the transaction. It is customary. It is, one may say, a rule of the game. When people break off an engagement, even if they have been engaged for years, and have doted on each other all the time, it is the duty of each to get engaged to somebody else without the slightest loss of time. They owe this to their own dignity. A girl who has the slightest self-respect will get engaged within a week after the parting, even if she has to marry a chimney sweep. Of course, said I, that is what Claire does in The Iron Master, and everyone knows what a perfect heroine she was. If you can just tolerate Mr. Florestan, you may consider yourself very lucky, said Beatrice. When I heard you were going to marry him, I made up my mind that he was absolutely loathsome to you. Did you? Cried I. Curious, isn't it? I really can just submit to the idea of my future existence as his wife. I shall live next door to Mother, and that will be some consolation. I meant to write everything in this diary. It was to be my novel, the romance of my life, with all its bright colors and all its dark shadows. It was to be a book to whose pages I could go back when I am middle-aged and when I am old, and live again all the happiest hours of my youth, and awaken echoes of old voices and vivid smiles, and every thought, feeling, and fancy of the passing hour. The wheels of the chariot roll on so swiftly when one is happy. One should try at least to put a brake upon memory, and for that there is only one way: pen and ink. Yes, I meant the story of my life to be complete, and yet I am going to leave one little blank. A little blank, did I say? A blank which represents the crisis of my existence, the turning point between dull patience and consummate bliss. I cannot write the mood and manner of my engagement, that sudden passage from liberty to bondage, when he took me in his arms in the arbour where we were once so miserable, and called me wife. Wife! As if we were married already. Absurd, no doubt, to the indifferent reader, but the word thrilled my heart. I cannot write of his kisses, or reckon them as if they were pounds, shillings, and pence in the housekeeper's book. I cannot write all the sweet foolishness of his talk, the undeserved praises, the intoxicating flatteries which he protested were not flatteries. Of those ridiculous moments I can keep no record. Perhaps if I had been let in at the gate of paradise for half an hour, I should not be able to describe the heavenly garden when I came out again. It is the same with that half hour in the arbour. He talked, and I listened, and we were engaged. That is my only record. On the same evening, however, we had a very serious conversation on the terrace after dinner. Mother was in her favourite seat by the drawing-room window. Uncle Ambrose was pacing the room. We could see them both in the lamplight as we walked slowly up and down. The evening was wonderfully warm and balmy for the end of September, and the great full moon was rising behind Lamford Church Tower, this being the third moon we have worn out since we left London. We talked of the moon a little, and he quoted Shelley, whom he knows as well as if he had completed one of Mrs. Cashay's prizes, and then I ventured to ask him a question which had been burning my tongue ever since we were engaged, just 4 hours and a half. It is wonderful what those 4 hours had done for me. I felt as much at ease with him as if we had been engaged for 3 weeks, and I began to understand the cool audacity of girls who send their fiancés on messages and make light of them in company, and the free and easy manners of the motherly girls who mend their sweethearts' gloves, and scold them for spilling things on their waistcoats, and put diachylon plaster on their wounds. "Will you be very angry if I ask you a question?" I asked. "I should be angry if you wished to ask me anything and didn't," said he. "Being your slave, what should I do?" "Please don't," I cried. "Cyril quoted that sonnet once, and I was quite rude to him about it. I shouldn't like you to quote anything second-hand. Yet it is a lovely sonnet, isn't it?" I added apologetically, for the line sounded sweet from him. "Cyril was not in touch with my ideas about Shakespeare." He laughed and answered with a most unnecessary kiss. "You really wouldn't mind?" I asked. "From those lips all words are dear." "Were you ever in love with anybody before you began to care for me?" I thought that question would come. Shall I answer it Jesuitically or honestly?" "Oh, honestly, please. Be brutal to me rather than dishonest. Of course I am prepared for the worst. You must have adored ever so many girls before you happened to let your glances light upon insignificant me." "Ever so many? That's a large order. Suppose I plead guilty to 2. I wish I had never looked at a woman, or at least never wasted a thought upon one till I saw you. I shouldn't if I had only known what was coming." "Do you really think I am as nice as the other 2? I asked, comforted by those sweet words. "I think you are to them as a wild rose on a hedge in the dewy morning compared with a double dahlia in the heat and dust and glare of a tent at a flower show. You are as the freshness of the morning, and they smelt of gas. The first could not help that, poor soul, for it was across the footlights my heart went out to her." "Was she very pretty?" I asked. "She was very pretty. That was just 15 years ago, mark you, when I was at Eton. She is very pretty at this present hour. She will go on being very pretty, I hope, till the end of the century. She is a burlesque actress, and I saw her in the daintiest little villager's dress you can conceive, dancing as lightly as a real fairy, and not a stage one." "Yes, Daisy," he said gravely, "I plead guilty to being over head and ears in love with Miss Millicent Melville of the Hilarity 15 years ago, for the whole space of the Christmas holidays. I was stone broke for her sake, and spent all my tips upon theatre tickets, hothouse flowers, and chocolate caramels. I delivered the flowers and the caramels to the surly stage doorkeeper, who may have sold them to the minor members of the troupe for aught I know. I never got speech of my houri, and I was heartbroken when I discovered, upon unimpeachable authority, that she had a husband and 5 children. How she did it, how she looked so lovely and sylph-like and childishly innocent, with an eating and drinking, smoking and swearing man and 5 brats to work for, I have never been able to understand." "Was she number 1?" I asked. "Yes, she was number 1. "In that case, I forgive you your first love. And now tell me about your second." "That is a graver case, Daisy. I cannot make light of that infatuation. Cupid did not assail me with paper pellets that time. His arrows were barbed and the barbs were poisoned. I loved a woman who was unworthy of my love, Daisy. I passed through the scathing fire of a wasted passion." "You loved her as well as you love me?" I asked, feeling just as if I had dropped from a paradise in yonder moon down to a hard, cruel earth. All my gladness perished in one gasping sigh. I felt sure he had cared more for her than for me. I'm afraid I must plead guilty to having loved her very dearly while my love lasted, Daisy, but the cure was a clean cure. There was not so much as a scar left from the old wound by the time I met you in Paris, and from that hour I was yours and yours only." "And if I had not broken with Cyril, what would you have done?" "Dragged on my roaming, desultory life, and suffered the dull agony of an empty heart." "Were you really unhappy in Scotland, in spite of grouse and salmon?" "In spite of as fine a stag as was ever stalked, which this hand slew the day before I casually heard that Arden had sailed in the big new steamer for Colombo." "And would you not have found some new divinity before Christmas?" "It was delightful to have him there and to be able to catechize him. Yet I could not help being savagely jealous of that unknown love, the number 2 in his calendar. I could not but feel that it was nice of him to tell me the truth, even at the risk of offending me for life. "Tell me about that second flame of yours," I said, agonized with curiosity. "Was she very lovely?" "She was splendidly handsome, a woman whose diamonds seemed more brilliant than those of other women, because they so harmonized with her bright beauty. I was among many worshippers, and I happened to be the most eligible of her adorers from a matrimonial point of view, and so she was gracious to me, and so I was her slave." "Did she jilt you?" I asked, for there was a bitterness in his tone which assured me the dear creature had treated him abominably. I could have hugged her for it. "Well, it was hardly a case of jilting. If I were to write my story, I should call the book Illusion and Disillusion. I was fortunate enough to find her out, before marriage instead of afterwards. My innocent little Daisy can hardly guess what a world of misery that discovery saved me." "I don't want to guess," I said, "but there is one thing I should like to know, Gilbert." I blushed in the moonlight and trembled at my own audacity as I pronounced his Christian name. I had my arm through his, and found myself giving his arm a gentle squeeze now and then, just to make sure that he was real, and that all the ecstasy of this hour was not a moonlit dream. "Ask as many questions as you like, fair Fatima. There is no blue chamber in my memory of which you may not open the door." "It does not pain you to speak of that wicked person?" "Not a whit. No more than it would pain me to talk of Cleopatra." "But at the time of your disillusion, did love die all at once, or by inches?" "Love died in an hour. But there was something, the memory, an aftertaste of passion, which was plaguily long dying." "Is it dead yet?" I asked, frightened. "Dead as a doornail. Dead as Scrooge's partner, old Marley. Deader, for no ghost of that vanished feeling will ever haunt me. I was heart whole the night I met you at the Grand Opera, and from that night I was your slave." "Oh, that is nonsense," cried I. "You could not have cared for me all at once, a commonplace English person like me. What was there in my poor face to catch your eye?" "Innocence, truth, candour. The virtues which make man's life happy and honourable. I saw poetic loveliness, and through that transparent beauty I saw the true and pure heart of girlhood, a heart of virgin gold, flawless, above price." "Don't," I cried, standing on tiptoe to put my hand upon his lips. "This last illusion is worse than the first and second. How can I ever live up to such an ideal as you have made out of me?" "Only love me, Daisy. There is no more to do." "Oh, that comes too easy. I did that before I was asked." Mother's voice calling us from the open window put an end to our confidential talk, but my heart was quite at ease now that I knew the history of his earlier loves. If he had told me he had never been in love before he saw me, I should not have believed him; and I should have been tortured for all the years to come by inextinguishable distrust. All this happened nearly a month ago, though I couldn't bring myself to write about it before to-day. And perhaps I should not be writing now if Gilbert had not been obliged to go to London to see his solicitor, our first parting, leaving me to get through the day somehow without him. The grounds look so dreary, the shrubberies seem so empty, and oh, what ages to 8 o'clock dinner when he will be back. 26. Daisy's Diary in Sorrow. When I wrote the last line in this book I think I must have been the happiest girl in the world. There was hardly a cloud upon my sky. Yes, one cloud, the fact that the man whom I thought my friend and benefactor was out of health and unhappy. Yet in spite of that one cloud I was utterly happy, selfishly absorbed in my new happiness. Today I take up my pen in fear and trembling. A dark and terrible cloud has closed over my life. I thank God that cloud does not rest upon my lover's head. He stands out in the sunshine, and all my thoughts of him are full of thankfulness and delight, but I can no longer be the selfish, self-absorbed creature I was when I wrote those last foolish pages, giving myself up to this dumb confidant as I could do to no living being. I must think of others now. This dark discovery forces my thoughts into other grooves. I must remember that I am my mother's daughter, as well as Gilbert's affianced wife. Oh, it is all so sad, so awful, such a cruel revelation, changing the whole colour of life, stripping off the mask from a face that was once honoured and beloved, opening a deep well of baseness and iniquity in the flowery garden world where I was so happy. To me it was as startling and sudden and blighting to come face to face with that great wickedness as it would have been to Eve in Eden, if the ground had opened at her feet and showed her a charnel house, there in that fair world where she had never heard of death. Sometimes, for a few moments, I doubt, and I ask myself if I am not deluded, if that hideous suspicion which grew in an hour into absolute conviction might not after all be groundless, and then I go over the facts slowly, in cold blood, one by one, carefully putting them together again like the pieces in a puzzle, and there the awful fact appears in unmistakable certainty. Oh, Father, Father, how that trusting, open nature, that generous heart of yours was cheated! How coldly, deliberately, and heartlessly your life was plotted away by the man who sat at your table, and smiled beside your hearth, and was to you almost as a brother. It was your own familiar friend who planned your murder. I must go back to the moment when this hideous secret revealed itself. It was natural that as Gilbert's fiancée I should tell him everything that had happened to me in all my life. And indeed I fear that I must have bored him sadly since we were engaged by prattling to him about every detail of my insignificant existence, my lessons, my boat, my playfellows and friends. I don't believe I have spared him a single doll, certainly not a favourite doll, nor a single nursery anecdote, nor a single family joke. He has been told everything. 2 days ago he came into the drawing-room just as it was growing dusk. He had been to London again, and we had had another parting, and I had felt very mopey all the afternoon, more especially as Mother had gone off on her weekly round to hear her weekly tale of woes and illnesses. I did not expect to see Gilbert until dinner-time, and oh, how my foolish heart thrilled with delight when I heard his step in the hall just after the clock struck 5. It is not very often that I have the privilege of making tea for Gilbert, and on this occasion I am sorry to say I made it so strong that it was hardly drinkable. I saw he made a wry face at every sip, though he declared it was quite the nicest tea he had ever tasted, and even chivalry did not enable him to empty his cup. Was it Metternich, or some other great diplomat, who sipped a glass of castor oil with every sign of relish because his host had offered it to him as particularly fine Tokay? I asked him, laughing at his self-sacrifice, and then I rang and ordered some chocolate à la vanille, which our butler makes to perfection. "You poor victim of soft-heartedness," I said. "Why didn't you tell me that the tea was horrid? I overreached myself in my endeavour to make it especially good, so that you might have a high opinion of my domestic capabilities." "I like strong tea," he answered, "but certainly yours is fortissimo. I fancy a good-sized pot of such stuff would serve to blow up the Houses of Parliament." How gay we were as we sat and talked and laughed in the growing dusk, with our feet on the marble curb, crooning over the fire like John Anderson and his old wife. How proud I felt of my lover, and how blissful in the assurance that he was all my own, that I had left no corner of his heart unexplored, no secret hidden from my prying eyes. We sipped our chocolate, which was really delicious. What superior creatures servants are! If I had attempted to make that Meunier à la vanille, I have no doubt the result would have been "odious," as dear Mr. Toole says in the upper crust. We sipped our chocolate and talked, not from grave to gay, but from gay to grave, and presently I told my dearest the single secret of my life, the one act of mine which I had hidden from the best of mothers. I told him how, when I first went to London, I was haunted by the ghastly vision of my father's murder, and how a morbid longing to see the room where that dark deed was done took possession of my mind and would not be driven away. I told him how I crept out of the house in the summer twilight, and described every step in that dismal pilgrimage till I came to Church Street on my way home. And then I told him of that intolerable Frenchman's insolence, and of the good creature in the hansom, to whom I should so like to leave a legacy when I am old enough to make a will, if I only knew his honourable name. "I know my enemy's name well enough," said I, "for as the cab was driving off with me, his friends called out to him, 'Hola, Duverdier!'" "Duverdier!" cried Gilbert, starting as if he had been shot. "Great God in heaven! Why, that is the name of the man I believe to be your father's murderer." In the next instant he seemed to regret having spoken, but I would not let him take back his words. I made him tell me all he knew or thought or suspected about my father's cruel death, and, stage by stage, I got the whole story out of him. It was slow work, for he was sorely disinclined to tell me anything. "Now that I know something, I must know all," I said, when he refused to answer my questions, and so, little by little, I heard the whole story. My mother had asked him to help her in tracing out a girl whom my father admired and had half a mind to marry before he had ever seen mother's face. She appealed to Gilbert, counting on his knowledge of Parisian life, and he had succeeded beyond his hopes up to a certain stage. But just as he had put his hand, as it were, upon the brother of this Frenchwoman, whom he believed to be the so-called watchmaker in Denmark Street, the man left Paris, leaving no clue to his destination. "I could do no more than leave the case in the hands of the Parisian police, who have a strong motive for finding your father's murderer if he is above ground," said Gilbert. "Of course, my reasons for believing this to be the man are in a measure conjectural, but the circumstantial evidence is strong. The man who murdered your father was a man who knew the story of your father's youthful love affair, and was able to use the French milliner's name as a decoy. It is known that Morel was in London with other communists at the time of the murder. It is known that he was heard of at Madrid soon after the murder, and that he was then flush of money. For my own satisfaction, I have convincing proof that this Duverdier is the man Claude Morel, but it is not such proof as could be produced in a court of justice. The evidence that convinced me was the evidence of a woman's face." And then he told me how he had met Morel's sister, and had taxed her with her identity with the girl whom my father once loved. Her emotion at the sound of my father's name was pitiable. Her agitation when he accused her brother of the murder was terrible. After that interview he had no doubt as to the guilt of the man now known as Léon Duverdier. The one missing link in the chain of evidence is the means by which the knowledge of your father's movements on that fatal day was transmitted to the murderer. He must have had an informant, if not an accomplice, either in the immediate vicinity of this house, or in the lawyer's office, where the hour and the nature of his appointment may have been known to the clerks. A deadly chill crept through my veins as he said these words. I was glad of the growing darkness which hid my face from him. I was glad that I had deferred the lighting of the lamp so as to prolong our blind man's holiday. I sat silent, motionless, paralyzed by the horrible suspicion which filled my mind. Someone at Lamford must have given the information that enabled the murderer to plan his crime. Who could that someone be, unless it were the familiar friend, the confidant of every enterprise and every idea of my mother and father? My mother has told me in answer to my questions that no servant in the house knew where my father was going or what he was going to do that day. The conversation at dinner on the previous evening had not touched on the business part of the transaction. My father had been full of the landscape gardener's plans, and the talk had been wholly of the terraces and the arboretum, of levelling and planting, and laying on water for fountains and greenhouses. All that was known in the household on that evening or on the following morning was that my father was going to London, and was to return before dinner. Yet someone had furnished such precise information that my father's murderer was able to meet him midway between the bank and the lawyer's office. Who was that accomplice, or worse than accomplice, of the murderer? Since the idea of murder might never have entered Claude Morel's mind if someone, knowing my father's affairs, had not told him how large a sum of money might be gained by that crime. Who could that secret assassin, that worse-than-murderer be, but the man whose footsteps were now dogged by the shedder of blood? Who but that man whose face bore in every line the marks of an unextinguishable remorse, the man whom I had seen shrinking away with horror-stricken countenance from the room where my father used to sit, and where his guilty conscience may have conjured up the shadow of the dead? His friend, his generous, confiding friend. Oh God, what a depth of iniquity! To have deliberately planned that cruel murder, to have plotted the crime which a vulgar assassin was to execute, to have waited and watched for the opportunity, perhaps to have tempted and persuaded the assassin against some remnant of better feeling, some instinctive shrinking from bloodshed, some scruple of conscience. And to have been with us day by day after that devilish act, our friend, our consoler, till at last, trading on a woman's gratitude for fancied benefits, he put forward his claim to the wife of his victim, and possessed himself of the object of his wicked love. Possessed himself. Yes, thank God, I know that my mother never loved him, that she gave her life up to him as if in payment of a debt, sacrificing herself to reward the fidelity of a lifelong friendship. God keep her from the horror of knowing what I know. My long silence made Gilbert uneasy about me, and he was full of tender sympathy, thinking that our conversation about my father had renewed an old grief. Mother came in while he was consoling me, and the lamps were brought, and I had to put on a cheerful countenance somehow for her dear sake, and by I had to sit down to dinner with that Judas, and still to play the hypocrite. I could hear the sound of my own voice as I talked, and it had such a false tone that it jarred upon my ear. Oh, the horror of that hour in the drawing-room, when Mother asked me to play some of those quaint old variations she and I are so fond of, and when I sat before the piano and played like a machine, while Ambrose Arden walked up and down with soft, cat-like step, and now and again paused and stood behind me for a few minutes, and once even laid his hand upon my shuddering shoulder. My whole being was one sense of horror and revulsion. I could scarcely breathe while he was so near me. Yet I went on playing somehow, always like a machine. Poor Mozart! "You are not in your usual form tonight, Daisy," said Gilbert, who pretends to think a great deal of my playing. And then he came over to me, and bent down to look into my eyes, and talked to me ever so sweetly, and his dear presence exorcised the demon, and that guilty wretch walked slowly away, and went on with restless prowling, to and fro, like a spirit in hell. The hell of guilty memories and gnawing thoughts, the hell of the traitor and murderer, that hell within the soul of man which made Judas hurl back his fatal 30 pieces upon his tempters, and rush out into the field and destroy himself. Where their worm dieth not and their fire is not quenched. That is the hell which Ambrose Arden has made for himself. I went on playing, while Gilbert went back to the other end of the room, where he had been sitting with Mother, and challenged her to a game at chess. I was alone in the shadowy corner by the piano, and as I played I watched that tall, slim figure with the bent shoulders, moving slowly to and fro with a gliding motion. Since this awful truth has revealed itself, I seem to see Ambrose Arden in a new light, as if I had been blindfolded before, and had made for myself an image of the man, and colored it with my own colors. The face and figure I watched tonight are new and strange, and the signs of a guilty conscience, the indications of a crafty and double nature seem to me now so strongly impressed upon every look and movement of the man, that I tell myself I must have been blind all this time, or I could not have missed his secret. It is there, written upon his brow, the very brand that scared the forehead of the first murderer, Cain. What a relief it was to be alone at last! Yes, even a relief to bid good night to Gilbert and Mother, and to lock the door of my own room, and to sit by the fire, face to face with the grim and hideous truth. I wanted to think out my horrible idea, to arrange all the facts which seemed to constitute such damning evidence against my stepfather, to try if I could not acquit him, or at any rate write, "Not proven," against his crime. Alas, no. After long hours of thought, after a long winter night without one interval of blessed sleep, my reason still condemns him. In my mother's second husband, in the friend and teacher of all my early years, the man to whom I owed so much, in him whom last of all men I should have suspected, I still see the murderer of my father. I recalled Duverdier's appearance in Grosvenor Square, his persistence in seeing my stepfather, his look of baffled fury as he left the house. I recalled his appearance in this place. Would any man without credentials of a guilty nature dare so to haunt a man in my stepfather's position? Yet this mere fact of the man's persecution would not influence me to believe in my stepfather's guilt. The evidence that is to my mind conclusive is the evidence of Cyril's appearance and Cyril's conduct upon the day when he played the listener to a conversation between his father and Duverdier. I saw those 3 figures in the lane, Ambrose Arden and Duverdier side by side, Duverdier talking angrily, vehemently, though in a lowered voice, and that other figure following stealthily, listening with bent brow and pallid face. Was it like my frank and manly Cyril to play the spy upon his father's movements, to creep at his father's heels and listen to a confidential conversation? What could be more unlike his character as I have known it? Nothing but the most stringent circumstances would have forced him into such a contemptible position. And within 2 or 3 hours of that scene in the lane, he came to me changed and aged as if by a mortal malady, and told me that all was over between us. I remember almost every word of our conversation, his protest that the motive of his renunciation was one which I could never know, his resolution to go to the uttermost end of the earth, to begin a new life, to cut himself adrift from all old associations. And this determination, this abandonment of the whole scheme of his existence, had been resolved upon since he left the rectory, in high spirits, the most light-hearted of men. What but some awful revelation could so quickly change the whole colour of his life? This is the evidence that weighs most heavily with me, and next to this is the evidence of my stepfather's decay, the gradual deepening of the gloom that has darkened over him in the midst of the happiest and fairest surroundings. No, I have no doubt now as to the brain which plotted the murder, or the hand which sent the information to the murderer on the eve or on the morning of the fatal day. And my mother is this man's wife, and must never know his guilt, lest the horror of it should drive her mad. When I think of her abiding love for my father, and think how she gave herself to this Judas, not caring for him, I am almost mad myself. Oh, what a cheat and trickster! What a prince of villains he has been, to play so patient a part, to sow the wicked seed at the first chance fate gave him, and then to wait 7 years for the harvest. Had he asked my mother to be his wife within a year or 2 of the murder, her eyes might have been opened, she might have suspected that he had some part in her husband's death. But after 7 years of tranquil, self-abnegating friendship, after winding himself into our hearts by every artifice of an accomplished hypocrite, it seemed almost a natural, inevitable development that he should change from friend to lover, and that his constancy in friendship should claim its reward. No, the dear mother must never know this hideous secret, if any power of self-repression on my part can keep it from her. And so I have, day after day, to sit at table with the man who planned my father's death, and I have to repress all signs of repulsion, and to seem all that I once was to him, at least in my mother's presence. Happily for me, he spends the greater part of his existence in the solitude of the cottage over the way. Happily for all of us, that existence is not likely to be a long one. Our Lamford doctor, who went up to London with mother and her husband to assist at the visit to the physician, told Gilbert in confidence that there is organic disease of the heart, and that Ambrose Arden is not likely to live to old age. End of chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The Amiable Magician. Elderly men, when they are in love, are the weakest of mortals, and weakness is prone to compromises. In his conduct towards his beautiful young wife, Pedro Perez showed all the weakness of an elderly lover. He halted between 2 opinions. He wanted to keep his treasure secluded from the world, secure from the pursuit of Parisian treasure-seekers, and yet he wanted to flaunt his happiness before the eyes of those 6 or so of competitors and rivals with whom he had ridden neck and neck in the chasse aux millions, the great race for wealth which is the favourite sport of this 19th century, whether the course over which it is run be the stock exchange, or the gaming saloon, the silver mine, or the manure heap. For Pedro Perez, the world meant one particular group of men at his club, one particular corner at his restaurant, and all his ideas of society were limited to that narrow circle of men who had begun life with a 5-franc piece and were ending it with 4 or 5 millions sterling. To these few intimates Perez had boasted of his wife's beauty, and of the villa in which he had enshrined his idol, as it were in a temple of silver and gold. And these on more than one occasion had expressed their desire to be admitted within the veil of the temple and to behold the goddess. Perez coquetted with the situation. He declared that his young wife was of too retiring and modest a nature to endure the gaze of strangers. He compared her to the violet shrinking within the shelter of its leaves, but his friends were not to be put off so easily. "There never was a woman who did not like to be admired," said Geoffroy, the famous contractor who, like Pérez, had made his fortune in Spanish America, but in another line of business. "And if your wife is a clever woman, she will like to make the acquaintance of the men of the world, like Hausrath yonder, and myself. I have heard of your wife when she was only Mademoiselle Quijada, living in retirement with her mother. A starveling pianoforte player who teaches my daughters was loud in his praises of the young lady. I can understand your not caring to introduce your friends to her while she was Mademoiselle Quijada, when you might have run the risk of losing her. But now that she is your wife, it is a miserly thing to keep your friends on the outside of your door, and I'll be bound the lady resents her seclusion." Pérez could not bring himself to deny the charge. He argued with himself that there could be no danger in allowing Dolores to receive old fogies like Geoffroy and Hausrath, than whom Paris could hardly furnish two less attractive men, the former oily of complexion and obese of figure, with greasy iron grey hair and a bottle nose, the latter lean and lantern-jawed, with foxy hair and beard and the features of a modern Shylock. The men who begin life with 5 francs and die worth 5 millions sterling have very little leisure to sacrifice to the graces. Life with them means to eat and drink and calculate, to invest and reinvest, to watch the money market with an unwavering vigilance, and to concentrate all the forces of mind and body upon one great aim. No, there would be no risk in tantalizing these old comrades of the Bourse with a glimpse of his elegant domicile and his lovely and amiable wife, and in conceding thus much he would conciliate Dolores and her mother. He had refused to give a ball. He might compromise the matter by an occasional dinner party, a small, snug dinner at which only wealth and mature years should be represented. "I have not many friends, Dolores," he said to his wife that evening, as she sat yawning on a low ottoman in front of the wood fire, while he smoked his after-dinner cigarette, "but the few I have are devoted to me, and they are dying to know you. I don't care about giving a dance, as I told you the other day. I don't want to see my house turned out of windows to please a crowd of young fools whose only claim to notice is that they can imitate a teetotum, but I've no objection to giving a dinner now and then, if you like." Dolores stifled a yawn before she answered. She had been looking at the burning logs in a waking dream, and this suggestion of a dinner party did not arouse any enthusiasm in her. "The people you know are so dreadful," she said. "You have pointed out men in the Bois as your dearest friends, whose appearance positively made me shudder. A long, lantern-jawed man with red hair, and a threadbare overcoat, for instance." "Hausrath," murmured Pérez, recognizing the picture, "a man only second in importance to the Rothschilds and the Mires." "And a bloated creature with a complexion that suggests nothing but the refuse of the oil mills." "Geoffroy." "And a little wizened wretch with one shoulder higher than the other, and long greasy hair of a greenish grey." "Struoski," said Pérez, "a Pole by birth, and the keenest financier in Paris. Do you know, Dolores, the amount of solid capital which these 3 men represent?" "I neither know nor care. All I hope is that they will never cross my threshold. Unless, indeed, you allow me to get together so many artistic and agreeable people that I shall hardly be conscious of your capitalists." "Where are you to get your agreeable people?" asked Pérez, after a pause of discomfiture, vexed that his compromise found so little favour with his idol. "Oh, I will find them easily enough, if you only give me leave to send out a few invitations. Duturc knows lots of clever people, and he can send out my cards. Monsieur and Madame Pérez invite Monsieur or Madame Chose to spend the evening with them, with Monsieur Duturc's compliments at the corner of the card." "But have you ever met these people in Madame Duturc's salon, a 3rd floor in the Rue des Saints-Pères?" inquired Pérez incredulously. "Certainly not. They would not go to a floor in the Rue des Saints-Pères. They would not go anywhere to be entertained with Duturc's music and Madame Duturc's weak tea. But they will come to my villa. They will come to the wife of Pérez Peru. Voyons, mon ami, let us make a compromise." Pérez sighed. It was his own word. "You shall invite those dreadful-looking human ingots of yours to dinner, a dinner of all that is most precious in the way of gourmandise, and after dinner, I, Madame Perez, will be at home to all that is most distinguished in the art world, the painters and sculptors, the actors and actresses, the journalists, who will write about your party in their accursed papers, and who will ridicule your husband. Why should they ridicule you? Is it ridiculous to have married youth and good looks instead of age and ugliness? I can't understand, Pedro, why you are so ashamed of your wife." She lighted a cigarette for him as she talked, seating herself caressingly upon the arm of his chair, and transferring the cigarette delicately from her lips to his. She knew that he was yielding, and that a caress and a few sweet words would clench the bargain. "Ashamed of my wife? No, it is of the contrast between wife and husband I am ashamed. It is that which the newspaper men will ridicule." "They will be too wise to offend so powerful a man as Perez Peru." "Ah, but they have lampooned me. They have seized every occasion to hold me up to ridicule." "Simply because you live in your shell like a snail. You are of no use to the clever people of Paris. You fulfill none of the duties of a millionaire. You will be a few thousands richer when you die, but you will have offended everybody while you live. Give me carte blanche, Pedro, and you shall have all the comic journalists and caricaturists at your feet. There shall be no dancing, there shall be no foolish young men, but I will give a party that will dazzle Paris." He did not yield without a struggle. He smoked a third and a fourth cigarette of his wife's lighting. Her gentleness, her graceful coquetries made him forget every resolution he had ever made to live his own life, and to keep the tinsel and folly of the pleasure-loving world outside his gate. He yielded after the fourth cigarette, as Ahasuerus might have yielded to Esther, when Esther was still the latest novelty in the royal harem. "Do what you like, ma chérie. Invite whom you please," he murmured at last. The cards of invitation went out 2 days after that discussion. The list of names was written with the aid of the good du Turc, whose professional career had brought him into communication with the art world of Paris, though it had not elevated him to intimacy with celebrities. Dolores trusted much to her own reputation as a beauty whose charms had been hidden from the outer world. The cards dispatched, she went to the chief confectioners, electricians, florists, and wine merchants of Paris. She called in upholsterers and tent makers. She arranged for a series of 3 large marquees which were to cover the lawn behind her villa. The house in all its beauty and splendor was to be only a vestibule to these tented halls. The first marquee was to be decorated with palms and tropical plants, and was to serve as a promenade pure and simple. Her drawing room was to be the entrance to this outer tent, and here she was to receive her guests. The second marquee was to be decorated contrastively with tapestries and oriental brocades, and here there was to be a concert by some of the finest artistes in Paris and in the world. The third and largest tent was the supper room, a supper served upon small round tables, and which was to last from midnight till 2 o'clock. For this tent Dolores had imagined, and the electricians had carried out, the most distinguished feature of the entertainment. From the silken dome in the center of the immense circular marquee hung a monster egg-shaped lamp, a lamp of opaline hue, shedding the mildest, milkiest moonlight radiance upon the supper tables and the supper eaters. This was the roc's egg, and Dolores and her dressmaker had arranged a costume which, without being absolutely a fancy dress, should be so far oriental in character as to suggest the Princess Badroul Badour. It was very long since Madame Quijada's daughter had seemed so gay and girlish as in the fortnight during which the upholsterers and electricians and tent makers were preparing for this eccentric entertainment. Her delight had something of childishness in it, no doubt, but that very childishness fascinated Pedro Perez, and he soon found himself taking as keen an interest in the approaching entertainment as his young wife. She had kept her promise. There was to be no dancing, and none of the gilded youth of Paris had been invited, though du Turc had been besieged by requests for invitations from even the highest quarters. It was to be a fete given to intellect and talent. Beautiful women had been invited, but they were actresses celebrated for genius as well as beauty. The men belonged for the most part to the world of art and letters. But from a list furnished by Perez, the world of finance had also been bidden to the fête, and the Bourse would be represented by its most powerful members. Madame Quijada had been allowed no active part in the preparation of her daughter's first party, but she expressed herself gratified that the gloomy spell was about to be lifted from the house. Louise Marcet assisted in all the floral decorations, for in the arrangement of flowers her taste was unerring, but she told her cousin that she should not appear at the party. "I should be like the skeleton at an Egyptian banquet," she said, when Dolores pressed her to share in the amusement of the evening. "It would make people melancholy to see so gloomy a figure." "Poor old Louise," murmured Dolores, moved to pity by the thought of this blighted life, for which even pleasure had no charm, novelty, no fascination. "Your misfortunes must have been very terrible to deaden all your delight in life, to make you so different from other women." "My misfortunes were not of a common kind, Dolores. If you knew all, you would hardly wonder that I stand alone with the memory of my grief." "But you have never trusted me with the secrets of your girlhood. You have never confided in me," said Dolores reproachfully. "Though we are cousins, I know no more about the cause of the illness that changed you than if we were strangers. There are some secrets that must be kept, secrets that involve the fate of other people. Well, I have never tormented you with questions. I am only sorry to see you unhappy. I am used to bearing my own burden, Dolores, and I am very glad to see you so much happier than you used to be." "Oh, I have made up my mind to make the best of my life, if Perez will only be reasonable, and allow me my own way. I was simply breaking my heart in the Rue St. Guillaume for want of something to do and to think about. I used to read of balls and parties, of all the grand entertainments of Paris, and the gowns and the jewels, while I was sitting solitary with my diamonds locked up in their cases. And then, as for the rest," with a sigh, "there's no use in crying over the moon, is there, Louise? When one has not what one loves, one must love what one has. If you are thinking of Léon Duverdier, I can tell you that he is not worth one regret," said Louise earnestly. "Try to forget that you ever saw his face." "I have been trying ever since I married my good old Perez. Yes, you are right, Louise. He is not worth one regretful thought. He never cared for me, and I was a fool ever to care for him." "He never cared for any living creature except himself, Dolores. His heart is harder than the nethermost millstone." 28. The Roc's Egg. It was within an hour of the dinner party which was to precede Madame Perez's reception, and Dolores was sitting before her dressing table while the most fashionable hairdresser in Paris brushed and divided the long tresses of raven hair before building them up after the latest invention of his genius. "Remember, Monsieur Jacques, my coiffure is to be Oriental, all that there is of the most Oriental," said Dolores decisively. Monsieur Jacques shrugged his shoulders despondently. All his inventive and imitative powers had of late been concentrated upon the school of Pompadour and Du Barry. His delight had been to pile a coiffure as high as art, horsehair, and hairpins could raise the human hair. If he had taken any step in another direction, it would have been a retrograde step. He would have gone back to the Montespan and the Fontange period, which was also an elevated school. But the Oriental, the school of drooping tresses and long plaits, the school which must needs restrict its operations to the hair that grew on the head of the subject and could borrow nothing from art. True that in the subject now under his hands there was abundant material for artistic treatment, but the Oriental style offered no scope for the caprices of genius. "Has Madame made up her mind irrevocably?" asked the hairdresser. "Yes, yes, I tell you. My costume is Oriental." "Then I have only to submit. But I must warn Madame that the Eastern style, the style of Rebecca of York, is not that which will most set off Madame's beauty." "I detest Rebecca of York. Make me a coiffure à la Roxelane, something light and gay. I don't want to look a tragedy queen." "Has Madame any diamond crescents among her jewels?" "As many as you like. Rosalie, bring me the case of crescents." The lady's maid brought a large purple velvet jewel case, which she placed open on the marble dressing table. There were crescents of diamonds and rubies, diamonds and sapphires, diamonds and emeralds, diamonds pure and simple. "Ciel!" said the coiffeur. "I see my way to a startling success." He wove the soft black hair into 3 long plaits and bound them round the small head in a triple coronet, and into this crown of plaited hair he stuck the jewelled crescents with an inimitable taste and lightness, until the dark hair served only as the background to a blaze of jewels. "Yes, that will do," said Dolores, surveying herself in her hand glass. "That will do very well for the Princess Badroulbadour. I could have pleased myself better had Madame given me greater liberty," said Monsieur Gex, sighing as he folded his apron. "You have pleased me, and that is more to the point," replied Dolores, with the air of a duchess, scarcely deigning to acknowledge the hairdresser's departing salutation. Half an hour later her toilette was complete, and she went down to the morning room where she was to receive her husband's guests, the drawing room being transformed for the evening reception. Her Badroulbadour gown was of the palest rose brocade, falling in long straight folds from the shoulders, clasped across the bust with a splendid heart-shaped emerald, and opening over a white satin petticoat, embroidered with an artful and artistic admixture of beetles' wings and emeralds. To the superficial observer that glittering green embroidery looked one mass of emeralds, and seemed to represent wealth even greater than Pérez Peru could command. The millionaire gazed at his wife in a stupor of admiration. "Dolores, why on earth have you put on all that splendour?" he exclaimed. "I have always understood that it is bad taste for a hostess to be finer than her guests." "Nobody cares for good or bad taste under the Republic," answered Dolores. "I want people to talk about my dress, and for that one must be splendid and original. My fête tonight is to be a scene out of the Arabian Nights. Do you think I look like the Princess Badroulbadour?" "You look very lovely," said Pérez, who had never heard of Aladdin's wife. "And you are proud of me, and that is all I want," answered Dolores caressingly. "Your human ingots can appear as soon as they please. Ah, here comes mother." Madame Quijada had shown no aspiring after originality in her toilette, but she was richly dressed in black brocade and diamonds, with a Spanish mantilla of valuable old lace, a costume which became her severe style of countenance better than any more brilliant toilette would have done. She was looking ill, and that calm dignity which had distinguished her appearance in the seclusion of the Rue St. Guillaume had given place to a nervous and sometimes restless manner, which a medical man would at once have recognized as the manner of a sufferer from alcoholic poisoning in some form or other. "I hope you are satisfied at last, madame," said her son-in-law. "All Paris is coming to see what a fool an old man can make of himself for the sake of a pretty woman." "If the woman is only pretty enough, all Paris will go away convinced of your good sense," retorted Dolores gaily. Monsieur and Madame Geoffroy were announced in the next minute, and Dolores showed the most amiable empressement in receiving a tall, gaunt personage in sapphire velvet and rubies, who 20 years earlier had been the cynosure of a drinking cellar in the vicinity of the Boulevard St. Michel, and who was now the discontented wife of one of the richest men in Paris. More guests arrived. Herr Hausrath and his daughters, young ladies who gave themselves tremendous airs on the strength of their father's wealth, and who were rendered miserable by their father's shabby coats, and by certain little miserly eccentricities of which he could not divest himself, although living in princely style and allowing his girls to get their gowns from the most expensive faiseur in Paris, which meant a corresponding expensiveness in all the minor details of their toilette, the great faiseur taking the word thorough for his motto, and insisting upon his clients striving after ideal perfection in the art of dress. "A badly cut corset, or a hair's breadth too much thickness in a petticoat, will spoil my finest conception," said the great faiseur. 2 more financiers appeared, these without womankind, and in the little bustle and talk which followed upon their entrance, Madame Quijada drew her daughter aside. "He is in Paris," she whispered. "Not Leon?" questioned Dolores nervously. "Yes, Leon. I received a letter from him just now while I was dressing. I wish never to see him again. But he is coming to your party to-night. You must receive him civilly." "He has no business to invite himself to my party. After leaving Paris without a word of adieu, and never writing to us in all these months. He is your cousin. He heard of your party from strangers, and it was scarcely strange he should invite himself. You must be civil to him, Dolores. You were only too fond of him once. You can at least afford to be polite and friendly to him to-night." "I won't be uncivil," answered Dolores moodily, "but I wish he were not coming. I don't want him to cross my threshold." Her face had clouded over, all the girlish gaiety had gone from her manner as she took Monsieur Geoffroy's arm and led the way into the dining room, where the arrangement of table, flowers, and lighting was exquisite. All her pleasure in the prospect of the evening's triumph was damped by the return of this man, whose coming had once been looked forward to with feverish impatience, whose absence had made the world seem a blank. She had had much time for quiet thought since her marriage with Pedro Perez, and her whole nature had changed for the better since her position had been legitimated, and she was able to look society straight in the face. Her heart was young enough and warm enough to be touched by an old man's affection, and now that she no longer considered herself a prisoner and a slave, she felt sincerely grateful to her millionaire husband. Disenchantment had slowly followed upon Leon's prolonged absence. She had begun to question the merits of the man she had admired and whose misfortunes had appealed to her pity. Little by little she began to see the charlatan where she had seen the genius, and the cold-hearted adventurer where she had imagined the careless happy-go-lucky student whose difficulties were a natural result of the artistic temperament. She had looked back on her intercourse with her cousin, looked back with unprejudiced eyes, and she had seen that his conduct had been mercenary from first to last, that he had taken every advantage of her regard for him, and had given her not one token of affection in return. He had extorted money from her upon every possible pretence, and he had looked with a greedy eye upon her jewels, and would gladly have appropriated them to his own use. She did not wish ever to see him again, and she dreaded any encounter between him and Pedro Perez. His presence at her reception to-night would be the snake among the flowers. As the evening went on, however, she tried to banish all thought about this unbidden guest. He would only be one among many, she told herself. She could dismiss him with a word. The dinner seemed a slow business to the women of the party, but the financiers enjoyed themselves, and were unanimous in their approval of the menu. Geoffroy told his old friend Perez that he had the prettiest wife and the best cook in Paris. Houseroth was green with envy, and the daughters Houseroth sniggered together at Madame Perez Peru's oriental costume, although their own famous faiseur had so cleverly planned the gown that it offered no marked eccentricity of character, and might have been worn at a ball at the Elysee. At 10 o'clock Madame Perez was stationed in the drawing-room at the entrance of the marquee, where the electric lamps were artfully dotted about amidst the tropical foliage. The light here and in the adjoining tent was subdued in tone, so that when at the stroke of midnight the velvet curtains of the supper tent were drawn back, the roc's egg lamp might burst upon the spectators with overpowering brilliance. The roc's egg was the one feature of the party with which Dolores hoped to startle the spoiled children of Paris. The two tents for conversation and music filled quickly. Everybody had flocked eagerly to see the beautiful Madame Perez. A curious mingling of the grand monde and the demi monde was to be noted among the guests, a new feature in the life of great cities, and an evidence of the march of progress. Great ladies had begged for invitations which had been intended only for actresses and for the wives and daughters of artists with pen or pencil. Ducal coronets were on some of the carriages which were waiting yonder in the wintry darkness of the wood. Dukes and duchesses had declared that they only wanted to look in at the millionaire's party, only to get a glimpse of the millionaire's wife. But finding the palm-shadowed tent a very agreeable lounge, and that Faure and Capoul and Albany and Marie Rose were among the singers, great ladies and their cavaliers lingered, and began even to express a mild curiosity about supper, which someone had said was to be served punctually at midnight. Léon Duverdier approached his cousin immediately after she had exchanged courtesies with the ancient but beautiful Marquise Talon Rouge and the lovely comedienne Clara Beauville. He bore himself with his usual assured and supercilious air, but Dolores noted that he looked pale and ill, and he was thinner than when she saw him last. "I congratulate you upon the success of your fête," he said, holding his cousin's hand with a lingering pressure. "All the nobilities of Paris are pouring in at your door. I am glad I returned in the nick of time to assist at your triumph." "Was it worth while to return at all after you had stayed away so long?" asked Dolores, looking at him with a deliberate disdain which had as chilling an effect as a cold douche after the hot room in a Turkish bath. "My dear Dolores, matrimony seems to have made a remarkable change in your manner to your own kith and kin," he said, smiling at her. "I hope your head is not going to be turned by social success." "No, my head will not be turned, but my eyes have been opened. You left Paris without a word to the people who cared for you. Can you wonder if they were enlightened by your conduct, and left off caring for one who set so small a value upon the ties of kindred? I think I have learnt to understand your character during your long absence, and that I know you now almost as well as Louise knows you." His face darkened at the name, and he looked round the room and beyond into the crowded tent, as if he were searching out an enemy. "I see," he said. "Louise has been slandering me to you. I will not detain you from your guests, but later you must give me a few minutes' quiet conversation. I have something important to say to you. It is a matter of life and death." "I recognize the old prelude," said Dolores. "Question d'argent." Léon Duverdier moved onward, into the tent where people were promenading amidst a babel of talk, and to the tent beyond, where Capoul was singing the Alleluia d'Amour. Yes, the party was a success, and walking about quietly among people who were for the most part strangers to him, Pedro Perez was gratified by overhearing enthusiastic praises of his wife's grace and beauty, her jewels, her costume, and the originality of her reception. True that he heard more than one witticism at his own expense, and was reminded of a fact which he had never ignored, the fact that he was old and plain and insignificant, and that his only value in the eyes of the houri in blush rose satin and many-coloured gems must needs lie in his millions. He heard, and he did not despair. There was something, an undefinable change in Dolores, which told him she was not altogether ungrateful. And he thought that if he could pension off Madame Quijada and have his young wife all to himself, free from the mother's sinister influence, there would not be a happier husband in all Paris than he, Perez Peru. As for those airy shafts of ridicule which he had so dreaded in the past, he was resigned to endure them in the future, so long as all went well in his domestic life. The concert closed with Éclat in a new part song composed by M. Dutuc, who had adroitly converted to his own use a certain almost forgotten march in an opera by Lully, a stirring melody which put the audience in good humour; and with the last chord the velvet curtains which concealed the supper tent were drawn suddenly apart, and the roc's egg lamp bathed the scene in a soft yet dazzling light which set off the vivid colouring of fruit and flowers, silver gilt and Venetian glass, saumon à la Chambord, and homard en aspic on the 50 supper tables. There was a lively chorus of approval from the guests, who had been wondering where the supper was to come from, and whether they were going to be put off with tea and coffee, ices and iced drinks at the buffet in the dining room. The 50 tables were occupied as if by magic, and 200 and odd tongues were chattering about the roc's egg. "Quelle belle idée! Mais c'est une féerie! Il n'y a que l'argent pour faire des merveilles! C'est la baguette de la bourse!" And so on, with illimitable variations upon the same theme. The supper tables were occupied till nearly 2 o'clock, and there was no failure in the supplies. At 2, everybody had supped, and almost everybody had departed, save a few night-bird journalists who still sat drinking and talking at a couple of tables. Among these was Léon Duverdier. As the clock struck 2, the roc's egg lamp was extinguished, and the curtains fell, leaving the lingering guests in total darkness. "I call that about the broadest hint our fair hostess could give us," said the editor of a famous Parisian paper, and there was a good deal of talk and laughter from the Bohemian band during some minutes of darkness, at the end of which interval the curtains were drawn back again by invisible hands, and the last guests strolled through the empty tents to the drawing-room, where Dolores was waiting to bid good night, with the faithful Dutucs to keep her company. Madame Quijada had retired within the last hour, and Pedro Perez had sneaked off to his own apartment soon after the opening of the supper-room. The editor of the Guerre aux Sots was full of apologies. "That is the worst of the brotherhood of letters," he said gaily. "We are so fond of one another's society that it is much easier to assemble than to disperse us. Besides, who would be in a hurry to leave fairyland? If it had not been for the sportiveness of the roc's egg, we should have lingered till the sun put that emblem of magic power to shame." "I am sorry the lamp behaved so badly," said Dolores, with an arch smile. "Ah, madame, was there not a fairy in league with the lamp, a benevolent fairy, who knows that we are hard-working journalists, who can but snatch a few hours' rest between the tail of today's epigram and the head of tomorrow's, and that we need the quiet of the night to elaborate the impromptus of the day?" "I must apologize for my husband, gentlemen," said Dolores. "He is not used to evening parties, so he stole away soon after midnight, leaving my mother and me to represent him." "Jupiter need not apologize for retiring to his tent of clouds when he leaves Juno and Venus in his place," said the youngest of the scribblers, and then each made his farewell bow, till all were gone except Léon. He lingered with a determined air even after the Dutucs had bade good night, the pianist rapturous at the success of "our party." End of chapters 27 and 28. Chapters 29 and 30 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. Cruel as the Grave. Léon Duverdier and his cousin were alone in the drawing-room. Through the draped opening of the large central window the dimly lighted marquee loomed shadowy, and the tropical foliage had a sombre air. The fountain had left off playing, the electric light had been turned off in all three tents, and the long vista of palms and flowers and tapestry and velvet-curtained archways took a funereal aspect, lighted only by a few small clusters of wax candles placed here and there amidst the foliage. Dolores looked at her cousin, stifled a yawn, and walked slowly towards the bell beside the chimney-piece. "I am sure you don't expect me to be inclined for conversation at this late hour, Léon," she said coldly, "so if you'll allow me I'll order your carriage." "Please don't take that useless trouble. I have no carriage. I came in a cab and dismissed it. I shall walk back to my hotel." "You are not at your old address?" "No, I am staying at the Hotel Saint-Lazare for a night or two. I am only in Paris as a bird of passage. I sail next week from Havre for Buenos Ayres." "I hope you will be more fortunate there than you appear to have been here," said Dolores calmly. He was dumbfounded by the coolness of her reply. Could so brief a separation have worked such a change in the woman who only a few months ago had obviously adored him? He was silent for some moments. The tone of his reply was constrained. "I congratulate you on the wisdom of your course since I left Paris," he said. "You have only followed my advice. I often told you that Perez was devoted enough to marry you if you played your cards properly." "Yes, he is devoted, which is strange, and I am grateful, which may seem even more extraordinary." "And you are happy, I suppose?" "Yes, I am actually happy. But I hardly realized it till to-night how pleasant it is to be the wife of a millionaire." "I am glad you have found out the value of wealth, and that your experience has been on the sunny side of the question, and not its dark side. I know the value of money from the lack of it, but I am now on a sure road to fortune. I have a better chance and a finer opening in Brazil than I ever had in my life." "I congratulate you," said Dolores. "But I cannot grasp this golden opportunity without a certain capital in hand. Money makes money, Dolores. A man must sow the golden seed, if only a handful of gold dust, before he can reap the golden harvest. Fortune is at my door if I can let her in, but I must first find the key that will open the door." "Your conversation really abounds in allegories," replied Dolores. "But though the variations are new, the tune is always the same. No, Léon, I cannot provide you with the capital for your Brazilian venture. I mean to be a loyal wife to Pedro Perez, and I will do nothing underhand or secret, nothing that would awaken one jealous doubt in his mind. I know enough of his character to know that with him jealousy would be terrible." "Then you will do nothing for me? You are wallowing in wealth, and you will not lift your finger to help me?" "Oh yes, I will do much more than lift my finger. Your new venture is to be made in South America, where my husband is a power. He knows every inch of the country, every speculation and enterprise that has been made there. I will introduce your scheme to him and ask him to help you." "And you think he will help me?" "Yes, when I plead for you." "I cannot wait for such a slow process as that, Dolores. I know what these old men are, and how long they deliberate before they will trust a young man with £1,000 sterling, even if he could buy the philosopher's stone for the money and offer to share the profits of the transaction. I want money at once, Dolores. Can't you understand that £200 or £300 tonight would be worth 1,000 next week? And I know you must have as much as that." "I have not the 10th part of £200, answered his cousin coolly. "I have everything in the world I can wish for, but since I have been Pedro's wife I have had hardly any money. I am Madame Perez. The name is enough. I can order anything I want from any tradesman in Paris, and my name is all I need give in exchange. Pedro pays my bills as fast as they come in. I have nothing to do with money, so you see, if I were ever so willing to help you, I couldn't do it." There was a pause, during which the man who called himself Léon Duverdier took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room in troubled meditation. Then he stopped suddenly and confronted Dolores with a frowning brow. "It is mere idle sophistication to talk to me in this strain," he said. "You can help me if you like, and you know it. If you have not banknotes or gold, you have money's worth. You have jewels which I could turn into immediate cash at the Mont de Piété. I only ask for the loan of a few of your gewgaws, those you value least, that I may raise money upon them for a month or so. I will remit the money to a friend in Paris as soon as I am in funds, and the jewels shall be safely delivered into your own hands at the hour and place which you yourself shall appoint. Will that do for you?" "No, it will not. I will not trust you with one of my husband's gifts. Indeed, I dare not. Pedro remembers every jewel he ever gave me, and asks me from time to time to wear particular ornaments. I should be disgraced if I could not comply with his request." The argument which followed was long and angry. Léon grew desperate, and he found Dolores firm in her refusal. "You had better not goad me too far," he hissed in her ear as she shrank from him, with her back against the angle of the low marble mantelpiece and her hand stretched towards the bell. "It is a very small thing I have asked of you. Yet the consequences of your refusal may be more disastrous than you can foresee. I may be tempted to throw up the sponge, and to let the world know some secrets in my life, and your mother's share in them. That revelation would be a worse disgrace for you than the loss of a diamond necklace." He was gone, leaving Dolores mystified by his parting words, but not greatly alarmed. It seemed to her that those words were an idle threat, and that all she had to do was to stand firm in her duty to her husband, who was powerful enough to protect her from her kinsman's malice. There was nothing in her past relations with Léon which could bring evil to her in the future. She had loved him with a sentimental girlish fancy, which had been fostered by the monotony of her secluded existence. Now that she had begun to taste the sweets of life, and to understand the omnipotence of wealth, she looked back and wondered at her girlhood's idle fancy. "How could I have ever been blind to his selfishness and meanness?" she wondered, when the outer door had closed upon her cousin. It was 4 o'clock upon a winter morning. The last faint glow had faded out of the logs, and Dolores shivered in her splendour as she surveyed her dazzling image in the vast sheet of glass behind the low jardinière filled with hyacinths and narcissus. The image which met her gaze was radiant with gems and brilliant colouring, but the face under the jewelled turban was pale and weary. "It has been a long, long night," she thought, "but at last I have made my début in Parisian society. Pérez Peru's wife is no longer a person to be hidden in an obscure lodging." The servants who had been supping luxuriously in their own quarters now appeared, sober and serious of aspect, apparently intent upon the safe adjustment of locks and bolts and the putting away of stray valuables. The last glimmer of light had been extinguished in the marquise, and tomorrow morning all that fairy scene would be taken to pieces, like a child's puzzle, and carted away, while the Rock's egg lamp would be sold at a sacrifice to some enterprising proprietor of café or music hall. The footman drew aside the plush curtains, and shut the wide plate glass window, which fastened in the usual manner of French casements. and it may be that under the influence of truffled turkey and champagne he was somewhat uncertain in twisting the long brass bolt into its socket. "Is all safe?" asked Dolores listlessly as she took up her ostrich fan and moved slowly towards the door. "Yes, madame." "Then you may go to bed, all of you." "Madame will require the services of Elise at her toilette." "Not to-night. Tell her to bring me my chocolate at 10 tomorrow morning, and on no account to disturb me before that hour." Now that the tension of supreme excitement was relaxed, Dolores felt tired to death. She had been moving about among her guests, and talking and laughing at every sally of wit or journalist, artist or actor for 5 mortal hours; to say nothing of those 3 quieter hours during which she had presided at her husband's dinner party. She could hardly crawl upstairs to her luxurious bedroom, and she was far too weary to submit to the somewhat oppressive attentions of a highly trained lady's maid, a maid who had lived but lately with haggard old age, which required to be put together bit by bit, and composed and painted into a ghastly semblance of youth and beauty. She had but just strength to unclasp her jewels, her necklace of matchless pearls, the stars and clusters and hearts and horseshoes of diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires which studded her bodice, the crescents which flashed from her dark hair. She was just able to take off all these splendours and to drop them in a careless heap upon her dressing table, and then she exchanged her silken garment for a loose muslin peignoir, threw back the satin-covered eiderdown, and flung herself upon her bed, overcome with sleep. All was still upon that upper floor. Pedro Perez was sleeping the tranquil slumber of the man who knows that all his investments are safe, and that some of them are yielding him 15%. Madame Quijada was sleeping the heavy sleep of senses stupefied by chloral. The servants had crept up to their attics in the Italian roof. That these cubicula were cold in winter and hot in summer had but little disturbed the repose of the architect who planned the villa. And on all eyelids in the house sleep lay heavy, save in that one modest chamber where Louise Mercier lay in her narrow bed, and turned upon her pillow from time to time in the long intervals between her brief slumbers. The time was when the tired work-girl's night had been a night of a single sleep; but since that malady in which reason had been nearly wrecked in the agonized brain, Louise had never known what it was to enjoy long and tranquil slumbers. To-night her nerves had been shaken by the noises within and without the house, the din of talk and laughter, the rattle of silver and glass, the loud music of a brass band playing waltzes and mazurkas, the sound of singing, and the roll of carriage wheels. Gaiety of this kind had lost all fascination for her. She had never tasted such pleasures, and she had no curiosity about that brilliant world of the rich and well-born in which she had had no part. Her day of happiness had been as brief as a butterfly's summer, her pleasures had been of the simplest. She had known the passion of love only in its most ideal aspect. She had never been sickened by the reverse of the picture. The man she had exalted into a hero had been her hero to the end of his life, and her regret for him was so much the keener that she had never had cause to doubt his honor or his worthiness to be loved. Thus the girl's innocent love of a summer day had become the settled worship of a lost lover, and the woman's heart was dead to all but the broken dream of the love-sick girl. Darkness closed round the villa in the Bois in those chill hours between night and morning, bitter cold in the garden outside, but tempered within these walls by the calorifere in the basement. There were only 2 lamps burning in the house, one the coloured glass lantern in the hall, where the lowered gas gave a subdued glimmer that made the shadows blacker on the staircase and landing, the other the little antique silver lamp that hung above the bed where Dolores lay in the happy sleep of youth and health and a heart at ease. Not a sound in that sleeping household save the striking of various clocks with more or less musical chime. 5 o'clock. Yes, there is another sound. As the hammer falls on the gong for the 5th time, there is a sound of a window opening softly and slowly on the ground floor, then a pause, and then the cautious opening of a door, another pause, and again another sound, the stealthy tread of lightly shod feet on the velvet pile of the staircase. Louise Mercier hears those sounds faintly in her sleep. Are the servants going down already? It is early for them, considering the lateness of the hour at which they went to rest. She is sleeping somewhat more deeply than usual, worn out by the noises that kept her awake till an hour or so ago. It is her habit to rise when the servants go down in the morning, to be as early as the earliest of the household, and to see that the day's work is begun betimes. But this morning her senses are dull, she mixes the sounds of those footsteps with a confused dream of the past. It is a summer Sunday morning, and her kindly neighbor is coming to call her, that she may be up and dressed and away to the station of Saint-Lazare to meet the kindly Englishman for that promised excursion to Marly-le-Roi. Fond dream of days long vanished. Fancy bridges the dismal gulf of years, and the grave where her lover lies. And she hears his voice and sees his face again, just as she heard and saw him more than 20 years ago. Suddenly the face fades, the voice is silent. She starts up in her bed, shuddering, her blood turned to ice at the sound of a woman's shriek, either of fear or pain. She springs from her bed, throws on the peignoir that lies ready in the chair close by, and moves out to the landing and to her cousin's room. The door is open, and in the dim light of the night lamp she sees a white figure lying on the carpet, face downwards, and standing by the dressing table she sees her brother engaged in thrusting the heaped up jewels into his pockets. While she pauses in the doorway, transfixed, he crams the last of the ornaments out of sight, and turns to leave the room without one glance at the prostrate form near the bed. He recoils with an angry oath at the sight of Louise. "Stand out of the way," he says savagely, "or I'll settle you as I've settled her." "Thief! Murderer!" "Bosh! She's only stunned. It'll be worse for you than for her if you don't hold your tongue. Let me pass, I say." "Not with those jewels in your possession," she says, facing him fearlessly. Before he can prevent her, she has locked the door and put the key in her pocket. "Thief and murderer! Your first crime has gone unpunished because my voice has not been lifted up against you, but there shall be no second crime that I can hinder. I am trusted in this house, and I mean to protect my cousin's property. If you have killed her, your life shall pay for hers. You shall not leave this room till you have given up those jewels, and until I see if she is living or dead." She moves towards the figure on the ground, and as she does so he looks round and grasps the situation. There is no other way out of the room. The only other door stands wide open, revealing the interior of a bathroom in which there is no door, only a great marble bath and white panelled walls. He grasps Louise by the shoulder and snatches the key from the wide pocket of her dressing gown. "Stand aside and keep a quiet tongue in your head," he whispers threateningly, and then, as she clings about him, clutching the collar of his coat, holding him with all the force of excitement that has reached fever pitch, he sees her head flung back and her lips parting in a cry for help. Another instant and she will raise the house. A cruel blow from his clenched hand stifles the cry upon her whitening lips, and then the same deadly hand snatches a knife from his breast pocket, a knife that opens with a spring. A thrust, and another, and then he grows mad with rage, the blind, unreasoning fury of a savage beast, as the lips still strive to cry aloud, and the eyes still stare at him wildly, and the clinging hands still hold him, and so another, and yet another thrust of the murderous knife, till one last gurgling sound escapes from those distorted lips, the stare grows fixed and dull, the fingers loosen, and the bleeding form falls at his feet. He unlocks the door and runs downstairs, splashed with her blood, a sister's life blood, and creeps out by the way he came in, stealing through the empty tents, spurning the fading flowers as he dashes out into the cold night through the silken draperies that mark an opening in the canvas. He did not mean murder when he entered the house, least of all a sister's murder. But he meant plunder, and he has secured the booty. At daybreak he will leave for Dunkirk, from Dunkirk to Holland, where he will dispose of the gems, minus their delicate Tiffany settings. Just at the last moment he remembers that he must hide the blood upon his clothes. The stains are darkest and biggest upon his shirt and waistcoat, as his victim clung about him in the death struggle. He creeps back into the house, finds some overcoats hanging in a vestibule, and takes an Inverness, which is just long enough to hide his figure to the knees. This precaution is unlucky, for in going out into the garden he falls into the arms of a gendarme, who, riding quietly by in the night silence, had noticed the opening of the little door in the marquee. The gendarme dismounts, and waits to see who will emerge from that mysterious little door at 5:15 in the morning. And so Léon Duverdier, alias Claude Morel, falls into the clutches of the law, and is shut up au secret in a felon's cell, to be taken out at intervals and interrogated by the juge d'instruction. and before night all Paris knows that there has been a daring robbery and a brutal murder in Perez Peru's villa, that the beautiful Madame Perez had been struck to the ground senseless in the attempt to protect her matchless jewels from a burglar, and lies in a precarious condition, and that poor old Perez is half mad with grief and anxiety. 30. Daisy's Diary. It is almost a month since I last opened this book, a month which has brought me daily nearer and nearer in union with him who is to share all my life, and whom I am to love and obey. Yes, obey. The word suggests not the faintest sense of humiliation. I am proud to have a master, such a master. I never had that kind of feeling with my poor dear Cyril. On the contrary, I felt as if he had been given to me as my slave, a person to order about. For the first few days after that terrible revelation about my stepfather I kept my ghastly secret. I could not trust even him who I had trusted with my whole heart and my whole life. I feared that if I told Gilbert my conviction of Ambrose Arden's guilt, if I showed him how link by link the chain of circumstantial evidence could be put together until the circle was complete, he might consider it his duty to bring about a public investigation, and thus condemn my mother to the horror of knowing what manner of man she had married. But after torturing myself for those few days of puzzled thought and nights of feverish unrest, I could bear my burden no longer. Gilbert saw that there was something amiss with me, that even his presence could not make me happy, and he urged me to confide in him. And so I told him all the dismal story, and my reasons for believing that my father's murder had been plotted by his friend. I could see by his darkening countenance as he listened that he was of my opinion, but he answered gravely and deliberately. "Your theory is plausible, Daisy, yet there is no incident in life which may not bear a double interpretation. I certainly believe Duverdier to be the murderer, as surely as I believe him to be Claude Morel under another name. And granting that he is the guilty man, it is assuredly a strange thing that he should dog your stepfather's footsteps in this quiet place, and that your lover should renounce the happiness of his life and go into exile after overhearing a conversation between his father and that man. The links are strong links, but the evidence is not of a kind that would be accepted in a court of law, and I doubt if the law will ever touch the man whose moral guilt, granting him guilty, is greater than the guilt of the shedder of blood." "I don't want the law to touch him. I don't want my mother ever to know how cruelly she has been cheated and deceived. I only want you to understand the horror of it all, and that this man with whom I have to live in daily friendship, or the appearance of friendship, is of all men upon earth the most abhorrent to me." Half the weight of my burden was lifted off my shoulders after I had shared my trouble with Gilbert. He is so wise, so thoughtful, so just and temperate in his judgments. He would not allow that the case was established against that wretched man. It was a case for grave doubt, he told me. The circumstances were full of darkest suspicion, but it would be dangerous to condemn a fellow creature, above all a friend to whom I owed so much, upon such evidence. I shuddered at the word friend. "Oh, I was so fond of him once," I said. "I used to sit upon his knee and put my arms round his neck. I called him uncle because I could not bear to think that he was not related to me. I used to run from my father to him, and one was almost as dear to me as the other. And now to know that he is utterly base, false, and cruel, inexorably cruel, cruel as death itself." "We know nothing, Daisy," said my dearest, in his calm, grave voice. "There is nothing absolute or conclusive in all your evidence. The signs of trouble of mind which you have noticed in your stepfather may be only the indications of physical disease. We must wait and watch if need be, and whether this dire suspicion of yours be brought more fully home to us, or whether we have reason to doubt the grounds upon which it rests, there is at least one point upon which we have no hesitation. The knowledge of evil must be kept from your mother." I was inexpressibly comforted by his counsel, and felt that I could better endure to live in the same house with my stepfather. I even began to falter somewhat in my judgment of him; and had it not been for the mystery of Cyril's conduct, which I could account for in no other manner, I might have thought myself the victim of a delusion, cruel alike to me and to the man whom I suspected. But I could not forget the evidence of Cyril's face, which told of dire calamity, or the stern resolve with which he cancelled the bond between us. His tone and manner were those of a man who was fulfilling a painful duty, who submitted himself to a cruel destiny. Nor was there other and nearer evidence wanting in my stepfather's manner to me after the change in my manner to him, which must have been obvious, although I set a watch upon myself always in my mother's presence. On the rare occasions when Mr. Arden and I were alone together, I maintained a resolute silence, and on no such occasion did he ever question me as to my altered bearing. It seemed to me that he submitted to our estrangement as a part of his doom, and that he tacitly accepted my condemnation of him. Not by one word or look did he ever seek to evoke the old tenderness of our relations. He who until a few weeks ago had been to me as a second father was content to become a stranger, and to endure the insult of my sullen silence, content also to play the hypocrite in his wife's presence, and to affect that he and I were on the old affectionate terms. When mother asked me to play to him, he praised my playing, and asked for this or that sonata or set of variations. Oh, what a dreadful life it would be if it were not for the comfort and support my true lover has given me throughout this trial. And all this time there has been an air of gaiety at Riverlawn, and mother and Gilbert and I have been full of preparations for the great change in our lives. It will not be such a change for mother and me, though, as it might have been under less blessed conditions, for I shall be her next-door neighbor, and shall be running in and out of the dear home garden every day, and she can run into my gardens, and the ever-lovely and beloved arbor where my sovereign lord and king first declared his love can be common ground for both of us. I shall keep copies of my most adorable poets there, and a sketching block and colour box, and Gilbert shall have a box of cigars or cigarettes in the handy little cupboard where I used to keep my toy cups and saucers when I was a child. No. My wedding day will bring no severance between mother and me, and by, when the end which I foresee shall come, and the shadow is lifted from her life, I shall have that dear mother all to myself again, as I had in the tranquil years of her widowhood. It is wicked, perhaps, to take comfort in the thought of any one's death, yet can I wish a traitor's life to be prolonged? Can I fail to see the hand of God in that gradual darkening of the gloom which encircles him, the gradual working of that slow poison we call remorse? Again there has been talk of my trousseau, and this time mother has not found me cold or indifferent. I have taken a keen delight in everything, especially the house linen, about which I am as earnest as if I had spun it myself, like an industrious Swedish or Norwegian maiden, and had hoarded it in great oaken presses to await my betrothal. I am delighted to say that Gilbert's hereditary linen closet exhibits a vast collection of rags, beautiful Irish damask tablecloths, with the Florestan coat of arms woven in the fabric, smooth and lustrous as satin, but as transparent as gauze when the good old housekeeper held them up to the light. "Single gentlemen never do think of such things," she said apologetically. "I've told Mr. Florestan often and often that new tablecloths were wanted, but he always forgot to order them. And then he was here so seldom, and that made him careless about the house." "Of course," I cried. "What should he know about tablecloths?" And then mother and I held a grand consultation, and selected the loveliest patterns, and sent off a big order to a firm in Belfast, and I felt that I was encouraging the manufactures of the sister isle. There are Irish poplins in my trousseau too, soft, lustrous, delicious, warm and substantial wear for my winter honeymoon. Mother thinks of everything, seasons and occasions, comfort and dignity. Without folly or extravagance, my trousseau will be perfect, worthy to be exhibited as an example of sterling British common sense, as opposed to French frivolity and American ostentation. We are to go to the south for our honeymoon, but not straight away to fashionable Cannes or cosmopolitan Nice. We are to go first to Bordeaux, and then to Pau and Biarritz, and afterwards to Toulouse, Carcassonne, Nîmes, Arles, and so on by easy stages to Marseilles, and thence to Cannes, just to wind up with the Prince of Wales week and the dances at the 2 clubs. I shall be an old married woman by that time, capable of chaperoning my unmarried cousins if they should happen to be at Cannes with my aunt just then. They generally go south in early spring, and leave the doctor to make money in Harley Street. They all came down to Riverlawn last week to congratulate me upon my promotion, as Flora called it, and they all, aunt included, seem to think I have done a grand thing in getting myself engaged to Gilbert Florestan. "Not because he is rich," explained Flora, "for measured by our modern necessities he is little better than a pauper, but because he is unmistakably county. Your relations never need be ashamed of him." "That is a comfort," said I, enraged at her impertinence. But I hope you don't suppose I accepted Gilbert in order to gratify my relations, or come up to the requirements of Harley Street. I did not accept him because he is county, and I should have been just as deeply in love with him if he had been a beggar." "Ah, you may think so, and most engaged girls talk in that style," said Flora. "But I have never heard of anybody in society marrying a beggar since the time of King Cophetua, and no doubt he was sorry for it afterwards. These cousins of mine are the very essence of worldliness, and I seldom stoop to argue about matters of feeling with either of them. They have been on the point of making great matches ever since they were presented, but the business has always stopped short of actuality, and Aunt Emily says that marriage, from a lady's standpoint, will soon become impossible." "It is easy enough for an only child like you," she said. "Of course you are anybody's money. But my poor girls have nothing but their beauty and their accomplishments, and men nowadays are utterly sordid." This was a speech which would have made me wretched were it possible for me to doubt my true lover, but all the discontented mothers in England might hint and insinuate for a livelong summer day without ruffling my great content. My heart, so far as Gilbert is concerned, is as placid as a summer lake encircled by mountains. End of chapters 29 and 30. Chapters 31 and 32 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 31. Daisy's Diary. I will repay. This morning the question was mooted, who was to give me away? It was just as breakfast was over, and Mr. Arden had not yet gone off to his hermitage on the other side of the lane. "Your stepfather is of course the proper person," said my mother, looking at her husband with her sweet gentle smile, a look I understand so well, a look which means kindliness, esteem, respect, consideration, but which never yet meant love. "No," I cried hastily, "there is only one person who must give me to my husband, and that person is my mother." "My dearest, it would be so unusual for a woman," began mother. Mr. Arden interrupted her hastily. "Not in the case of a widow, Clara," he said in his calm, measured way, as if there were no hint of aversion in my hasty protest. "I agree with Daisy. You are the fittest person to give your daughter to the man of her choice. The act will stamp your approval of the union, and Daisy is wise in wishing that it should be so." Twice he mentioned me by my old familiar name, without the faintest emotion. No witness of that scene could have suspected from his tone or conduct that there was any gulf between us. I sat with my eyes fixed upon the tablecloth, waiting for him to leave us before I could feel happy or at ease. It was on the morning after this that the dreadful shock came, and still this man of blood was calm and collected, equal to the occasion. The newspapers are delivered at River Lawn at about 10 o'clock, and on this particular morning we were later than usual at breakfast, and the meal was only just over when Meade brought in his tray of papers ready aired and cut. My stepfather took the Times, my mother the Morning Post. I am only interested in Meade's tray on the mornings that bring the World, Punch, or Truth, so on Tuesday morning there was nothing to claim my attention, and I sat idly by while the other two read their papers. An exclamation from my mother startled me from a reverie. "Oh, God!" she cried, rising hurriedly and going over to her husband with the newspaper in her hand. "It has come! It has come at last! Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. My husband's murderer will be punished, after all these years. Ambrose, do you see? Do you know what has happened? Have you read?" "Have I read what? My dear Clara, are you mad?" he asked, looking up at her wonderingly as she stood before him with white cheeks and dilated eyes. "Have you read the French news? A dreadful murder, the murder of a woman by a man who is supposed to be her brother, by a man called Léon Duverdier, alias Claude Morel. Claude Morel, the man who killed my husband." "No, I have not seen the French news," he answered slowly. A lie. The paper lay under his hand as he spoke, and I saw the heading of the column, "Paris, by telegraph." "Read, then. Read the account of the murder and of the man. He is in prison. He was caught at once this time, taken red-handed. The police in Paris are better than the feeble wretches who let my dear lover's murderer go scot-free. Read, 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 Ambrose." She was beside herself with agitation. Her husband started to his feet, put his arm around her and held her to his breast, held her against that false and cruel heart whose baseness she knew not. "Control yourself, Clara, for pity's sake. Remember we have not sure ground for believing that Morel was the murderer." "Yes, yes, we have conclusive ground. The use of his sister's name to decoy my husband. That in itself was all sufficient proof. And now, see, the sister is murdered, brutally, savagely stabbed to death by the same hand." "If there has been a murder done, the murderer will suffer for his crime, and in that case your husband will be avenged." "No, no, that is not enough. That other, more deliberate crime must be brought home to him. His judges must know what a wretch he is. French juries are so merciful. He will be recommended to mercy. Only the murder of a sister on the spur of the moment. There will be the plea of extenuating circumstances. But let them know how he lured an unoffending man to a lonely room and killed him in cold blood for sordid gain, and even a French jury must condemn him to death." "My dearest, you are talking wildly. A man can only be tried for one crime at a time. If he be acquitted of murdering his sister, he can then be indicted for the murder of Robert Hatrell. You must be calm and patient." "Let us go to Paris to-night." "I will go there if you like, and find out all about the man and his crime. It would be useless for you to go." "No, no. I want to be there, in the city where the murderer is waiting for his doom." "My dear Clara, I cannot allow you to travel under such conditions. I would not answer for your reason if you were to go upon such a journey. Nor could you possibly leave your daughter on the eve of her marriage upon any such mad errand. Whatever has to be done I will do. I will go to-night, and I will remain in Paris until after this man's trial. I will find out who he really is, and if he is identical with the Claude Morel whose sister your husband once admired. You may rely upon me to do everything that is necessary or expedient. Only for God's sake be calm, be reasonable. Remember how precious your life and reason are to your daughter and to me. Remember how both trembled in the balance years ago in this house." My poor dear mother commanded herself by a great effort. I could see how she struggled with her agitation, how earnestly she strove to be calm. "I never thought that the hour of retribution would come," she said. "Oh, the wretch, the heartless wretch, to strike a strong man down in the flower of his years, to cut short so dear a life." "No, I will not talk of him any more, Ambrose," she said in answer to a warning look from her husband. "I will be calm and patient and wait for the end. It is coming, in God's own good time. You need not be afraid about me. Daisy and I will stay here quietly while you go to Paris. And you will send me daily reports. You will not keep me in the dark. Not for an hour." They went out of the room together, mother leaning on his arm, confiding in him and relying upon him as if he were the best of men. I was left alone to think over what had happened, and to consider how this new phase of our terrible history was likely to affect the dear mother. First, I read the account of the murder in the Times, a brutal murder, the act of a thief and desperado. I will not sully this book by recording it here, since its only bearing on my life lies in the fact that this wretch who murdered his sister in a villa in the Bois de Boulogne the night before last is in all probability the wretch who killed my father. I read the savage history, and then I thought, and thought, and thought, but I only felt so much the more hopeless and miserable, and I saw how futile it was for me to think alone, while the other half of me was not at my side to help me out of every difficulty. So I just ran into the lobby, put on my hat, and went out into the garden to see if I could find my dearest and best, who would be able to give me wise counsel, and whose very voice would enable me to keep up my courage were I hemmed round by difficulties. It is wintry weather everywhere in this last month of the year, but our gardens are so rich in conifers, laurel, and arbutus that they never look bare or cold, and the shrubbery is so sheltered by deodar and cupressus that an invalid might walk there even on the coldest morning. I knew it was Gilbert's habit to smoke his after-breakfast cigarette on the other side of the fence, and that I was most likely to find him within call. Mother had allowed him to make a gate of communication between his shrubbery and ours, not many paces from the arbor where I first discovered that I adored him. I found him this morning standing close by this gate with a very grave countenance, evidently on the watch for me, and I saw at a glance that he had read all about the murder. He had, and we talked the hideous story over together. "How will it affect Mr. Arden?" I asked. "If he is the guilty wretch you think him, it may affect him most terribly. The man Morel has been taken red-handed, and cannot escape condemnation. If he is the murderer of Denmark Street, if your stepfather prompted that murder, as you believe, he may out of sheer devilry make a full confession before he goes to the guillotine, denounce his accomplice, and die in the odour of sanctity. And then my mother will know everything, and the rest of her life will be made miserable," said I. My stepfather left us this evening. I felt sick with apprehension when I saw mother bidding him good-bye in the hall, while the carriage waited to drive him to the station, she so full of kindliness and concern for his comfort on the cold night journey, he pale and sombre, speaking with evident effort. "You are looking so ill to-night, Ambrose," she said. "I fear you are hardly equal to the journey, and the trouble that may come afterwards." "I must face both, Clara. My chief anxiety is about you and your peace of mind," he answered gravely. "If you will only be true to yourself, I fear nothing. You have your daughter and her husband to think of. New duties, new ties, the beginning of a new existence." It seemed to me as if he were renouncing all share in her life, all claim to her affection. He looked at me earnestly, questioningly, and then, as I made no movement towards him, he said quietly, "Good night, and good-bye, Daisy." He turned on the threshold and took my mother in his arms and kissed her forehead and her lips with a sudden fervour that transformed him. The pallid, careworn face flushed and smiled, the dull and sunken eyes brightened. It was for a moment only. His valet warned him that there was no time to lose. He stepped into the brougham, the door was shut, and he was gone. 32. Daisy's Diary. It is the eve of my wedding day, the eve of St. Valentine's Day. Gilbert is to be my Valentine tomorrow and for ever. And now in this deep silence of after midnight I will close the record of my life as an unmarried woman. The life that will begin tomorrow will mark the opening of a new volume in my history, but the old book shall be my friend and confidant still, for I shall be able to praise my husband in these pages as I should never dare to praise him to any living listener, least of all to his modest unpretending self. I shall close the record of my girlish years, and with it, I hope, closes the tragedy of my own and my mother's life. God grant that bloodshed and guilt and treachery may have no further influence upon her life and mine, and that the road that lies before us may pass through a peaceful and a smiling land, where crime and sin will have no part in our destiny. The interval between my stepfather's journey to Paris and the end of the year was a time of keenest anxiety for me and for Gilbert, who shared and lightened all my cares. We watched the 3 principal Paris papers, which Gilbert ordered to be sent him daily, and watched with intense expectation for any notice of the murderer Morel. The actual facts recorded were few, beyond those particulars of the murder which had appeared in the first instance; but there was a great deal of descriptive writing bearing more or less upon the crime. Something of this kind appeared in one or other of the papers nearly every day. Sometimes there was a paragraph about the prisoner's antecedents, the part he took in the riots and brutalities of the Commune, the manner of his escape when the Versailles troops got possession of Paris, and many other facts or fictions about his past life. Gilbert told me that I must not believe more than 1/4 of any such article or paragraphs in a Parisian newspaper. One day there appeared a long account of the villa which was the scene of the murder, an article in which the luxury and splendor of the house were minutely described. Another article in the same paper gave a glowing description of the prisoner's cousin, a beautiful young woman married to one of the richest men in Paris. Scandal about this young woman and her mother was freely published, cruel imputations against their character; but there was not one line in any of the papers which hinted at Claude Morel's identity with the murderer of Denmark Street. "The police know all about him," said Gilbert, "but they are keeping dark. A man cannot be tried for 2 crimes at the same time. Were Morel acquitted, he could be arrested and brought to London to be confronted with the witnesses, the landlady and the tailor's journeyman, who could identify the murderer of Denmark Street, but I do not see the remotest chance of his acquittal." My stepfather remained in Paris for nearly a month, during which time he wrote at least twice a week to my mother. She read portions of his letters to me. He had seen the police, and they had told him that there was very little doubt of the prisoner's execution. The crime was too utterly brutal to enlist the sympathies of even a French jury. He would be found guilty without extenuating circumstances. He would perhaps appeal to the Court of Cassation, but his appeal would be rejected. In a later letter my stepfather wrote that he had with great difficulty obtained an interview with the prisoner. He had taxed him with the murder in Denmark Street, but Morel had denied all knowledge of that crime. The letter described him as an obdurate villain. This trial took place in the second week of December. The prisoner's cousin, Madame Perez, was the chief witness against him. She described how he had appealed to her for money or for jewels to convert into money 2 hours before the murder, and how she had refused to give him either money or jewels, upon which he left the house angry and menacing. She described how she was startled from her sleep by the sounds of footsteps in her room, and opening her eyes saw the prisoner standing before her toilette table, deliberately filling his pockets with her jewels, which she had worn in great profusion upon that particular evening. She told the court how she had sprung from her bed, intending to ring for help, but before she could reach the electric bell, the accused struck her to the ground. She remembered nothing after that blow, which had inflicted a permanent injury upon the sight of one eye. She had only just recovered from a nervous fever which had followed upon her return to consciousness. The appearance of this witness in the court excited a profound interest, said the papers. She is described as a very beautiful woman. Her evidence was given in some parts reluctantly, at other times with a rush of indignant feeling. When asked by the prisoner if she had not been his mistress, she passionately repelled the accusation. She admitted that she had once loved him, but that was before she knew the worthlessness of his character. She spoke in the highest terms of the murdered Louise. She denied any knowledge of the fact that the brother and sister had adopted names which were not their own. She had never heard the name of Morel in association with either of them. The evidence of the gendarme who arrested the murderer red-handed was conclusive. The blood of his victim and the jewels which he had stolen were found upon him. There was little need of deliberation. The verdict was guilty, without extenuating circumstances. The sentence was death. I can never forget my mother's face when Gilbert told her the doom of Claude Morel. We went together to the morning room where she was sitting at work, her great basket of flannel and calico on the hearth rug in front of her chair, her pale, anxious face intent upon her stitching. In all this time of suspense she had employed herself chiefly in visiting the poor and working for them. She told me that it was only by constant occupation, useful and mechanical work, that she could steady her nerves, and prevent herself from dwelling incessantly upon the tragedy of her life. She listened quietly while Gilbert read the verdict and the sentence, and then, with bent head and clasped hands, she murmured those awful words which she had spoken to her husband when she first read of Morel's crime. "Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord." How often and how often in the time past she must have repeated that terrible text. She received a letter from her husband the same evening, but it could tell her nothing which the paper had not told her already, except that he intended to remain in Paris for a few days to see if there were any likelihood of a commutation of the sentence. 5 days afterwards my stepfather walked into the drawing-room at 9 o'clock in the evening, unannounced and unexpected. He had come from Paris by the morning mail. "I waited till the eve of the execution, Clara," he said, when my mother had welcomed him. Gilbert and I were sitting at chess in a nook near the fireplace. We stood up to greet him, but kept aloof, as if he had been a stranger. "It is decided, then? There will be no reprieve?" said my mother. "None." "Then there will be at least one villain less in the world," said I. He looked at me. Never to my dying day can I forget the agonized reproachfulness of that look. It was a look that made me feel as if I were the ingrate and the traitor, and he only the injured. I saw the picture of my happy childhood, as they say a drowning man sees all his past life in the moment before death. I saw myself with my arms round that man's neck, and my cheek against his breast, saw myself soothed and watched over in hours of childish illness, taught and counselled, and amused and trained by that keen intellect, loved and petted with an inexhaustible patience and an unvarying tenderness by that grave student, for whom all the world of thought was an open book. How often, how continually, day after day, had he laid aside his dearest occupation to devote himself to the education and the amusement of a child. Yes, he had done all this. He had sacrificed his inclinations, he had made himself a slave for my mother's sake, and to win her he had plotted my father's death. My eyelids fell and my heart beat fast beneath that mute reproach, but for me his crime was an unpardonable crime. I dared not pity him, even in his agony of remorse, for such pity would have been treachery to my dead father. My mother urged him to take some refreshment after his journey, and gave her orders to the butler to that end, but he declared that he had dined in London. "You must have had some time in town between the arrival of the Paris train and the departure of the 7:50 from Paddington," said my mother. "Yes, I had nearly 2 hours, time enough to dine, and to transact a little business in the city." "In the city? But all the offices would be closed at that time." "Not the office I wanted." He was looking very ill, and had grown thinner in the few weeks of absence. I saw my mother observing him anxiously as he sat in front of the fire, warming his wasted hands before the burning logs. He talked with some show of cheerfulness, asked about the preparations for the marriage and for Christmas. Was it to be a gay Christmas at Riverlawn? "Gay?" echoed mother. "How could I think of gaiety at such a time? My thoughts have been fixed upon one subject. Every effort of my mind has been not to think too perpetually of the man who is to die tomorrow." "Of the man who is to die tomorrow," he repeated solemnly. "Death cancels all wrongdoing, at least the law thinks so. The worst that you can do to a murderer is to kill him." He rose slowly, and moved about the room in his old restless way, and then came over to my mother and bent over her and kissed her. "Don't sit up for me, Clara," he said. "I have letters to write, proofs to look over, the accumulations of a month. I have sent Ames over to the cottage with my dispatch box. I shall sit there very late, most likely." "Not to-night, Ambrose, surely not to-night. There will be plenty of time to-morrow," remonstrated mother. "No, I have left everything to the last. There will be no time to-morrow. Good night, dear love." He nodded to Gilbert and me, a cool curt nod, and was gone before my mother could remonstrate further. "How pale and haggard he looks," she said. "I was wrong to let him go to Paris upon such a painful business in his weak health. What would Sir Andrew say to me if he knew how his advice had been disregarded?" "Sir Andrew recommended rest, I suppose?" said Gilbert. "He told my husband that it was essential for him to take life quietly." "Ah, doctors tell us that. But will the heart and brain cease from troubling at a physician's bidding?" My mother sighed, and sank into melancholy silence; and our game went on slowly, quietly in the silent room where there was no sound but the light fall of wood ashes on the hearth. My mother came to me at 7 o'clock next morning, and told me that her husband had been at work all night. She had watched his lamp from her bedroom window, being herself too agitated to sleep, or even to lie down for more than half an hour at a time. The lamp had been burning till daybreak when she saw it extinguished. I too had watched that lamp, wondering what the guilty soul was suffering in that long night, whether he wished himself in the condemned cell where that vulgar villain was waiting the dawn of his last day, whether he would have welcomed the knife as a short sharp cure for the pangs of a guilty conscience. My stepfather had never before spent a whole night at the cottage, and indeed had seldom occupied himself in his library of an evening. This unaccustomed night watch made my mother uneasy, and she asked me to go across the road with her to see if there was anything amiss. "He may have fallen asleep at his desk," she said, "and in a cold room, for I dare say he has not been careful to keep the fire burning all night." He had dismissed his valet when he went over to the cottage, and was alone there, except for the existence of an elderly woman who lived in the back premises, cleaned and aired the rooms, and made fires. We went across the road together, mother and I, in the bleak winter morning. The sky was red above the leafless elm tops towards London, but grey and gloomy in every other direction. The neglected garden and the cottage itself looked very dull and dreary in the chilly dawn, the sodden creepers hanging from the walls, the plaster blotted with damp. "What a dismal house! To think that Ambrose and his son lived in it for ever so many years!" murmured my mother. She had only to turn the handle of the door to go in, there was no bolt or lock to shut us out. I followed her into the dark passage and into the room on the right of the porch, the room which my stepfather called his den, a room lined with books from floor to ceiling. "Yes," whispered my mother, "he has fallen asleep." The atmosphere was close and hot, and reeked with the odor of lamp oil. A pair of candles had burnt down to the sockets, and the ashes were grey in the grate. My stepfather's head had fallen upon his folded arms, and upon the table in front of him there was a long official envelope, directed in a large firm hand, "For my wife." I read the words across my mother's shoulder as she bent down to speak to her husband, and I guessed what dreadful thing had happened, and what new horror she would have to bear. "Come away, mother, come away," I cried. "He is dead. I know he is dead." She bent over him still, and lifted the heavy head, and looked at the ashen countenance. Yes, it was the end. Death cancels every wrong. Ambrose Arden's words of the night before came back to me as we stood there in that awful silence which his voice could never break again. Vain now all hope of keeping the truth from my mother. That envelope, no doubt, contained the admission of his guilt. She would know, and she would suffer from that knowledge. She burst into tears as she hung over the lifeless clay. "Oh, Daisy," she sobbed, "he has gone from us forever. Our voices cannot reach him now. I was never half grateful enough for his love or his goodness to me." "Don't lament him, mother. He was not worthy," I said. But my tears were streaming too, and I saw the dead man as he seemed to me in my childhood, before my father's death, before he had begun to plot murder. We knew before that day was ended that he had died from an overdose of chloral. He had had strength of will and purpose to throw the empty bottle under the grate where it was found broken among the cinders. Thus it was that mother and I did not suspect a suicide when we found him cold and lifeless at his desk. She has not told me the contents of the packet, but I know from her manner that she has nothing more to learn about my father's death, albeit Claude Morel died without having made any admission of his guilt. She has been full of sadness since her husband's funeral, in spite of her brave attempt to sympathize with Gilbert and me. The wedding has been delayed for nearly 2 months in deference to my stepfather's memory and the bienséance. The coroner's inquest resulted in a verdict of death by misadventure. End of chapters 31 and 32. Chapter 33 of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 33. Ambrose Arden's Confession. Tomorrow morning, before the day is old, Claude Morel will expiate his last and worst crime on the scaffold. He is now sitting in his condemned cell writing his confession, the story of the murder in Denmark Street, the hideous history of his crime and of mine, which he has sworn that he will leave behind him tomorrow morning, to be published, broadcast to all civilized Europe, before tomorrow night. This room, where I sit in the deep of night in a silence rarely broken by some belated footfall in the lane, this room, lined round with books, mute companions of my joyless manhood, is my condemned cell. The day that will dawn in a few hours will be as surely my day of doom as it will be Claude Morel's. The sentence of death that was pronounced upon him was a sentence of death pronounced upon me. His fate involved my fate. When I made him the instrument of my crime, I made myself his slave. Oh, my beloved, the only idol of my life, it is for you I write the history of my sin. No other eye but yours need ever look upon these lines unless you so will it, and I do not think you will expose this dark record of weak passion and unscrupulous crime to an indifferent public. Let the world know my story only as it will be told by my accomplice, a ghastly story, cruelly and brutally told, no doubt. These details of my temptation and my fall are for you alone, for you who may perhaps execrate my memory just a little less if I urge my one plea for mercy. I loved you with a love that was stronger than honor or manhood, stronger than all the instincts of a life that had been blameless whilst it was passionless, a love that made me a villain. I first saw Claude Morel at an Italian public house in Greek Street, where I went to distribute some money collected from a few of my friends among the distressed communists who had come to London for a refuge, and who were some of them almost starving. Most of the people assembled in that upstairs room over the tavern bar were depressed and dispirited by their necessities, and had very little to say, except to express their thankfulness for the aid which I took them. But Morel had a great deal to say about the political situation in France. He spoke well, and I was interested in his fervid eloquence, and in the latent passion which burned in every phrase. I put him down as a dangerous man in any country, a firebrand in such a city as Paris. He heard, en passant, that the friend who had given more than half the sum I had collected was Robert Hatrell. I saw the startling effect of that name upon him, and I was hardly surprised when he followed me into the street and began to question me about my friend. I was surprised, however, at the malignity of his speech, and the intensity of malice which betrayed itself in his tone and manner. He told me the story of a sister's wrongs. She had been fooled and duped by a wealthy Englishman, who coolly refused any reparation for the wrong he had done, for a girl's blighted name and broken heart. He was not very explicit in his charges, but this was the kind of thing which he gave me to understand, and he was just as vindictive as if he had been certain of his facts. I heard the true story of the case from your husband afterwards, and he gave me his honor that his worst offense had been a sentimental flirtation with a grisette, an innocent, unsophisticated girl, with whom he had been almost seriously in love. His attachment had just stopped short of a serious passion, and he had but just escaped the folly of a low marriage. I believed my friend's statement, and thought no more of Morel's malignity, which I did not suppose would ever take any overt form, though I considered it my duty to warn Robert Hatrell of the existence of this vindictive feeling, and to let him know that his enemy was in London. He laughed at the man's threats, and the subject was dismissed by us both. I had almost forgotten it when I met Morel in Gower Street one afternoon on my way from the Museum to the Metropolitan Railway Station. He told me his troubles, the difficulty of getting employment, his schemes and inventions, which sounded chimerical in the last degree, and his want of money. He talked again of my friend Hatrell, but I stopped him peremptorily. "I have heard your sister's story from my friend's own lips," I said, "and I am convinced that your version is a tissue of lies." He was furious at this. He upbraided me for believing a gentleman in preference to a man of the people. It was the old story. The well-born seducer could always escape the consequences of his wrong-doing, but for once in a way the world should see that retribution may follow wrong. Robert Hatrell had broken his sister's heart, and had grossly insulted her, and he meant to be even with him. He asked me for half a sovereign, but I had only a few shillings about me, so he gave me a card with a written address upon it, begging me to send him a post-office order next day. I have since discovered that he had appealed to your husband for money and had been sternly refused, and no doubt that refusal was a more unpardonable offense than any sin against his sister. It was within a week of this accidental encounter with Morel that I received an unexpected visit from my father's old lawyer. He came to Lamford in order with his own lips to communicate some very wonderful news. A second cousin of my father's had lately died in Chicago, leaving me his residuary legatee, and with some insignificant exceptions, the inheritor of a large fortune acquired in trade. I had never even heard of Matthew Arden, who had begun life with a small estate in the East Riding, where he farmed his own land and had ended life as one of the richest merchants in Chicago. For me this fortune was a fortune dropped from the clouds. I was astounded, but hardly elated by this sudden change from poverty to wealth. The studious life I was leading was the only life I should ever care to lead. Money, except so far as the indulgence of my taste as a collector of books, could be of very little use to me. And even my taste in books was inexpensive. I did not pine for tall copies or rare editions. All I valued in a book was its contents. At this time I had not attained to the fine instinct of a collector. I told my old friend that I should make no difference in my mode of life, and that I should tell my son nothing of this change in our fortunes for some time to come. I begged the good old family lawyer to exercise the discretion which had always been his distinguishing quality, and to take care that no newspaper paragraphs descriptive of my unexpected luck had their source in his office. When the lawyer left me, I sat alone among my books, and thought over the change in my fortunes. A stroke of luck which would have made most men half mad with joy left me cold. What could wealth give me? Nothing, for it could not give me you. Yes, Clara, it was of you, and you only, that I thought, as I tried to estimate the value of these riches that had fallen into my lap. What was their worth to me? What could they do for me? What could they buy for me? Nothing, nothing, nothing. I was still a young man, I was not ill-looking, and I had some pretensions to intellectual power. Hitherto poverty had exercised its restraining influence upon me. I had lived obscurely, remote from the world. I might now, if I pleased, make a figure in society, live in a fine house, and surround myself with fine people. I had no more inclination to do this than I had to head an expedition to the North Pole. Society had no pleasure to offer me. Neither house, nor garden, nor stable had any attraction for me. I was not a sportsman. I was not a yachtsman. I had never felt the faintest interest in a race on land or water. I had but one passion, one dream, one desire upon earth, or beyond the earth, and that was you. My whole being resolved itself into one ardent longing — to win you. I loved you from the first day I saw you. Oh God, how vividly I can recall that first day and hour, that casual meeting which decided the whole course of my life, for good or evil. Your face flashes out of the shadowy distance beyond the lamplight, a vision of gladness and beauty, as it shone upon me that clear October morning, when you stood before me, leaning against your husband's arm, newly returned from your honeymoon, a 2 months' bride. You remember our first meeting, Clara, how I looked in through the open gate and saw you standing deep in conversation with your husband and his architect, who was holding an open plan for you both to look at. I had made Mr. Hatrell's acquaintance a few days before, when he came down to Lamford alone, and we happened to travel in the same railway carriage. He introduced himself to me as my future neighbour, and insisted upon giving me a lift in his fly from the station, though I told him it was my habit to walk home. "I want you to tell me all about the neighbourhood," he said. This had broken the ice, and on the second time of seeing each other we exchanged friendly salutations through the open gate, and then as I lingered a little he called me into the garden and introduced me to his wife. I remember your courteous greeting, so courteous yet so careless. How could you dream that I was to be so potent a factor in your sum of life? How could you guess that the lovely face which you turned towards me, so unconscious of its power, was to change the whole current of my existence, to make me first your passionate lover, and next your husband's murderer? Yes, Clara, his murderer. From that hour I was foredoomed to do evil for your sake. I was fated to blight your happiness and to miss being happy even though I gained the wages of my crime. What did I think of you that day? Only that you were the most enchanting woman I had ever seen, and that Robert Hatrell was a man for all other men to envy. My thoughts went no further than that on the first day. I thought of your loveliness as I should have thought of some rare flower, the white chalice of the Victoria Regia floating in the faint tropical haze of a still water pool, the pale purple or vivid gold of some fairy-like orchid, something delicately beautiful that did not come within the scope of my life. I had no more definite thought of you than that, yet afterwards I knew that I had loved you from the first. The change was in myself, not in my thoughts. A slow, consuming fever was kindled in me that day, which has never ceased to burn. Little by little, by infinitesimal stages, it has burnt up heart and brain. Your husband liked me, and you were always kind. For the first years of our acquaintance we met but rarely, and it was not till you were established at River Lawn that I came to be intimately acquainted with you both, and gradually to be almost one of the family. Daisy was the link which united us. I had the good fortune to win the child's love, and this assured me of the mother's friendship. You loved books, while your husband cared little for reading or any intellectual pursuit, being above all a man of action. I was able thus to supply something wanting in your life, and to fill a place which he ought to have been able to fill. I was the adviser of your studies, and the sharer of your ideas. I felt sometimes as if I were the husband of your intellect, as he was the husband of your heart. Had I ever seen any wavering in your fidelity to him, any weariness of the tie that bound you to him, I do not believe that I should have tried to turn it to my own advantage. I could not have degraded you by one unworthy prayer. I could not couple dishonour with your image. There were times when our calm friendship, our mutual love for your child, which kept us in touch with one another, seemed to me almost enough for my happiness. I felt as if I could have gone on contentedly thus, to old age, making a quiet third in your life, now with your husband, now with your daughter, always subordinate, the shadow beside your sunshine. And then, while I was cheating myself with these calm thoughts, a wave of passion would sweep over my being, a demon of jealousy would rend and tear me, and I could not endure to be with you in the serene atmosphere of domestic love. Your husband's every look and every tone tortured me. You have both of you reproached me sometimes for keeping aloof, for burying myself among my books and shunning the hospitalities of Riverlawn. If you could have seen me in those supposed studious intervals, you would have seen a man possessed of devils, given over to perdition. Imagine these years of alternate storm and calm. Imagine a mind and heart burnt up by one devouring passion, worn out with the monotony of despair. And then think what my thoughts must have been as I sat in my solitude and brooded over the worthlessness of my newly acquired wealth. Had you been free, fortune would have meant everything for me. Had you been free, the widow of a rich man, it would have been a hard thing to approach you as a pauper. My pride would have revolted against owing all to you, fortune as well as happiness. But now that I was rich, your equal at least in fortune, my motives could not inspire doubt even in the meanest mind. Were I to wed you, no malicious worldling could ever say of me, he gained all that by lucky marriage. Were you but free. I began to meditate upon the uncertainty of life, and to picture to myself the accidents and sudden unforeseen diseases by which men as young and vigorous as Robert Hatrell are sometimes taken away. I thought of railway accidents, and imagination conjured up the picture of some such catastrophe in all its vivid detail: an engine off the line, a coach or two wrecked, and Robert Hatrell lying dead upon the side of the embankment. I pictured the sudden horror of his homecoming upon the shrouded bier. Your agony, your tears. I passed over those lightly, thinking of how it would be my lot to console you, slowly, patiently, to win you back to happiness and a new love. I never doubted your love for him. I knew that your heart was entirely his, but I thought I had an influence over your mind which would speedily ripen into love, he being removed. I understood you so little, you see, Clara. I had not fathomed the mystery of your heart. He has been dead 9 years, and you love him still. You have never loved me. I thought of the river, saw him rowing towards the sunset, with his strong, slow stroke, in such a scene as our English landscape painters love: the village church beyond the low line of rushes, the clustering willows pale in the evening haze, the glory of the sunset behind church tower and tall elms. I thought that even on that placid river there were possibilities of danger: a boat of silly, chattering cockneys upset, a strong man swimming to their rescue, and losing his life in the struggle to save those unknown lives. Such things have been. I thought of fevers which seize men suddenly in the full vigor of youth. I thought of insidious diseases which creep upon a man unsuspected, and sap the citadel before he knows that death in one of his numerous disguises is at the door. Last of all, I thought of Morel and his threats of vengeance. I laughed at the notion. Harmless thunder, no doubt. It is common enough for angry men to threaten, but threatened men live. There was something in my recollection of Claude Morel which made me dwell upon his image in that long reverie, as the lovely light of the June afternoon slowly faded, and the gold of the western sky shone into my room, dazzling my dreaming eyes. I recall the color of the sunset, the feeling of the air as it gradually cooled into evening. I recall every half unconscious impression of hours which marked the crisis of my life, and saw me change from an honest man to a villain. There were in Morel's tone and manner certain indications of a malignity which I had never seen in any other man. There was a concentration of purpose, a resolute intention to injure, which must ultimately take some definite form, I told myself, unless cowardice should intervene. And I did not think Morel a coward. The man had so little to lose. His fortunes were desperate enough to make him daring. What if the opportunity arose, and he were to murder the man he hated, the man who had refused to help him in his distress? I implicitly believed Robert Hatrell's account of his love affair, and I did not give Morel credit for caring much about his sister's reputation. He had tried to make money out of the Englishman's caprice, but he had failed ignominiously. Hence and hence only that rancorous hatred. He was of the temper which in the hour of misfortune would turn like a tiger against the fortunate, The temper of men who surge up out of the paving stones and gutters of every great city in the time of revolution, and who do evil for evil's sake. Upon the conscience of such a man as that, murder would sit lightly. What if he really meant murder? I pictured that sinister figure lurking in the rustic lanes, lying hidden in a dry, flowery ditch under the spreading hedgerow, ready with pistol or knife when his enemy passed by. Opportunity? Why, if he meant murder, it would be easy enough for him to create his opportunity. But when the thing was done, when that gnawing rage had satiated itself, there would be nothing gained but the gratification of his anger, and there would be the hazard of the gallows. The murderer's craft may minimize that risk. The old saw that murder will out has proved a lying proverb of late years. The art of murder has progressed with the march of civilization, and the modern murderer is more than a match for the modern policeman. I recalled a murder which had interested me curiously years before, when I read the account of it in a London newspaper, I being then remote from London, amid the stillness of the Welsh hills. It happened in the days when trade union was called conspiracy, and when the law of the land bore heavily upon workmen who banded themselves together against their employer. A certain set of men had conspired. There had been outrages and violence in a certain northern city, and attempted arson. The ringleaders were denounced by one of themselves, were tried, found guilty, and sentenced to transportation for life. The man who betrayed them dared not remain in his native city. There he knew himself to be a marked man, but he thought he would be safe in London under an assumed name. He came to London, got employment readily, for he was a clever workman, and funded the price of his treachery as a nest egg for his old age. Going homewards one day at his dinner hour, he walked along a quiet street in Soho, which he was in the habit of passing through daily. Midway this street is intersected by a narrow alley. As the man came in front of the opening, he was shot dead by someone standing in the alley waiting for him to pass. No one ever knew what hand fired the shot. It was in broad daylight, in the heart of a busy district, but the murderer disappeared as easily as if he had been spirit and not flesh. I tell you of this long-forgotten crime, Clara, because it was the nucleus of evil thoughts which slowly took the form of murder. My wicked scheme did not shape itself all at once. For many days and nights I was haunted by the image of Claude Morel, haunted by the tones of his voice, the lurid light in his eyes when he talked of his enemy. Again and again I found myself mentally measuring the force of that hatred which had expressed itself in biting tones and malevolent looks. Did it amount to so much, or so much, or so much? Was it really strong enough to plan and accomplish an assassination in broad daylight, in the streets of London, a deed as daring as the murder of the workman who betrayed his comrades? All this time my life went on upon the old lines, the calm monotony of rustic surroundings, the unvarying graciousness of your friendship. Your child sat beside me at her books, under the willow, or hung upon my shoulder in her exuberance of love, and there was no instinct in her childish mind to warn her that the man she loved and trusted had given himself over to the powers of hell. I am not sufficiently orthodox to believe in a personal devil any more than I believe in a personal God, yet in those days I could not divest myself of the feeling that wicked influences outside my own existence had got hold of me, that the hideous hopes and schemes that I was forever revolving in my mind were prompted by a power of iniquity greater than my own. While the wicked web was slowly spreading, the man who was the incarnation of my own sinful longing appeared upon the scene. He had written me 2 or 3 begging letters after that chance meeting in Gower Street, and I had sent him small sums of money, such amounts as a man of my supposed means might send to such an applicant. These concessions had made him bolder, and he came to my house in the dusk of a summer evening, having walked all the way from Staines. He had just the railway fare to Staines, he told me, and no more. I took him in and fed him, and let him sit at my table and vapour about his inchoate inventions, all burked for the want of capital. I let him talk of your husband, and I answered all his questions about the man he hated. I told him of Robert Hatrell's happy and peaceful life, his prosperity, his last fancy for sinking £4,000 in the purchase of a few acres of land to increase his pleasure grounds. In your native South, I take it you would be able to buy an olive wood and a vineyard with that money, I said. He nodded yes, and went on eating and drinking in a meditative silence. Now, were any man as savage a foe to Robert Hatrell as you pretend to be, I said after a long pause, He would have a good chance of taking his revenge and making his fortune sometime next week. He looked at me wonderingly, and I explained that Hatrell would have to pay for the land in Bank of England notes. It was an old-fashioned etiquette with solicitors to expect to be paid in banknotes, even when a man's check was as good as the bank paper. Hatrell would go up to London on an appointed day, cash his check at his bank, and then carry the money to the solicitor's office. I told him casually the name and address of the bank and the name and address of the solicitor, and I saw him sitting there before me, with his eyes kindling like two burning coals, and his underlip trembling curiously as his halting breath came and went. "Hatrell and his money will be safe enough," he muttered at last. "A man can't be robbed and murdered in broad daylight in such a city as London." "There you show your foreign ignorance of our manners and customs," I said, and then I gave him the brief history of several metropolitan assassinations which had occurred within my memory. He became very serious and silent, sitting before his empty plate, with his chin drooping on his chest, his inky brows bent in a thoughtful frown. Suddenly, after an interval which seemed long, he lifted his head and turned and looked at me with a devilish cunning in his eyes. "You hate Robert Hatrell as much as I do," he said. "You are in love with his wife, I dare say." "Nonsense. I am only trying to prove to you that all your talk about hatred and revenge is so much melodramatic bluster, and that you haven't the slightest intention of injuring my friend." "Your friend! Your friend!" he repeated mockingly. And then, after another interval of silence, during which he walked over to the window and stood looking across the placid summer twilight in the direction of River Lawn, he came over to me and stood in front of me, looking at me fixedly and emphasizing every sentence with a sharp rap of his knuckles upon the table. "You want that man killed, so do I. Cela se comprend. I would kill him for sixpence, kill him for the mere pleasure of making him understand that he was a fool to trifle with Claude Morel's sister, and a greater fool to insult Claude Morel. I take too lofty a view of the situation, perhaps. That is in my blood. We Provençals do not easily pardon an injury or an insult. I would kill him for sixpence, but I would much rather kill him for £4,000. You say the purchase is to be completed next week?" I nodded yes. My dry lips refused to speak. "Let me know the day and hour. Let me know, if you can, the route he is likely to take from Pall Mall to Lincoln's Inn Fields. Give me £20 to be ready for what I have to do, and in order that I may have a few pounds about me to get out of England in case of failure. Do this, and you may lie down tonight secure in the thought that Robert Hatrell's days are numbered, and that his wife will soon be his widow." I gave him 2 £10 notes without a word. "I'll think about the other part of the business," I told him. "Remember, if I am to act, you will have to be prompt and decisive," he said. "I can't stir a step without exact details. I shall shift my lodgings to-morrow, so as to be near the scene of action. My present quarters at Camden Town are too far afield." His devilish coolness was too much for me. I told him I had been talking at random. I meant nothing except to test him. He had proved himself a greater villain than I had thought possible, and I never wanted to see his face again. "You will think better of that," he said. "I'll telegraph my address to-morrow morning, and I shall wait for your instructions." Not till the last moment. Not till I crossed the threshold of the post office at Reading, an hour after your husband left for London on that fatal day, did I make up my mind that I was going to do this hideous thing. Again and again and again, with agonizing iteration, I had argued the question. I had told myself that this horror could not be. That I, Ambrose Arden, was not the stuff of which murderers are made. And again and yet again, my thoughts had gone back to the pit of hell, and I had pictured you free to return my love, and I had thought that such love must finally win its reward. That in all intense passion there is a magnetic power which can compel responsive passion, as fire will spread from one burning fabric to another that was dark and cold, till the flame touched it. When your husband left the gate that morning, I knew that I must act at once or never. I walked to the station, caught the slow train that left half an hour after the express by which he travelled, and went to Reading, where the wording of my telegram was not likely to arouse official curiosity. I had only one fact to communicate: the hour of Hatrell's appointment with Florestan's solicitor. Morel knew the locality of the bank, and it would be for him to watch and find out the route from Cockspur Street to Lincoln's Inn. Can you think what my feelings were that night when you came over to this house at 10 o'clock to tell me that your husband had not returned? I knew then that one of the most hellish schemes ever hatched had been carried out to the bitter end, and that the murder had been done. Did Judas feel as I did, I wonder, before he went and hanged himself? I did not give myself up to that blind despair of remorse which moved him who betrayed his master. I was baser, harder, viler than Judas. For I stood that night with your hands clasped in mine, pretending to comfort you, repeating lying assurances that all would be well, while my heart beat madly with the thought that you were free, and that it would be my life's dear labour to win your love. And through those days of doubt and horror I acted my part, and hypocrisy came easy to me. Anything was easy, so long as I was with you, consoling, advising, sustaining, you leaning upon me in your innocent unconsciousness of the deep flood of passion that surged below the steadfast quietude which I had schooled myself to maintain. Throughout those days I was haunted by the fear that the murderer would be caught, tried, and condemned, and that he would reveal my part in his crime. I feared that which has now come to pass, after a respite of nearly 9 years. Then came the darkest period of all my hateful life, the period of your illness, when your life hung in the balance, when every day that dawned might be your last on earth. I lived through that time, a time of fear and trembling, which I shuddered even to remember years afterwards. And then came my great reward, the reward of treachery and bloodshed, base betrayal of a noble friend, a long tissue of lies and hypocrisies. Then, after years of patience, during which I had shrunk with an unconquerable hesitancy from putting my fate to the touch, I had the price of my sin. Your love, no. That love for which I had sinned was no nearer my winning after 7 years' apprenticeship than it was while my victim lived. You gave me gratitude, gratitude to me who had blighted your happy life. You rewarded me for the steadfastness of a friendship which in some wise linked my image with that of your murdered husband. Oh, how you will abhor my memory when you look back upon your self-sacrifice, your generous payment of a fancied debt. How you will hate yourself for having been trapped into a loveless union with a man who plotted your husband's death, who was to all intents and purposes his murderer. Well, it is all over now. I grasped the Dead Sea fruit and tasted the bitterness of its ashen core. I knew that you did not love me, and I was more miserable as your husband than when I waited at your gate as a suitor. There were glimpses of paradise then, gleams of hope shining on my crime-darkened spirit, but afterwards, when I had constrained you to be mine, when I had won all that fate could give me, I knew that your heart was with the dead. Naught's had, all's spent, when our desire is got without content. That was the motto of my life. Then came a new horror, a haunting fear of the dead which I take to have been rather physical than mental. Could I, disciple of Schopenhauer and Hartmann, I who had graduated in the school of exact science, and reduced every thought and feeling to its logical sequence, admitting nothing which my mind could not conceive, could I be the sport of ghostly forms and unreal voices? I to be haunted and paralyzed by the dread of a shadow, I to tremble and turn cold on entering your husband's study, lest I should see a pale image of the dead seated where the living man used to sit, I to walk those familiar gardens with an ever-present dread of a well-known footstep sounding behind me, or when no imaginary sound pursued me with an absolute certainty that I was being followed by the noiseless movements of a phantom. I to become the slave of such fears, I who believe in nothing beyond the limitations of our understanding, who have restricted all my speculations to the real and the finite. I knew from the first that these horrors had their source in shattered nerves and broken health. I knew that I was as much a sufferer from physical causes as the victim of alcoholic poisoning who sees devils and vermin about his bed. Yet the thing was as real to me as if I had been the firmest believer in supernatural influences, and I suffered as much from these false appearances and imaginary sounds as the believer could have suffered. That is one form which retribution has taken. The other form has been my ever-present sense of disappointment in not having won your heart. Tortured thus, life has been only a synonym for suffering, and I can look forward coldly and calmly to the coming daylight when I shall have ceased to live. How can I plead to you at the close of this full and deliberate confession? How dare I hope that you can have any feeling except loathing for the writer of these lines? For myself, therefore, I will ask nothing. I ask only that you will be kind to my son, who, if Morel carries out his threat, must bear henceforward the burden of a name blurred by his father's infamy. He has a fine character, and will reward your kindness. His mother was one of the best and purest of women. Think of him as inheriting her virtues, and not my dark and evil spirit. It is not in his nature either to love as I have loved, or to sin as I have sinned. Yes, you will be good to my son, I know, Clara. You will forget that there is one drop of my Judas blood in his veins. You may know now, in this day of confessions, why he left us, why he broke the tie between him and Daisy, and shook the dust of his father's dwelling off his feet. He had found me out. Accident had put him in the way of hearing his father's guilt pronounced by the lips of the wretch who executed the crime which his father had only meditated in evil dreams. Claude Morel hunted me out in our house in London, and forced his way into my study in order to ask me for money. It was not his first attempt upon my purse after our joint crime. I had been pestered by letters from him, sometimes at long intervals, sometimes in rapid succession, but I had answered none of those letters, and now when he dared to force an entrance into my house I was rigid in my refusal of money. I knew what the word chantage means for a Frenchman of his temper, and that if I once opened my purse to him I should be his slave for ever. I was no coward in my relations with that scoundrel, although he threatened me with the one thing which I had to fear. He threatened to tell you the story of his crime, and how he took the first hint of it from my lips. He had kept the telegram sent from Reading on the morning of the murder, the telegram giving the hour of your husband's appointment, and he swore that if I denied him substantial help he would tell his story to you, and lay that telegram before you. I bade him do his worst, strong in the assurance that he would do nothing to incriminate himself, and that he could not touch upon the subject of Robert Hatrell's death without jeopardizing his own safety. Least of all did I believe that he would reveal himself to you as your husband's murderer. No, I felt that I had nothing to fear beyond personal annoyance from the existence of Claude Morel. Yet the memories which the man pressed upon me were so hideous, his presence was so intolerable, that I would have given half my fortune to be rid of him forever. It was as if my crime had taken a living shape and were dogging my steps. Most of all did I loathe his presence when he came upon me in my quiet study in this house, in the room where his crime and mine had first shaped itself in my disordered mind. He had resolved to weary me out, I believe, and to that end he had taken a lodging at Henley. He appeared upon my pathway at all hours and in the most unexpected places, but I was rock. We had several interviews before the one which was fatal to my son's peace of mind, and which parted father and son for ever. On that particular morning Morel overtook me in the lane near my cottage, and urged his demands with a savage persistence, rendered desperate, I suppose, by the disappointment of hopes which he had entertained from the hour he discovered that I was a rich man. "You say that I knew you in London some years ago," I said, "and that we had confidential conversations together in this place, and that we two together plotted the murder of my best friend. You admit that you are a murderer, and you ask me to believe that I am one, by desire and intention and cooperation with you. I choose to deny all your assertions. I choose to say that I never saw your face till you forced your way into my London house. If you persist in the form of persecution which you have been carrying on for the last 6 weeks, it will be my duty to hand you over to the police, and it will be their duty to discover whether you are a lunatic at large, or whether you are really the man you pretend to be, and the murderer of Robert Hatrell. In the latter case there must be people who can identify you. Some of those witnesses at the inquest who saw the murderer go in and out of the house in Denmark Street may still be within reach of a subpoena. If you annoy me any further in my own house or out of doors, it will be needful for me to take this step, and you may be sure I shall take it." I had never been cooler than when I gave him this answer. I had weighed and measured the situation, and I did not believe he had power to harm me, be his malignity what it might. My crime might be even darker than his, but he could not touch my guilt with his little finger without his whole body being drawn into the meshes of the law. I knew that, and I could afford to laugh at his fury. To give him money, were it so much as a single sovereign, would be in some wise to acknowledge his claim and to establish a link between us. There should be no such link. And over and above this motive I abhorred the man, and his necessities had no power to touch my pity. He could do me no harm, I thought. Nor could he, but for the accident of my son's crossing the top of the lane while this man was with me, and having his attention attracted by the strangeness of the man's gestures as he talked to me. The angry flourish of his arm as he poured his rancor into my ear suggested a threat of personal violence, and my son followed us, in order to protect his father should there be need of his interference. Once within earshot, Cyril stayed his footsteps, and listened to the end of a savage recapitulation of those suggestions of mine which led to the scheme of the murder, and of the sending of the telegram that furnished the information which rendered the crime possible. He, my son, heard the history of my sin, heard and believed. I stopped at the end of the lane and looked round. Cyril stood a few paces from me, deadly pale, looking at me in terrible silence. Morel turned and saw him stand there, almost at the same moment, and slunk aside. "How dare you insult my father with your lunatic ravings?" cried Cyril, lifting his stick threateningly. "Be off with you, fellow." He pointed Londonwards with his stick, and Morel crept slowly along the dusty road, leaving me face to face with my son. "You don't believe—" I began. But his face told me that he did believe Morel's story, and that nothing I could say would undo the mischief that scoundrel's tongue had done. The story of the telegram had condemned me in my son's eyes; and perhaps, too, my guilt was written upon my brow, had been written there from the beginning in characters that had deepened with the passage of time. Oh God! How often, sitting among you all, within the sound of Daisy's innocent laughter, I have found the burden of my guilt so intolerable that I have been tempted to cry my secret aloud and make an end of my long agony. And now I saw all the horror of it reflected in my son's agonized face as he told me that he could never be Daisy's husband, that the murderer's son must not marry the victim's daughter. "Oh, how she would hate me!" he cried, "if years after our marriage she found she had been entrapped into such a loathsome union." He told me that he should leave England at once and forever. He was not without pity for me, although my crime and the passion that prompted it lay beyond the region of his thoughts. To him, such a character as mine was unthinkable. He who could renounce love when honor urged him could not understand the love that makes light of honor, truth, friendship, all things for love's sake. His happier nature has never sounded that dark depth. And so we parted. I wanted him at least to share my fortune. There was no taint at the source of this. If he were to begin a new life, I urged that he might as well begin it with independence and comfort, but he told me he could take nothing from me, and he was absolute in his refusal. "I am young enough to make my own way in the world," he told me. "Thews and sinews must have their value somewhere." And so we parted. Just touched ice-cold hands and parted forever. End of chapter 33. End of One Life, One Love by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Recorded by Celine Major.